Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 171, Hans Gambit 1. I dropped by to visit you, but you weren't home. I hoped to pick up where we left off at the ball the last time we met, but I wasn't lucky enough to catch you. Still, I figured you'd enjoy a souvenir I left as a hint of the pleasures I'm sure you've been denied for all these years. Don't worry, I'll treat you right, just the way a man like you deserves. I'm planning another visit once you're home again. I look forward to our reencounter, my handsome warrior. Your not-so-secret admirer. Angela breathed deeply as she read the note again, irritated by its content, and by having impulsively crumpled it as she had. A very irrational side of her wanted to set the letter on fire, to set the responsible party on fire too, but, no. That wouldn't resolve anything. It wasn't the right way to proceed with this. She had to stay rational, to think things through. So, what do you make of this? Ruishi asked, as the princess stood silently before Sokka's bed. The princess glared at the room where her countless passionate afternoons with Sokka had taken place. It wasn't the room's fault, no doubt, but it was driving her mad with rage to stand where she was now, conscious that Hina had been here, breaching Sokka's privacy as she pleased, blissfully unaware that Sokka already had someone else in his life. But she shouldn't let her mind be derailed by such thoughts. She needed to be calm, she needed to focus. There had been too many invasive incidents lately in her life, and it was hard to respond to them with anything but indignation. But Angela would have to figure out how to do so. Sokka's safety might depend on it. I guess it's apparent that Hina is the one behind this incident. Angela said, her voice cold and dangerous. As much as I'd like to destroy everything she touched and pretend this never happened, we need a real solution rather than an outlet to our rightful frustrations. So, I suspect I'll have to make use of my position to deal with this. You'll confront her? Sokka asked, his voice tinged with hopefulness. Angela glanced at him with uncertainty, hating Hina all the more for making her gladiator feel as vulnerable as he did while sitting on the floor near the door. All four of them were in Sokka's room, waiting for Angela's decision on how to proceed. Song watched Sokka, Angela, and Ruishi from a corner, trusting they'd figure out how to handle the threat that girl posed, for it was her home that had been violated, even if it had been Sokka's room, specifically. She wasn't feeling any more comfortable with the situation than he was. I ought to, Angela said finally, shaking her head, but confronting her outright won't intimidate her enough. She could claim it wasn't her, seeing as she didn't sign with her name, and as we have no hard evidence. Not like there are any other suspects, Sokka growled. I don't know how many other fangirls I may have, but the only one who's this aggressive is her. Everyone else leaves me be. Hell, how did she even figure out where I lived? She's clearly a stalker. She could have followed you home one day without your awareness, Angela said, rolling her eyes and trying not to be further infuriated by the thought. The only other idea I have is that she might have gotten the truth out of Yang, but she's perfectly capable of having figured it out just by following you around, or even after mapping out Xin Long's flight paths to your house. I suppose, said Sokka, grimacing. It's so creepy to think she could have gone that far. She's always been creepy, this is just how she displays it nowadays, said Angela, with a dry grin, before cringing visibly. And she was on your bed, the wretched bitch, curses. I don't think I'll need the sheets as evidence. Burn those, Ruishi. Me. He said, looking at her in surprise. I thought you might want to do it yourself, it could be more cathartic. Nothing will be cathartic until I know I've done away with the threat she poses for good, Angela declared, scowling. I'd spent days setting things on fire to no avail if I started unleashing my pent-up rage with my bending, and it won't affect her one bit if I do that. Well, not unless I burn down her house. That would to send a loud and clear message, Ruishi admitted, but Angela sighed. Right, and my father would have my hide for it, too, she said. He already was displeased when I burned down Chan's house all those years ago. He used to hold their family in high regards. Does he care much for Hina's family, though? Sokka asked, confused. Angela nodded. Her father is a nobleman. Not one I know too well, true, but still one of them. She said he's from the lesser nobility, to be sure. Possibly one of those people who only rose in society during my father's rule. Then you ought to use that to our advantage, Sokka pouted. Tell him his daughter is causing trouble, and if she keeps that up, he'll lose his good standing with your dad. Not the worst idea, Azula acknowledged, looking at Sokka with uncertainty. But you want something more final? Sokka asked. I guess if we as good as tattle on her, she'll just resent you more and she'll keep pretending I'm only rejecting her to stay on your good side. She's got quite an opinion of herself if she expects to be a better offer for you than I am, Azula growled. Despite everything, her words brought a smile to Sokka's face. She's not right in the head if she thinks so, no doubt, he said still. I know. As far as she's concerned, I'm the evil sponsor of the poor, tormented Gladiator, Azula said, rolling her eyes. She must have made up that narrative to pretend she'll save you from my sadistic clutches, no doubt. So, aside from being a stalker, this girl has some sort of savior complex. Song asked, grimacing. Why, though? I mean, why Sokka, of all people? Well, she may just find him attractive, Azula said, shrugging. For someone who seems as unbalanced as her, that can be enough of a reason. She really doesn't have anything better to do, huh? Sokka grumbled. I mean, wasting so much time stalking a guy you're apparently attracted to, can't she get a better hobby? A job? She could, I suppose. She won't be likely to, though, Azula said, shaking her head. She's a noble girl, with a father who probably humored her every whim. If she had ever felt the need to make something of her life before, she would have done so by now. So, because she's her dad's pampered baby, I have to endure her stalking? Sokka asked. Azula shook her head. I didn't say that, she whispered, but it'll take more than telling on her to scare her away from you properly. And if you threaten her, outright, she'll run with the tail to anyone who'd listen, Sokka reasoned, and if she does that, your reputation could suffer for it. You've spent years working to be acknowledged by your people, all that work could go to hell if she starts spreading twisted rumors about you. Well, I doubt it'd all go to waste, but it's true that it would be a cause for concern, Azula acknowledged, sighing. Ugh, at any rate, get rid of those sheets, Ruishi. I need to think. Ruishi nodded, and Song helped him in that endeavor as Azula paced in the room. Sokka watched the other pair leave with the sheets, guessing they'd stay downstairs, waiting until Azula decided to convey her new plans, if she deemed their help necessary. As it was, though, the princess seemed to be in a bad enough mood that the only person capable of withstanding her was the one sitting by the bedroom door, staring at his own bed apprehensively, as though there was a bomb waiting to explode on it. I'm sorry I showed up like that, he sighed, dropping his head against the wall. I guess you were relaxing, huh? Yeah, well, it wasn't paying off, truth be told, Azula admitted. Things are complicated at the palace too. Why? Sokka asked, looking at her with uncertainty. Is it your dad? No, it's Zhao, she said. Sokka raised an eyebrow in confusion. Well, not quite Zhao, it's Han. Han. Sokka repeated, his confusion changing into distaste. What's going on with him now? Zhao is convinced he did something or another to his maid, and he's quite worked up about it, said Azula. I never thought he'd be the type to fly into a rage to defend the honor of his servants, but I've misjudged him before, haven't I? At any rate, he decided he's done hosting him and he gives Han's big secret no more credit. He wants nothing more to do with him, but my father still wants to know what he's hiding, so. So he wants you to figure it out, said Sokka, grimacing. Azula nodded. Couldn't he at least wait a couple of days for you to settle down at the palace? You haven't lived there in over a month and he just dumps more responsibilities on you as soon as you return. In all fairness, he had already asked me to deal with Han long before we had our falling out, Azula sighed, but I'm not sure how to do that. Han may be an asshole, but he's not that stupid. He's not going to give away his secret for anything less than a ticket into high society, and the higher, the better. I don't know if threats would work with him, but I'd imagine Zhao would have already resorted to that, if there was any chance of success that way. He's a warrior, isn't he? Sokka asked. As much of a prick as he may be, he's been trained in the north. He probably knows better than to surrender information, whether under torture or simple interrogations. Were you trained to put up with something like that? Azula asked, surprised. Sokka shook his head. Nah, but we're talking about the north, you know. Said Sokka, shrugging, they're supposed to be better at warfare than us Southerners, right? According to Han's entitled attitude, they're better at anything than you Southerners, but rest assured, I don't believe him. Angela huffed. Either way, I don't know how to get the truth out of him, just as I don't know how to deal with Hina. They're both becoming seriously sore thumbs as it is. Yes, Sokka sighed, shaking his head, and simultaneously, too. Their timing is something else. They're just the same kind of people, too. Angela grumbled. I suppose Hina does want you, even if in an unhinged sort of way. Han only wants to live in luxury to the day he dies, and he's willing to do whatever is necessary to achieve that. Yeah, though, now you've brought that up, Sokka said, frowning. Hina and Han have met before, remember? They have. Angela said, looking at Sokka in confusion. He scratched the back of his head. I know, remembering the last ball mustn't be fun, what with the crazy mess that happened when Zhao misunderstood your relationship with Ruishi. Said Sokka, but Hina got all up in my business and Song helped me keep her at bay. I think I remember you told me about that, Angela said, looking at Sokka with curiosity. You said back then, wait, you said maybe she's just some sort of fetishist, didn't you? That she was looking at Han the same way she looks at you. Yeah, said Sokka, nodding promptly. Angela's eyes widened. So, sure, you can say Hina wants me, but, what if she actually doesn't? I mean, who knows why she'd have that sort of interest in men from the Water Tribe, but... Well, considering Ty Lee used to ramble about how good Water Tribe men were supposed to be in bed, I guess it's likely someone got similar ideas in her mind too. Angela mused, tapping her chin with her finger. Who on earth made up that sort of crazy rumor? Sokka asked, with a crooked grin. I mean, sure, it's flattering as heck, but... I doubt we're all good in bed. Well, I for one can certify that you're much better than just good. And that's all that matters to me, as far as Water Tribe men's skills in bed are concerned, Angela said, with a smile too. Either way, leaving that aside, do you really think she's interested in Han? If so, why is she still chasing you? I don't know, said Sokka, grimacing some twisted sense of loyalty. Maybe? I don't know if she got to know Han much during the ball, so my guess is that, if she didn't, she figured she'd settle for me anyhow. Settle for you? That's rich, Angela said, with a skeptical smirk, as though you weren't far above her league, to begin with. Might be she thinks otherwise, Sokka smiled. Maybe to her, I'm just a charity project of some sort. I mean, if she fashions herself as a savior of some sort. Maybe I need to assess her fully, figure out if that's really what she's trying to do, Angela said, and a smirk slowly appeared across her face, because if this is how it is. Oh. Said Sokka, I kind of suspected you had something in mind earlier, but, do you have a plan yet? Angela. I think I might. Oh, it might be a little complicated to execute it properly, it's true. She said, with a soft laugh, but if we're successful, a single fight could win us 2 wars. That sounds ambitious, Sokka said, smiling, and pushing himself up. He approached Angela and placed his hands on her hips, delighted by the proud smirk on her face. He knew she'd come up with a solution, and whatever it was, he'd help her with it. When do we start? She looked at him with a mix of warmth and determination now, before taking his face into her hands and pressing her lips to his. He responded gladly, surrounding her with his arms and holding her close. This was their safe haven, the one place where they could be together without fear, without risks, at least, without as many risks as anywhere else. The threats they'd dealt with so far were meaningless in the face of what they needed to protect. Angela stood at the palace's front door on the next day, watching with nonchalant interest as Zhao nearly shoved Han off the carriage that had just stopped at the building's steps. The man stumbled and scowled at Zhao, as the admiral only climbed off the carriage to dump Han's bags next to the man. You don't have to be so spiteful, Han said, rolling his eyes. I already told you, I didn't do anything to your maid. And I already told you, you failed to prove you were trustworthy for as long as you've lived at my home. Zhao spat at him. Therefore, I have no kindness to spare you. I'm all out as it is. Admiral, really, this is just a pointless misunderstanding. Han groaned, but Zhao's attention had been claimed by the woman who was walking towards them. I suppose you really meant it when you said you were through with Han, then, said Angela. Han nearly jumped, startled by running into the princess so soon. I half expected those words to merely have been spoken in a momentary fit of rage, but I suppose not. Indeed, you suppose right, Zhao said, his brow furrowed. You didn't have to waste your valuable time checking on him, though, princess. No need to worry, I figured I'd handle our newest guest's arrival myself, Azula said, raising her eyebrows at Han. He smiled gladly at her welcoming words, and suddenly Zhao's mistreatment seemed a distant problem, something he could forget about easily now that a brilliant new opportunity for advancement was presenting itself. You needn't concern yourself with Han anymore, then, Admiral. Has your maid turned up yet, or? No, Zhao growled. I'm on my way to look for her again. Maybe now that I've disposed of this fool she'll finally feel inclined to return home. Maybe, said Azula, with a small smile. Han's irritation returned as he scowled at Zhao, but Azula ignored him. Good luck, then, Admiral. Farewell for now. Likewise, Princess. You'll need plenty of luck indeed to avoid having him scare off the help here, too, Zhao grunted. Han gasped in indignation as Zhao climbed on his carriage, but the water tribesman couldn't get one last word in before the Admiral took off. Azula watched Zhao's carriage make for the front gates, trying to ignore Han's obvious irritation. He turned around soon enough, looking at her hopelessly. I have no idea why he got it into his head that I did anything to that girl, but believe me, Princess, I had no interest in doing so. Said Han, shaking his head. Truly, all the Admiral did ever since they brought me to him was mock me, ridicule me, and then insult me with unfounded accusations. If anything, I'm glad to finally be away from him. I can understand that. It's true that he has been, well, unkind. Azula said, with a sigh. Han scoffed. That's putting it mildly. He's done nothing but look down on me, treat me like a criminal. What does he think, that I can't sway a woman successfully? I've done it countless times. If I'd been interested in Rei that way, she wouldn't have been running away. Then what exactly did you do to get her to run? Azula asked, smirking. Was it you broke her heart instead, and she ran off crying into the sunset? That, no, said Han. Azula chuckled slightly. I did nothing. She just left. That's all. That doesn't sound very convincing, Han, Azula said, raising an eyebrow. You'll need to practice some more if you want your claims to sound believable. Say what you wish, but it's still true that I did nothing, Han grumbled. Either way, though, thank you for being here to welcome me. I didn't expect anyone, truthfully, going by the things the Admiral was saying. Yeah, well, let's just say my curiosity led me here, nothing more, she said, closing her eyes. It just seems, well, awfully extreme of the Admiral to be this upset about a maid. I know, right? Han snorted. I mean, she's really just a maid. You'd think she'd mean the world to him, going by how mad he is, but all along he always kept her at a distance, and she was perfectly happy that way, too. I don't understand, really. Well, some bonds can be more complex than they appear, but it does seem strange for him to be so secretive about what kind of bond it is, Azula concluded. Either way, it does seem fishy to me that she would be his scapegoat in this way. I can understand you two have never gotten along, but it feels like he was just looking for any excuse to be rid of you. I know, right? And that, it's just utterly ridiculous, isn't it? Han asked, shaking his head. With the information I have, I could easily help the Fire Nation win this war, and he has the nerve to act like what I can offer is meaningless to him by now. Truthfully, I had expected Fire Nation commanding officers to be wiser than this. What proof do you have that your information is that valuable, though? Azula asked, looking at Han questioningly. As far as I can tell, the Admiral must have been waiting for you to either prove it was that important, or to just outright convey your secrets, and as you did neither. Well, I can't say I have evidence, not really, said Han, sighing, but it's true all the same. I'm selflessly offering them the secret to undoing the Northern Water Tribe, and they just act like it's worthless. You're not offering it so freely, though. You have your conditions, don't you? Azula asked. Han froze, looking at her with uncertainty. Azula held his gaze knowingly before sighing and waving a hand in Han's direction. I believe this is best spoken in private, yes, she said. To her surprise, those words alone were enough for Han to smile triumphantly. Though it wasn't as genuine a smile as the ones she was charmed by when Sokka grinned at her, this smile had a hint of malice to it, as though all of Han's objectives could be achieved if he only played his cards right in this conversation. Had she not been in front of him, she would have laughed at such a naivete. "As you wish, princess," said Han, proudly. Azula led him inside the palace, holding her composure despite knowing the trickiest part of her scheme was about to begin. If she had timed everything right, if she dragged out her conversation with Han just enough, all would fall into place as long as she guided things towards her desired outcome, or so she hoped. She led Han to a sitting room, unbeknownst to him, a room she had selected several hours prior. A room she had instructed Rui Shi to bring her next guests to, once they arrived at the palace. She hoped she wouldn't have to wait too long before the former captain fulfilled that particular mission. "We can talk here," Azula said, gesturing at the available cushioned seats. Han looked at the accommodations with a pleased smirk. "There's some tea, too. If it's too cold I can warm it up." "No worries, princess. I thank you for your generosity," he said, bowing his head gracefully before sitting at the table and helping himself to some tea. Azula did the same, noticing Han now had as good as forgotten about how Zhao had exiled him from his estate. The man's eyes were aglow with greed as he took in the elegant room, the gold and red furniture surely every bit as luxurious as he had thought it'd be. "Very well, then, to the point," Azula said, promptly, surprising Han. "I've been warned, both by the Admiral and my father, that you likely intended to offer your very valuable information in exchange for a privileged position within our society. A position someone like yourself would be quite unlikely to obtain without the leverage you've claimed to have." "That, indeed," said Han, biting his lip. Azula nodded. "Truthfully, you haven't been subtle about your ultimate goal," she said. "My gladiator even mentioned you asked him for advice on how to woo me." "Heh, so he did rat me out." "Just as he said he would," Han said, with a cynical smile. "Well, seeing as you are taking it so well, I won't despise him too much for spilling my secrets." "Secrets? Really?" Azula smiled. Han chuckled. "I suppose it's unlikely that a man could hide his interest in you," he said. "Not only are you the most beautiful woman I've seen, but the chance of being your chosen husband, it's a privilege you'll only extend to a man you consider truly worthy of you. Isn't that right?" "Quite so," said Azula, with an earnest smile. That was the first time Han had seemed to say something she could agree with. Naturally, he was right about what kind of man she'd choose for a husband. What he didn't know, of course, was that she had already made that choice. "Then I'll gladly prove my worth in whatever way I must," said Han, bowing his head towards Azula. "I've succeeded at this sort of task before, even if with another princess quite different from yourself." "Yes," said Azula, nodding. "You have quite some experience with wooing royalty, from what I understand. Was it hard to win the hand of the Water Tribe princess too? Or not as hard as you might picture?" "There wasn't much worthy competition anyways," said Han, smirking. "I frankly don't know much about her," Azula said, casually. "Your wife must have been upset when you left her." "Oh, perhaps, but I did what I had to do," Han said, shaking his head. "You knew I was losing my patience. Her father, our chief, should have listened to me. But he never did, and he will pay the price for it eventually. I kept telling him we had to act, to make use of our advantages, but no, that's not appropriate, apparently. And, sorry. I shouldn't be ranting about this, should I?" "That's quite all right," said Azula, smiling. "I'm curious enough as it is. What kind of life did you lead in the north that pushed you to abandon your people, even when you held such a privileged position as the husband of the princess?" "It was their stubbornness, most of all, that pushed me so far," Han huffed. "You could say I opened my eyes to the truth of the war. We were never going to win. Not as we were, at any rate. We had the best defenses, and yet they could occasionally break through them. Our offense failed when it came to large-scale attacks. We were so difficult to organize, and it was frustrating and maddening to be in such a stalemate with the Fire Nation. But every idea I offered them to fix the problem went rejected. Eventually, well, I decided I wasn't going to stay with them just out of some foolish sense of loyalty to our community. Not if this so-called loyalty was going to get me killed." "Didn't you have a family, though?" Azula asked. "Why not bring your wife and your children with you, if you thought this way?" Because my wife wouldn't come, and she refused to let the children come along with me too. Han huffed. She said I ought to be grateful that she wasn't going to tell on me immediately upon hearing I'd leave, though I was pursued by a group of warriors anyways. I would have taken the kids with me, but, well, I was going to be heading into dangerous territories, myself. It wasn't wise to risk their well-being that way, was it? So, you were backed against a wall? Such a difficult situation, said Angela, sighing sympathetically. How many children were there? 3, or well, there were going to be 3, Han said. I never met the third one. Your wife was pregnant when you left? Angela asked. Han swallowed hard and nodded. I never wanted to leave her like that, but I thought, if I joined the Fire Nation, perhaps I could arrange things so they could be spared. Perhaps, said Han, closing his eyes. Angela sighed, wishing she weren't quite so talented at reading people. Wishing Han's words had more foundation than the piles of lies they stood on. For it was clear he had crafted this fairy tale of being the only man with clarity within the tribe entirely for his own benefit. Had that been the charming tale he had fed Rei, Zhao's maid, before trying to make his move on her? It wouldn't surprise Angela if that had been the case. And now you hope to find a new wife, Angela said, one who's less likely to kick you out of your home if you're being more reasonable than she could be, right? Well, yes. Preferably, said Han, with a weak smile. Angela chuckled. It's not very wise to expect better from one family of royals than another family of royals, she said. Royalty, even nobility, places very little value in the bonds between people, be them friendship or love. And that's true in your tribe as well as here, from what I can understand. If you expect another highborn wife to hold you as her top priority, you're not likely to get your wish. Well, I can understand what you mean, but still, he said, with skepticism, isn't it a woman's duty to stand by her husband's side? Not really, Angela said. Han frowned. What is that supposed to? You take such pride in coming from a land far more civilized than my gladiators, and yet you still believe a woman's role in society is entirely defined by her husband. Angela smirked. That sounds utterly uncivilized to me. That's not. No, I mean, a wife should have a duty to her husband, just as a husband should have a duty to his wife. When it came to me and you, she refused to uphold her duty, so you abandoned her, and she you. I can understand, I suppose. It's only a little disturbing to hear it happened with 3 kids under your belts, Angela said, grimacing. I would have expected you to at least pick your favorites to bring with you before she noticed they were gone. Han snorted and laughed, shaking his head. Angela smiled a little too, despite she wasn't as amused as he was. That would have been madness. They would have chased me down, absolutely, and didn't you say earlier that warriors had indeed hunted you down? Well, yes, but if their little heirs to the throne had vanished too, the entire tribe would have risen up to find me. Han covered up quickly. Angela smiled sarcastically. Right. Either way, princess, you did say you wanted us to get to the point, so I will. What must I do so you can accept me as your suitor? Angela breathed deeply and stared at Han matter-of-factly. His eager eyes met hers, but she found none of the passionate depth she usually could see in Sokka's, not that there ever was any point in comparing the two men, of course. Han was certain to fall short against Sokka in just about every department, as far as Angela could tell. You have to follow the procedure, as has been established, Angela said, simply. It's been years now, Han. If you're interested in marrying me, you should know what the condition is. Oh, I've been told what it is. I had an argument with your gladiator back during the ball, he told me about this, but, really? That's it. Han said, with a skeptical smile. Angela raised her eyebrows. What, you think you'll have it easy to fulfill it? She asked. Han chuckled. If that's how it is, be my guest. Find a gladiator to fight for you, and if they successfully defeat mine, you'll be the first man who will have the privilege of asking my father for my hand in marriage. Find a gladiator to fight for me. Han repeated, still smirking. I just need to find someone who can beat your southerner, then. Indeed, Angela said, shrugging. Though I guess you'll have a hard time finding someone of those characteristics. You may not be aware of it, but my gladiator is in fact quite a talented and powerful warrior by now. Please, Han sneered, looking at Agila in disbelief. He's a southern commoner, trained by amateurs. However spirited he may be, he wasn't trained in real fighting techniques as I was. Really, now? Agila asked, with amusement. Han genuinely believed Sokka had spent all these years being pampered to no end in the Fire Nation, didn't he? I highly doubt any gladiator I hire will fail to defeat him, said Han. Agila laughed. So many sponsors have claimed the same. She said, folding her arms over her chest. Do you believe you're the first man who has ever tried to court me? Well, no, I guess the gladiator rule exists because there have been precedents, but Sokka recently defeated the second best gladiator of the league, just when his sponsor got it in his head that he wanted to marry me. However little you may think of the Gladiator League, I advise you not to underestimate my gladiator. You only get one shot, Han. If you truly wish to be my husband, you shouldn't waste it by assuming Sokka is a weakling. That's the main reason he's been able to defeat his enemies, you know? They always underestimate him, and that provides him with the perfect opportunity to take them down. You say all this with such conviction, said Han, smirking. How do I know you're not pulling my hair, just like Admiral Zhao? Ask in the Grand Royal Dome if you don't believe me, Agila said, shrugging. Ask them to tell you what the results were in the fights between the Blue Wolf and the spawn of the volcano, first of all. Then against Blast of Death, despite it was an unofficial match, and against Scorching Blades. For good measure, ask about the outcome from the latest Gladiator Brawl, too. They ought tell you exactly what my gladiator did to the second best fighter. If that's not enough to clarify that I'm not lying, I suppose you'll realize for yourself once your chosen fighter is defeated thoroughly by mine. But, well, perhaps it'd be likely, if your gladiator is as good as you claim, Han said, though skepticism dripped from his every word. Though, if that's how it is, perhaps I should take matters into my own hands. I think I even told your gladiator as much, back during the ball. If you want something done right, do it yourself. Isn't that the best philosophy to live by? Agila raised an eyebrow inquisitively, and Han smirked. Your gladiator implied he wouldn't mind fighting me, but he shouldn't underestimate me either. I am the best warrior of my tribe, Princess, he said. If you were inclined to believe I was accepted as Princess Yu's husband only for my good looks, well, you'd be mistaken. Even after what Admiral Zhao said? Agila asked. About that failed assassination attempt from years ago. I've learned a lot since then, Han said, awfully quickly. Agila smiled derisively. I'd be capable of defeating your gladiator, no doubt. So, if I may be so bold, I ask for you to alter your rules, since you expected me to find someone else to fight my battles for me. Well, I did, but there is something appealing in a man who would rather get his own hands dirty. I admit it, Agila said. Han's eyes widened, but soon enough they narrowed with malice. Then, you'll allow it? I could, but only if you find someone to sponsor you, Agila said, nonchalantly. It may seem unnecessary to you, but that's the way of the gladiator business. You can bend the rules somewhat, but you cannot break them entirely. Oh, well, fine, said Han, with a shrug and a casual smile. I'll find someone to do that. Can't be so hard, can it? I suppose not, Agila said, shrugging. Either way, if this is how it will be, perhaps you ought to look for a sponsor right away. I have guests coming over soon, and you should start training so you can be in shape for the fight. Oh, there's no need for that, said Han, smiling. A sponsor merely needs to be a sort of legal stand-in for a gladiator, right? I might as well just ask one of your servants if that's all it takes. You might ask them if you wish, but they won't comply, Agila said, smirking. Han grimaced. You really think they'd bet against their princess? Well, fine, then, I'll find someone who'd do so, Han mumbled. I guess it'd be easier to find a gladiator. All you'd need is someone willing to fight, Agila smiled. Finding a sponsor willing to defy me, well, I know of a few, but they're not exactly available for you to seek out right now. Then, what do you propose? Han asked, looking at Agila with fearful uncertainty. The princess shrugged. Why should I propose anything? You're the one who needs a sponsor, Agila said, smirking. If you're so eager to marry me. If you're so eager to find out the key to defeating the Northern Water Tribe, you ought to cooperate with me a little more, Han mumbled. Angela laughed. Oh, please, are you truly going to fall at the first obstacle? Find a suitable sponsor and you'll earn even more respect from me than you already did by claiming you'd fight on your own. Han bit his lip, trying not to let the praises go up to his head, but it was slightly harder than he would have thought. The princess was terribly persuasive, and it seemed she wasn't quite as opposed to marrying him as he had thought she'd be. Well, perhaps it was the effect his good looks had on women. As cold and ruthless as she liked to present herself, perhaps the princess craved the companionship of a man just like him. Very well, I'll. Footsteps outside silenced Han, and Angela glanced at the door with feigned curiosity. Despite everything was falling into place, bit by bit, some part of her wild heart was anxious, unsettled. The next step of her plan would be the most difficult of them all. Princess. Ruishi called through the door, your guests have arrived. Wait shortly, please, Angela said, before glancing at Han again. I'm sorry, I thought we'd be finished by the time they got here. Oh, if you hoped to talk some more with me, I can wait, Han said, smiling. Is this a very private meeting? I can leave, if that's so. Why, not really, Angela said, shrugging. I do have to deal with some, personal matters for someone, but perhaps your presence will help, actually. You could exert some pressure, without your awareness, just by being here. Pressure? Han repeated, amused. Angela smiled again. Well, if it's no bother, of course, Angela said. Han chuckled. As you wish, princess, he said. Perhaps he was being forward, but something told him the princess actually wanted him to beat the blue wolf. Why else would she want him present during some meeting that didn't concern him, after all, as though she wanted to spend more time with him? Why would she have issued such challenges to him, as though inviting him to do his best to defeat her gladiator? Oh, he really didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it seemed the princess wanted something her own nation couldn't offer. Han smirked to himself as Angela made her way to the door, sliding it open brusquely. He missed on seeing who the new arrivals were right away, busy as he was dreaming of his bright future as the princess's husband. Ah, thank you for bringing them here, Angela said, nodding towards Ruishi, who bowed his head curtly towards her. With that, Angela turned towards the two arrivals, her dangerous smile already decorating her face. The older man merely smiled at her. The young woman behind him glared at Angela apprehensively. Welcome, both of you. I'm glad you could come on such short notice, Gao. I do hope you won't mind that we'll have someone else sitting in during our meeting. He's only just arrived too, so. Oh, well, if you deem it fine for him to stay, why would I refuse to have him here? Gao laughed. I don't rightly know why you summoned us in the first place, but I am ever pleased to visit the palace, and I sure hoped to make your acquaintance properly in time, Crown Princess Angela. It is my honor to host you, of course, Angela said, stepping back to allow both the man and his daughter to enter the room. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I can heat your tea for you. Oh. That's surely inappropriate, your firebending is renowned for how extraordinary it is. Gao said, looking at Angela in chagrin as the princess moved to the small table again. He entered the room too, gazing at the luxurious furniture and decorations with admiration even as he spoke at the princess. At any rate, surely someone else could do it for you. I can certainly handle heating up a teacup, Angela smirked, pouring 2 more cups. Now you can take your leave, Ruishi. Thank you for your services. Feel free to call for me again once your meeting is finished, Ruishi said, bowing his head towards her. I will lead your guests back to the front gates. Thanks again. I'll be sure to do that, Angela said, nodding as Ruishi closed the door smoothly. Angela raised her eyes cautiously to assess Hina, ready to analyze the girl. The success of her mission would hinge almost entirely on the result of this meeting. The first step had been achieved, but the problem posed by Hina had yet to be resolved. And yet it seemed it would be, going by how the girl gawked at Han. Her eyes were wide now, and the hatred she held for Angela seemed to have been set aside for the time being as she gazed at the northerner. Han drained his own teacup quickly before noticing he was being watched. He raised an eyebrow before glancing at the girl, and he blinked a few times before recognizing her. Hey, now. I remember you. Hina, wasn't it? He said, his voice playful. Angela raised her eyebrows, wondering if he was flirting intentionally or if he instinctively spoke that way to all women who caught his eye. Why yeah, we talked at the ball. Some time ago, Hina answered, with a nervous smile. I actually didn't think I'd ever see you again. Well, fate certainly tends to be quite surprising, Han said, smirking. It's good to see you again, Hina. As much as you may appreciate fate for reuniting you, can I ask you to sit on the back for the time being, Han? Angela said, bluntly reclaiming the man's attention. Hina shot her a dirty glare for it. Unsurprisingly, I have a certain matter to discuss with Hina and her father, and truthfully, I know I said you could stay, but I'm thinking now that maybe it would be for the best if you go take a walk, perhaps, or something else, while He should be allowed to decide if he wishes to stay or not, right? Hina said, gazing at Han with a smile. He is a free man, from my understanding. I am indeed, said Han, smirking and standing up to his full height. Well, if you would let me stay here. I'll just sit on the back, yes. Angela raised her eyebrows but sighed and shook her head. Han smiled at Hina with complicity before making his way to the back of the room, staring at the books and ornamental vases on display there. Angela stretched an arm out towards the available cushions, looking at both Gao and Hina as she did. Please, do take your seats. I'll do my best to be quick about this, Angela said, biting her lip. Hina regarded her defiantly, while her father merely smiled innocently. The princess offered them their steaming cups of tea, waiting until they had taken the first sip before speaking. As you have been a valuable ally for my father over the years, and one of his favored subjects, I decided I would hold this conversation privately, or, well, as privately as possible, Angela said, her eyes drifting towards Han briefly. But the situation has certainly escalated enough as it is, and I need to put a stop to it, however I can. Breaking and entering in someone's house is a very serious crime, regardless if only slaves live there, so. Breaking and entering. Gao repeated, eyes wide. Well, yes, it sounds like a serious crime indeed. But we've had no such incidents, is it? There's a new crime spree in the city. No, no such thing, said Angela, sighing and placing a creased paper on the table before them. She avoided looking at Hina for now, watching her father's reaction instead. This paper was found in my gladiator's room only 3 days ago. We had been abroad. Upon our return he found the front door was ajar. Someone broke into his home. Gao gasped. That's terrible. Did they steal anything? Not quite, Angela said, shaking her head. It seems they were trying to leave messages instead. Not exactly cryptic messages, too. This was only one of the gifts they left behind. The other. Hina gasped when Angela moved her hand to her pocket. Only now did Angela look at the girl, raising an eyebrow defiantly. The anxiety in her eyes was plain and clear. The other has been destroyed, Angela said finally, and Hina seemed both aghast and relieved at once. By my gladiator's request. What? By his request. Hina said, looking at Angela in disbelief. That's absurd. He's a man, he would have. Hina. The girl covered her mouth with a hand quickly, looking at her father in chagrin. Gao's jaw had dropped as he looked at his daughter, who finally seemed ashamed about something. Angela decided to take that as a small victory, for the time being. And here I thought it'd be harder to make you confess. Angela said. Hina huffed and glared at the princess. I'm confessing to nothing. You have no evidence. Hina declared. Angela raised an eyebrow. So, you didn't write this? She asked, pointing at the paper. If I found a sample of your handwriting it wouldn't match this note, would it? It's outrageous that you'd accuse me immediately, Hina huffed. He has lots of fans, heaps of them. Why would you assume it was me? Because, out of his heaps of fans, you're the only one whom he encountered at the ball, Angela said. He told me as much, and he was certain you were the only one who would have written anything like this. He didn't talk to other women that night either, in case you were going to use that as a potential alibi too, seeing as he retired from the ball barely half an hour after your conversation. Hina scowled, shaking her head in disbelief. Her father groaned, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. Hina, why would you do this? He bemoaned, but his daughter seemed determined to ignore him. You may say I have no alibi, but your claims about him don't mean much to me, Hina declared, proudly. If all this is true, I'd hear it from him. If he wants nothing to do with me, he doesn't have to use you as a messenger. He ought to tell me what he feels or doesn't feel, right to my face. Ah, and if he does that, you'll leave him alone at last? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows with interest. Hina huffed. He won't do it, she said. Angela rolled her eyes. Just how well do you think you know him, Hina, really? She asked. You've admired him at a distance, idealized him because, I don't know, because he's good looking, I assume? Why do you like him, truly? It boggles the mind. It's not mind-boggling at all. Hina exclaimed, blushing. He's exotic, and handsome, and a true man. A true man. Angela smiled, amused by nobility's standards. You mean? I guess you weren't paying much attention during the ball, because if you had, his table manners would have dissuaded you from thinking so highly of him right away. Manners can be learned. Hina declared stubbornly. I've watched so many of his fights, and he's a gladiator like no other, humble and kind, and he helps even his enemies, like he did with the Wraith. He dragged her out of the smoke bombs area, so she wouldn't suffocate. He's a true man, a good man. And it never has occurred to you that maybe this is all a stage performance? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. That maybe this very gentlemanly behavior of his is merely his gladiator persona? That, outside the ring, he might just be very different from that. Different how? Hina huffed. Angela shrugged. Different, as in, basking in the life I've provided for him, she said. Doesn't sound humble, does it? As for how nice he is to his enemies? He nearly killed one of them only a few weeks back. You could confirm it with the League's authorities, if you won't give my words any credit. And you're so sure he wouldn't have done away with your your other gift to him, when he was utterly repulsed by it and desperate to be rid of it? Don't you think you've created yourself one very fancy fantasy about him, with no bearing on reality? You said it yourself, Hina said, her eyes narrow. Now I give your words no credit. You've been, for all these years, you've treated him poorly, you've made him fear you. He's a slave, he's too scared to turn his back on you because you must have threatened him into behaving exactly as you want him to, so. Well, if something proves you know nothing about him, that certainly does it. Angela laughed, shaking her head as she finally found a chance to stop using half-truths about Sokka to scare Hina away from him, as if threatening that man into doing anything would possibly work. Say what you will, I know I'm right. Hina declared. You're an oppressor, but I will set him free from you. He deserves better. Set him free? How, exactly? Angela asked, smirking. Are you going to break into his house again at night, try to drag him out so you can run away together into the horizon? I question you could so much as wake him up before he beheads you out of sheer instinct. Having his house broken into has done a number on him. I've never seen him so paranoid. Lies. Hina said, her face red now with anger. Angela didn't seem fazed by her raised voice. He'd never do that. Well, be my guest and try it, just don't expect me to mourn you much if my prediction comes true, Angela said, shrugging. Hina huffed. It won't, because that's not what I'm going to do anyways. She said. I'm going to marry him. You what? Gao exclaimed. He had remained silent as their back and forth unfolded, but suddenly it seemed the conversation concerned him again. Now, Hina, I never agreed to this. Oh, please, father, I'm your youngest daughter. Hina rolled her eyes. I'm not going to inherit anything important. The least you can do is let me marry whoever I want. And he's who I want. This time Angela's response wasn't controlled, wasn't carefully planned into perfection. Her eyes widened. And she looked at Hina with surprised indignation. Her stomach burned at the sound of those words. No, Hina absolutely wasn't going to marry Sokka. And yet that the woman would speak those words with such certainty was just obnoxious enough to make the princess see red, if just for a short while. Marry him. She repeated, the vitriol in her voice surprising everyone in the room. She tried to mask it with a bark of laughter, but she wasn't sure that had done the trick well. You certainly are forward. And yet I have no idea how you'd possibly achieve that. He is, like you said, a slave. You're not going to find any sages in the capital who would allow you to wed, and for starters, I can't imagine Sokka would ever agree to this. Of course not, you think you've brainwashed him enough, but you'll see you're wrong, Hina declared. He just doesn't know how to stand up to you because you're a terrifying bender. But as soon as he knows he has something else to live for. He has plenty to live for, mind you. He's simply smart enough to know his goals are best achieved by working with someone powerful, Angela said, with a skeptical smile. Oh, say what you will, it makes no matter. I know you won't authorize me to marry him, so I'll make things easier, I'll buy him, she said, curtly. And now Angela laughed again, looking at Hina as though the woman had lost her mind. You'll buy him? You just said you're the youngest daughter. What sort of money could you possibly have? Worse yet, whatever you do have most definitely won't be enough to afford him. Angela said, shaking her head as she continued to laugh in disbelief. Hina gritted her teeth, indignant to see the princess shutting down her ideas. I'm merely going to pay enough for you to get another slave, seeing as that's all you care for. Hina declared, once you have another gladiator you can relinquish him, and... You really think he's replaceable? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Might as well ask you to find another water tribesman to fetishize, if that's how it is. If you expect Sokka to be that easily exchanged for someone else, go ahead, and do it yourself. How dare you? Fetishize? Hina repeated. Not even if you made your father sell his entire estate would you ever have enough money to buy him. That's final, Angela said, curtly. Hina's outrage was on the rise, but she seemed speechless now. Yet it wasn't Gao who spoke next, even though he seemed tempted to do so, if just to apologize for his daughter's ceaseless insolence. Hina heard footsteps behind her, but she didn't register them until Han spoke. Wait, princess, just a moment, he said, amusement in his voice. A man like that, worth so much? You must jest. Surely with whatever sum they could provide you with, you'd find a gladiator worthier of a princess like yourself. I don't believe I asked for your opinion on this subject, did I, Han? Angela said, with a sarcastic grin. I told you to wait, and wait you shall. I would, but... Princess, really, said Han, sighing, can't you reach a compromise, perhaps? Let her marry him, but keep him as your gladiator anyways. Oh, certainly, because he'll do a grand job as a fighter when he's being distracted by wives and who knows what, Angela said, rolling her eyes. Ridiculous. There's an obvious reason why he's never had any relationships of the sort, and it's because it would be utterly inconvenient for him. He'd never be as good a gladiator as he is if he had other matters to deal with, such as a home to provide for. Not happening. Then, said Han, sighing and biting his lip, I guess I have another idea. One I'm suspecting the Lady Hina would be pleased by. Hina had to be genuinely starved for male attention, Angela thought. She had been raging mad only instants ago, but after being addressed as Lady Hina, her expression shifted into utter bliss as she gazed at Han with apparently innocent, wide eyes. The princess shook her head and sighed. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? What is it? She said. The Lady Hina can sponsor me, if she so wishes, Han said. Angela's eyebrow twitched and she looked at Han with confusion. Wait just a moment. She started. As we agreed, I would need to defeat your gladiator in order to marry you, said Han, smirking. So, say, if the Lady Hina wishes to marry your gladiator, she can sponsor me. If I win, then I shall marry you, and she shall marry him, and everyone will be all the merrier. Right. What the? That's madness. Angela exclaimed, looking at Han in disbelief. Han chuckled. But you said I needed a willing sponsor, and here's a willing one, I presume. Han said, smiling at Hina, who now gazed at him as though he was a birthday gift she had coveted all her life. Yes. Oh, that's brilliant. Hina exclaimed, jumping to her feet, you absolutely have the right idea, yes you do. Oh, for crying out loud, no. Angela said. Han hummed condescendingly, I can't accept this absurd idea either. It's... Now, princess, like I said, you told me to get a sponsor, I did. And as far as I'm aware, you're not exactly allowed to decline challenges that involve your hand in marriage, are you? Han asked, with a clever smirk. So, I'd say this is perfect. The perfect arrangement for all of us. Angela glared at Han, but he genuinely seemed proud of what he'd done. No threatening glares from the princess would faze him now. "You're really setting yourself up for a lifetime of misery if you win, you know," Angela said. Han's enthusiasm waned momentarily. "If I ended up marrying you, after this, you'll regret it." "Well, it wouldn't be the first marriage I regret," Han said, shrugging, "but I'm hoping you'll reconsider matters before it comes to that." "Curses, this is ridiculous." "Utterly ridiculous," Angela growled, pushing herself to her feet and shaking her head as she moved to the door, "but, fine. Fine. If this is how it's going to be, brilliant. Go ahead, play sponsor and gladiator for a few days. I'll arrange a private fight between you and my gladiator at the Grand Royal Dome by the end of the week." "You will, then? You'll agree to these terms?" Han smirked. Hina giggled happily. Angela huffed. "Oh, you're right, and you know that you are," Angela said. "I can't decline a challenge of this nature. Not on these terms, anyhow. So, sure. Fine. I'll do this. But as you're her gladiator now, she'll be responsible you from now on. I had been willing to host you before, but now? After this? Not a chance. A sponsor is supposed to look after her gladiator, so you're going home with her." "I'll take better care of him than you ever could," Hina declared, proudly. Han chuckled behind her. Angela glared at them pointedly. "You're both really sure this is going to turn out to your favor, aren't you?" she asked. The words gave both Hina and Han pause. "Just keep in mind, though. I'll allow you to get what you want if you win. But if you lose, you'll be sorry to have pushed me this far. You wouldn't be the first noble whose life I obliterate through a gladiator fight." Angela's glare bore into Hina's brown eyes, and despite her best efforts to stand her ground, the princess's rage did intimidate Hina slightly. The girl shrunk somewhat, but Angela turned to Han next. "As for you, you'd better hope you win." "You really should hope so," she said, "because if you fail, forget buying yourself any privileges and luxuries with that secret of yours. You've just guaranteed turning me into your enemy just as much as Admiral Zhao is right now." Now, princess," said Han, smiling, but Angela opened the door forcibly and stepped outside, looking for any servants she could send for Ruishi. "Goodness, Hina, what have you done?" Gao groaned behind them, looking at his daughter hopelessly. Hina raised her head proudly, folding her arms over her chest. "I'm sorry, father, but this is what I wish to do," she said. "You've wanted me to make something of my life, right? Well, this is how I shall do so." "But a gladiator? That's not the kind of man you should marry, even if it's a royal gladiator," Gao cried out. Han chuckled. "Sadly, true," said Han, "but the heart wants what the heart wants, isn't that right?" Angela shot Han a glare upon hearing those words. What he wanted had absolutely nothing to do with his heart's desires, unless that was where his greed was located. As for Hina, it was clear her loins were the ones making all the decisions for her instead. Ruishi showed up before Angela was tempted to weigh in on Han's philosophical monologue about letting Hina do exactly as she wished. The former captain was cautious upon seeing the look of pure rage on his charge's face. "Shall I escort them to the exit?" "All of them," Angela said, with a dry grin. It was a very fruitful meeting, Han's leaving with them too. "I see," said Ruishi, nodding. "Well, then, follow me." Hina seemed quite satisfied, and she gave Angela a proud smirk before following Ruishi. Han bowed his head towards the princess, apparently unaffected by her clear hostility. "I guess I'll see you again by week's end, princess," he said. Angela scoffed. "If I have my way, it shall be the last time you do," she said. Her words were ominous, but Han smiled as he dismissed the threat entirely. He followed Hina and Gao, still pleased by the meeting's outcome. Perhaps he wouldn't stay in the palace right away, but it was only a matter of time. Angela watched them as Ruishi led her dismissed guests. They soon turned a corner and were gone from view. Even then, she waited. She waited for 5 minutes until they had disappeared, for it had to be enough for them to be out of the palace's premises, or close to be. And then she smiled. She smiled with abandon, even laughing as she shook her head and raced to the palace's south wing. She wasn't surprised to hear her dragon grumbling, let alone to hear a male voice answering his grumbles moments later. She smiled and waited by the door, willfully eavesdropping on their conversation. Grunting and growling like that's how you protect your territory, then? Sokka was asking. Xian Long answered that it was indeed the way to do so, and Azula snorted when Sokka seemed to understand his meaning, even without a mental bond gotcha. The next time a creeper tries to break into my house, I'll make sure to growl real loud. At least she'll think I'm crazy and run because of that, right? Xian Long rolled on the ground and laughed, leading Sokka to smile at the dragon's goofy behavior. He shook his head and reached out to scratch Xian Long's mane just as Azula stepped into view. Or, you could just drop by and play the watchdog, or watch dragon, at my house, huh? Sokka suggested next, without noticing Azula yet. Nothing's scarier than a big, mean dragon, right? Xing Long nodded and made to hiss menacingly, but upon realizing Azula had arrived his behavior changed radically into what looked like childish glee. Sokka didn't need to ask himself why the dragon was acting this way, his head whipped around immediately to find his smiling sponsor staring at them. I think we may yet come up with something even scarier than that, if we try hard enough, Azula said. Sokka's eyes gleamed with hope as he scrambled to his feet, without breaking their eye contact. What happened? How did it go? You're smiling, so? He said, swallowing hard. Azula smirked and nodded. Sokka sighed in relief and nearly collapsed on the ground all over again. He settled for kneeling, laughing in relief as Azula stepped towards him cupping his cheeks. They made it so much easier than I thought it'd be, she smirked faster, too. Han fell for it immediately. The fool seriously thinks he stands a chance against you in a fight. And Hina? Sokka asked, looking at Azula desperately, did you figure out what I need to do to piss her off enough to? Oh, I have plenty of ammunition as it is, Azula smirked, but things turned out better yet. I had hoped, perhaps, that Han might spontaneously ask Gao to sponsor him. Han doesn't know a lot of people who would be willing to do that, so I thought he'd leap at the chance as soon as he met a nobleman that wasn't Zhao. Did he, then? Sokka asked, swallowing hard. Azula shook her head. He surprised me, truly. He asked Hina instead, Azula said, breathing deeply, mainly because she had the gall to decide she'd marry you, so. Huh. Absolutely not. Sokka nearly squeaked, jumping to his feet and looking at Azula in horror. She laughed and shook her head. Calm down, silly, she said, clasping his hands with her own. We have everything we need. You're not going to lose against Han, now, are you? Like hell I would, Sokka growled now, eyes narrowing. I've wanted to give him a beating for a while, anyhow. Then, as long as you play your part, we'll be rid of Hina for good, said Azula, proudly. He's off with her, too, so. So, if we've measured her right, said Sokka. Azula nodded. And I'm quite sure that we did, she said, but indeed, if so, there's a pretty good chance Han will do half the job for us, without even knowing it. If this works, Azula, Sokka said, finally smiling as he looked at her in disbelief, curses, if this works, I'll be in even more awe of you, which I thought impossible by now. Ah, nothing's impossible if you try hard enough, Azula said, smugly. We won't be complacent, though. Say, how far are you willing to go to get rid of Hina's pestering? How far? Sokka repeated, raising his eyebrows. I'm not asking you to kill Han, obviously, Azula laughed, but the part you'll have to play will require you to behave a certain way. I just want to make sure you'll be comfortable with that. You'd already warned me this might get dark, Sokka said, sighing. Will it be comfortable? Doubtful. But if it's necessary, I'm up for it. You know I am. Azula breathed in and nodded. Sokka smiled a little, and she seemed to find courage in his grin, enough to imitate him with her own. Then, shall we head to the Grand Royal Dome? She asked. I think we have a new fight to schedule, Gladiator. Lead the way, Princess, Sokka smirked. She laughed as they walked to Xian Long's saddle together, the seeds of their plan finally ready to bear fruit. It had been far too long since Azula had indulged in a manipulative scheme on her terms. She enjoyed the thrill of watching every step of her plan falling into place, the feeling of power that rushed through her when she proved capable of not only predicting others, but of directing them into making the exact mistakes she needed them to make. Mistakes they never recognized as such until it was too late to fix what had gone wrong. But with Han and Hina, Angela had every intention to keep them from realizing there were any mistakes, altogether. Her main plan would work, one way or another, but their main goal would be scaring Hina away from Sokka for good, and after the success of today's meeting, she was starting to suspect that would be a lot easier than she had originally expected. She hadn't forgotten her father's mission either. Han would find himself spilling the truth as well before he knew it, even if he didn't realize it just yet. They had 6 days before the week ended, 6 days before they efficiently resolved 3 different problems through a single gladiator fight. Chapter 172, Han's Gambit 2. The vicious argument behind the closed door seemed to have one very clear winner. Han could only smile as he listened in on the fluctuation of the raised voices, scarcely understanding their words but judging the success of his new partner by how often Hina's voice overpowered her father's, and how, after around 10 minutes, Gao seemed completely silent. Their house was comfortable, a fine estate outside the capital, but not on par with Zhao's. There were a few luxuries, but nothing compared with what Han had seen in the palace. On some level he regretted falling into this particular arrangement, but at the same time he was confident in his impending success. It didn't matter that the princess's gladiator had defeated important gladiators, such as the second one in that league's ranking, because Han had no doubts his own war experiences amounted to much more than that. Gladiatorial combat was entertainment for the masses. He had lived through the ordeals of war since around 2 months after Sozin's comet arrived. He had been fighting ever since. He had built up strength and become a warrior worthy of all the respect of his tribe. No untested fool from the south could possibly measure up to that. Moments later, Hina walked out of the room, looking satisfied and proud of herself. Gao followed, his eyes wide, and he didn't even spare Han another glance before walking away, presumably to convey the mess Hina had made to his wife. The woman had been courteous to Han, but she didn't seem to approve of the situation any more than Gao did, and yet it seemed Hina would merely do as she pleased. Han suspected it wouldn't be the first time she did. Well, that's settled, then. My father will agree to let you stay until the fight is over, Hina said, sitting beside him at a small table. Han smirked. That's fortunate, he said, though I'm surprised you can make him do whatever you want so easily. Looks like you've been having your way for a very long time, haven't you? Well, it's the benefit of being the youngest child, Hina said, surprising Han by how smug she sounded. People think because I can't inherit my father's fortune or lands, I'm doomed to a miserable life. What they don't understand is that it's quite the opposite. My position gives me the freedom to pursue whatever interests I may choose. And you chose gladiator fights, for a time, said Han, smiling. Why exactly did you grow interested in that, if I may ask? It seems odd for you to be so fixated on that gladiator. Oh, well, that is. I suppose I rather enjoyed seeing handsome men showing how manly they were, she said, blushing now, though I wasn't too impressed by a lot of them, since most aren't all that good looking. So, he's better looking than the others you saw? Han asked, smirking. Well, yes, but that's not all, said Hina, huffing. Like I said, my family mostly just puts up with me. I'm free because they just want me out of the way, and I give them exactly that, on the most part. Sometimes I've felt like they don't care too much about me. Oh, said Han, a hand on his chin as he listened to Hina attentively. So, when I heard that Water Tribe men were not only handsome but quite caring with their communities and families, I thought that was the kind of husband I wanted, said Hina, nodding proudly. So, well, I did enjoy watching strong men, but most of all, what I wanted was that. A noble goal, said Han, nodding. But are you sure he's the one you should be after, if that's how it is? I mean, he did leave his family to come here, didn't he? Only because that bitch dragged him from them. I know the story, said Hina, scowling. I've done my research, you know? I'm not just talking out of nowhere here. She stole him away from his people, and after punishing him for a few years in some amateur league, now she tortures him directly and makes him fight as her gladiator. And she has the gall to pretend he actually wants this. He's always been manipulated by her, I've been able to tell every time we talk. So? Well, there's no solid evidence for that, said Han, biting his lip. Do you have any evidence that he's not just, well, an opportunist? He's a good man, like I said. Hina said, stubbornly he looks out for other gladiators in his fights, even if they're trying to kill him. A man who's so kind, deep down, he couldn't possibly be that rotten. And, well, his heart doesn't make him any less manly. When he's fighting, when he acts in a controlling way, he's just... She shivered visibly, and Han smirked in disbelief. Hina's cheeks were flushed, and he briefly wondered if he had ever caused that kind of effect on a woman before. He didn't think there was anything to envy the princess's gladiator for, but the effortless talent he seemed to have to seduce Hina was wasted on someone like him. So, anyways, he's just everything I ever wanted in a man, said Hina. Simply I don't care much that he has no money or that he's not really with his family right now, because I can give him both things just fine. The problem is, of course. The princess said Han, smirking, well, in all fairness she won't be a problem for too long. I should hope so, said Hina, smiling at him. We didn't speak too much at the ball that time, but... I think you mentioned you were a warrior, right? I still am. No one stops being a warrior just because they're not on the battlefield at all times, Han said, smiling proudly too. Hina looked at him with admiration and interest. I have seen quite a lot of warfare and battlefields in my lifetime. More than that gladiator has, for certain. My expertise should be more than enough to take him down. I hope so, though, at the same time I don't, she said, smiling sadly. You wouldn't hurt him too much, would you? Well, I can promise I'll avoid lasting damage, as a favor to you, Han said, smirking. Hina laughed softly. I can't believe the day has come when I may finally have what I've always wanted, said Hina, sighing in bliss. All thanks to you, of course. Hadn't you offered to fight for me, I would still be stuck with the princess's constant negatives, but... It's why I had to sweep into the rescue. I couldn't let a fine lady like yourself be bullied around that way, said Han, smirking. I'd wanted to marry the princess, myself, but she also presented obstacles, saying I had to find a gladiator to fight hers, but I suggested maybe I could fight him myself. She liked the idea at first, but, it feels a little pointless, doesn't it? Oh? Why's that? Said Hina, looking at Han warily. As much as she seemed interested to see me fight her gladiator, would she really ask me to fight him if she wanted to marry me? Said Han, huffing. It feels like she's just delaying the inevitable, and for all I know she'll keep doing it after I win. After her last threats, I'm not sure what she's capable of. Don't be scared of her, Hina recommended, frowning. She may act like she's all power, but my father has told me himself, she's nowhere near as powerful as she wants to pretend she is. The Fire Lord still rules this nation, and he will continue to do so because she's simply not good enough to take over for him. And if she's not good enough so far, I'm sure she never will be. But, wait, doesn't he have to die before she can take over? Han asked, smirking. Feels like it's only natural that she wouldn't have that much power right now. Oh, sure, but she won't have much power later anyways, said Hina, shrugging. She'll have a husband by then, surely, and, well, if we have our way, it'll be you. And I'll be Fire Lord? Han asked, amused. Hina giggled. It'd be so strange, a water tribe-born Fire Lord, but I wouldn't mind it one bit, she said. Surely your concepts of society are vastly superior to ours. Well, in some ways, I guess, said Han. Hina nodded. You treasure family and protect your own, that's as superior as can be, she said. Han smiled. Well, we also consider women unfit for violent combat, but if you don't mind that. Of course I don't. Said Hina, huffing. Han smirked, the profound contrast with his earlier conversation with the princess apparent to his eyes right now. What sort of self-respecting woman would demean herself to fighting in the dirt like men do? We're not supposed to live our lives that way. It's preposterous. That's why there are seldom any women in our army, you see? Because the few who are there just have no choice. But the rest of us, why would we want any part in wars and combat when our place is at home? Han finished, smiling, with the children, protecting the family in the proper way. Exactly. Hina declared, looking at him proudly. Han chuckled and shook his head. I'll be damned. I already thought so before. You're far too pretty for him to begin with, but your way of thinking just confirms that you're too good for that gladiator. Han sighed. Hina laughed, blushing at his flattering words, and no Fire Nation nobleman suits your fancy. Oh, they're worthless, she sighed, utterly worthless. It's so sad how they only care for appearances and skirting around each other in plights for power. Men should have better things to do than that, but not in the Fire Nation, of course. Sounds like you're quite frustrated with how things are handled here, said Han, tapping his chin with a fingertip at any rate. I am wondering about something, if you would indulge me with an answer. It's fine if you don't want to, but... Yes. Hina said, looking at him with her large brown eyes. She looked oddly innocent at times, even if she wasn't exactly naive, from what Han had seen. Why did you infiltrate the Gladiator's house, and why did you do it so poorly? He asked. She blushed. I mean, you sound far too intelligent to just leave a door ajar. It seems only natural that a mistake of the sort would have resulted in the Gladiator revealing that his privacy had been invaded. I know that, I do, but... said Hina, sighing and shaking her head after the ball. I wasn't sure what to do. I mean, he had a girlfriend, but then I found out a few weeks later that it was all false. It only seemed to prove that he wasn't as devoted to the princess as she wants to believe he is. He must have been with a girl she would approve of at the ball, just to keep people like me at bay. Seems reasonable, said Han. So I thought, well, I needed a new approach. One where she wouldn't get in the way. I needed to establish a way to communicate with him, and him only, so I wrote that letter and I planned to leave it there, hoping it might be untraceable but guessing he'd know it was me. I figured, well, he'd just keep it to himself and wait for me to return so we could, well. Yes. Said Han. Hina blushed violently now. Acquaint ourselves without the princess's meddling, of course, she said, raising her head proudly. Han smirked knowingly. Sounds like fun, he said. Hina bit her lip and he just tossed that opportunity away. Have you considered maybe he's just not interested in women? As in, well. That's not possible, said Hina, shaking her head. He asked Kyoshi's air out, everyone saw that. He likes women, simple as that. Oh, well then. The problem was the ajar door, of course. Hina sighed. I was lucky that they took that girl, the one he pretended to be involved with, on their travels. As she wasn't there, I didn't need to wait until she left the house before doing what I did. My plan was just perfect. My timing was ideal. So I, well, did what I had to do, left him his gifts, and I was ready to go, but when I was going to close the door I overheard voices of people in the street. It's usually not that busy a street, so I panicked. And I ran off before anyone could catch me. I thought about going back to close the door, but they came back the next day or so, and, well. You should have done it earlier, so you could have had more time to spare to fix anything that went wrong, said Han, chuckling. It wasn't easy to make up my mind to do it at all, in spite of everything. Hina sighed. It was very bold, and no doubt quite inappropriate, but I thought he'd understand. In fact, I know he does. I wouldn't be surprised if he loses against you on purpose because of that. He'd be a fool otherwise. He'll be doing the princess's dirty work for the rest of his life if he doesn't put a stop to it now. Han added, at any rate, I guessed it'd have to be something like that. How did you find out where he lived, though? Oh, that was easy enough, said Hina, waving a hand carelessly. One day I saw that girl at the market and I followed her back to their house. He lives with her, you see, she's his cook or something of the sort, so I knew what to do. And she didn't notice you, said Han. Hina shook her head. She's just a common girl, she couldn't have noticed, said Hina, carelessly. Han chuckled. Well, you really do seem to have all the answers for everything, he said, smirking. Frankly, it feels like a true shame for you to waste your life away with that gladiator. Oh, don't say that, he's a good man, said Hina, giggling. Besides, you're worse off. You're planning on spending yours with the princess, and she's a complete monster as far as I'm concerned. Do you really think so? Han asked, amused. I think you give her too much credit. She just wants to prove herself capable of keeping up with her father, which I suppose she can't, but that's part of why you give her too much credit, if you ask me. She's not that extraordinary, let alone that monstrous if, as you said, she doesn't have enough power to back her threats. She used to have personal guards, from what I heard Admiral Zhao say, but now she's lost even that. Her latest grand deed is just looking after a group of beggars from the streets. How monstrous is that, really? Well, I don't mean it because of what she's capable of, I mean it because of how she acts, Hina said. When we first met, perhaps I was too bold when I tried to ask out her gladiator, but she had no right to call me. To call you what? Han asked when she paused. Hina scowled. Well, she didn't really call me anything, but she implied all I wanted was his, well, his. She said, blushing, you know what I mean. His, male rod. Male rod. Han repeated, amused. Hina's blush was darker than ever. No need to be so flustered, it's just a part of our bodies, just like your, female cave, perhaps. You shouldn't speak of such things at leisure, it's embarrassing, she said. Han snorted. Oh, now, if I understood things right, you left your underwear as a souvenir for the gladiator. I thought you were no prude. Han taunted Hina, who shook her head. It's not that I'm a prude, I just, well, I don't really think it's appropriate to talk about such matters, she said. Han snorted. Well, I'll be damned, he said, you're a virgin, aren't you? That's neither here nor there. She exclaimed, flustered. Han chuckled and shook his head. That gladiator is such a fool. The chance to marry an untainted woman, and he'd rather go run to the princess with the tale of how someone broke into his house, said Han, sighing. I do feel bad for you now, really. If only I didn't have my own goals, I'd gladly yank you out of his arms so you could be with someone who can see your true worth without needing any coaxing for it. Oh. Well, that's very flattering, said Hina, still quite red, but, well. I do want to marry him, so. It's quite all right. I wasn't propositioning you, Han laughed, though I assure you, if you ever wanted me the way you seem to want him, you wouldn't leave my side with any sort of lingering frustration. More than enough women in the Northern Water Tribe stand as proof of that. Were you very promiscuous, then? Hina asked, uneasy. Han smiled. How judgmental of you, he said. She jumped. Here I thought a manly man should take his pleasures where he could, and fight his battles with all his bravery and strength. Well, I wasn't really judging, it's just. You didn't really fall for all those women, did you? She asked, averting her gaze. Han shook his head. I can't say I've ever experienced genuine romantic love towards anyone. He said I was married, but I cared more about our common children than about her. Oh? Was it another political arrangement, like the princess? Hina asked. Han nodded. The Northern Water Tribe princess, to be precise, he said. Hina's eyes widened. Well, what happened to her? She asked. Did she die, or? She's alive, safe in the Northern Water Tribe, and she will continue to be until the Fire Nation armies melt our pole, of course, said Han, rolling his eyes. That's why I left, you see. I wanted to find a better alternative. I wanted to strike an alliance with the Fire Nation, hopefully to protect my children once the war ended against us. I still have hopes to do that, but, after Admiral Zhao kicked me out, this is my last chance to become someone important here. And I can't squander it. Why, you want to protect your children, said Hina, looking at him with wide eyes. Oh, that's such a noble sentiment. I'm so sorry you're in such a difficult position. That's all right, said Han, smiling weakly. It's why, regardless of how unpleasant she may be, I must marry the princess. Indeed, she's fine to look upon, but if I were only interested in beauty I could have stayed back home. I need more than that. Was your former wife beautiful? Hina asked, biting her lip. A nudging feeling inside her chest nearly made her regret asking the question. Quite. The most beautiful of the tribe, said Han, shrugging, but I see no point in caring for that kind of thing anymore. I'm no longer a child who would be impressed by beauty. That's a shame, said Hina, with a sad grin. I suppose her beauty did nothing to reassure you that she was the right woman to marry. No, especially after she refused to see sense and listen to reason for so long, said Han, shaking his head, but that's not going to keep me up at night any longer. You is my past, my future should be much brighter than her. Well, yes, But, said Hina, biting her lip and eyeing Han with uncertainty. He raised an eyebrow in her direction. I was just thinking, well, you need a home and a safe haven for yourself, and then a chance to take your kids there too, right? You don't really have bigger plans than that, do you? If you mean to ask what my ultimate purpose is, well, yes. I just want to live in peace, Han declared, closing his eyes as though to imagine a leisurely existence. It's all I could want. Hina gazed at him wistfully, her heart stirred by the water tribesman's words as well as his features. There had never been any denying that he was handsome, manly, and attractive, but Hina had done her best to push that aside and focus on the blue wolf instead. It wouldn't have been right to choose Han over the blue wolf merely after one encounter in the ball, right? Not to mention that Han had seemed to be perfectly fine back then, in no immediate need of rescuing from a miserable fate in the hands of the princess, of all people. Now, though. Now he was about to jump into that exact same miserable fate she had intended to save the blue wolf from, all in the hopes of living free and happy for a few brief years, until the princess drove him mad, Hina suspected. By then he'd surely regret his decision, but albeit for his family, right? Albeit to save his children. There was a nobility to him that Hina had never seen before. He wasn't right to say the gladiator had abandoned his people, Hina was sure of that, but it seemed Han had left them on a quest for survival, in the hopes of saving them. How could anyone blame him for that? Well, at any rate, I hope we'll hear soon about when the fight will take place, said Han, startling the young woman beside him in the meantime. I don't suppose you have any acquaintances who might help me train a little, just to polish my skills before fighting the gladiator? Well, no. Not really, Hina said, with a sad smile. Han chuckled. That's fine, I can train by myself, he said, relaxing by resting back, supporting his weight with his forearm. I figure I shouldn't take it easy even if I doubt the gladiator will be all that strong, so. Oh, but he is quite strong, said Hina, biting her lip. If he fights seriously, he could do some actual harm. You said he looks after even his enemies, why should I be afraid that he'll hurt me? Han asked, amused. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be fine. And so will you. We'll both get exactly what we want, and all will be well. Though, of course, you'll have to endure your parents disapproving of your choices, but from what I've seen you're quite adept at dealing with that, so. I am. Of course I am, said Hina, biting her lip and gazing at Han wistfully. Yes, they were going to get what they wanted. But was it really that simple? Perhaps Han would have more trouble in the fight than he expected, perhaps the princess wouldn't keep true to her word. Perhaps Hina was making up excuses, because she wasn't sure of what she wanted anymore. The thought hit her suddenly, and she would have shoved it away immediately, but it lingered. It lingered because her heart was racing as she stared at Han, because his previous claim that he would satisfy her if she wished for it were astoundingly tempting. But that wasn't right. She couldn't be so easily swayed, her heart was set on the blue wolf after all, wasn't it? He was the entire reason why she was working so hard to defeat Princess Azula, and her alliance with Han was only meant to be a vehicle that would guide her to success. She wasn't supposed to decide the vehicle was the goal halfway there, was she? The thoughts continued to course through her mind for the next days, and they only worsened when a message arrived for her 4 days before the week ended, letting her know that she would be expected at the Grand Royal Dome at midday, with her temporary gladiator, on the last day of the week. No doubt she intended to uphold her promise and to save the Southerner from the princess's grasp, but the more she watched Han train shirtless under the scorching sunlight, the easier it became to forget why she had brought him here in the first place. Han was only meant to stay for less than a week, and said time period went by too fast for Hina's liking. Before she knew it, they were already sharing their final dinner together with her entire family, and she had nothing to do but watch as Han offered her family his charming smiles through the meal. So, are you ready for tomorrow, Han? Hina's mother asked. She hadn't been too happy with the arrangement initially, but Han's smooth conversation skills had quickly won her over, and she smiled with doting eyes as she spoke to him now. The wife of Hina's oldest brother wasn't acting any better either. All 3 women of the house fell prey to the water tribesman's charms quickly, to the confusion of the male members of the family. I believe so, yes, said Han, smiling before carefully bringing the rice to his lips. He swallowed it all before speaking again. I have prepared over the past few days, as you all know. If it weren't for your generous family, I would have faced many hardships through this week, so I'm profoundly grateful to all of you. Oh, no, please. Hina's mother laughed, as did her sister-in-law. Her father and brothers grimaced. The eldest, heir to the family estate, seemed to be irritated by Han, but he had kept his silence so far, only appeased by knowing that the outsider would leave the family home by the end of the week. Well, I hope you won't forget us, then, once you're living it up as the princess's fiancé, eh? Said Gao, raising his eyebrows. Han laughed and nodded. I'll be certain to reward you for your services by then, yes, he said. If so, then good luck to you, said Gao. You have been, well, good company these days. Thank you, truly, said Han, as Hina sighed upon hearing the veiled farewells her family was already conveying to her temporary gladiator. That her father's words were spoken half-heartedly mattered little to her. It's been my honor to be your guest. Your honor, perhaps, but our pleasure, added Hina's mother, beaming at Han. I had never understood my daughter's fixation with, well, men of your kind, but I've been quite surprised by how well educated and proper you are. From what we gathered, well. Oh, yes, it's not the north that's full of savages but the south, he said, smirking. It's a common misconception people have when they have never been in either place to see how different they are. Of course, said Hina's mother, looking at him with fascination. That only means more trouble for you, though. Said Han, with a half-hearted laugh, since, well, you'll be stuck with an actual savage starting tomorrow. I'm sorry for that. Oh, indeed. Said the woman, eyes darting down as she grimaced slightly. It seemed Hina's constant praising of the blue wolf had done very little to persuade her family of his true worth as a man, let alone as her potential husband. You needn't worry, I'm sure he must have picked up a good habit or two after spending years near royalty, said Han, chuckling. Perhaps he can't be fully reformed, but hopefully you'll figure out how to beat the savagery out of him somehow. Can't say I'd bother, it sounds like too much work, grumbled one of Hina's brothers. Han smirked while the women at the table shot the younger man disapproving glares. What? In truth, he may be right of it. I'm not sure you can fix a southern savage, Han sighed, dramatically, but alas, I may just be wrong. Who knows? Hina met his eyes with hers, apprehensively. He only raised his eyebrows at her before smirking and winking. The color rushed to her cheeks, but he focused again on his food and he seemed not to notice. Could he understand what was on her mind, even if she hadn't stated it? Did Han have it in him to see into the depths of her soul? Was he aware of her doubts, of her uncertainties, of the new desires she wasn't certain she could put out of her mind? For there was something she was craving, and she craved it just as badly as she'd wanted the blue wolf for all these years. It was just as passionate, just as desperate, and unlike how it had been with him, this desire was within her reach right now, but only for now. Within a few hours Han would be gone, and once he was, all her hopes to know what might have been would vanish along with him. Was he thinking the same thing? Did he feel the pull of attraction between them two, or was it just Hina's mind playing tricks on her? Would she make a fool of herself if she even asked if he was interested in her? For she had always intended to be loyal to the blue wolf, and to no one else, but there were valid enough reasons to forsake that vow, weren't there? Han had taken a late bath that day, for it wasn't often that the best bathroom of the estate was available for his use. He also had intended to enjoy himself fully for the last time in this household, and doing so by relaxing in warm water was a good idea, as far as he could tell. He was wearing only a bathrobe as he returned to his room, fully intending to sleep bare, as he always did. He would have proceeded with his plans right away, too, but upon reaching his bedroom door he found someone standing right beside it. Ah, a late-night visitor. Han smirked at Hina. Do you bring last-minute wisdom to share with your gladiator, perhaps? Well, not quite, said Hina, with an uncertain smile. I merely wanted to, well, speak privately with you. Speak privately? Han repeated, a smug smirk spreading over his face. Why, be my guest. He opened the door to his bedroom and ushered her inside without another word. Hina entered the room, listening as he closed the door and afterwards following him with her gaze as he paced in the room. His strong chin remained raised, proud as he was of the manliness he exuded without even trying. Her legs trembled just to look at him. Well? What did you wish to speak about? Han asked, meeting her lustful gaze with his own, questioning one. I just have been thinking. Quite a lot, she said, breaking their eye contact to force herself to focus. She walked back into the wall, resting against it before continuing, about the things you said a few days ago, when you first came here. Is that so? Han asked, raising his eyebrows. Indeed, and I may have some second thoughts, but not in the long term, just regarding everything I've been offering the Blue Wolf, she said. Han smirked. Finally saw him for the fraud he is, perhaps. He teased her. Hina huffed. He's not a fraud, but he's not as perfect as I thought he'd be, she admitted. Han watched her intently. I thought my intent would have been perfectly clear, and that he would be interested in what I had to offer, and he could have not told the princess, even after being surprised that I'd broken in, right? But he told her. Whatever she said can be ignored, I doubt it amounts to much, but he decided to tell her. He had to give her my letter. Otherwise, there's no way she would have had it, right? Right, said Han, nodding. So, I was thinking I may have been rash in my judgment of him, she said. I do still wish to marry him, yes, but perhaps he doesn't deserve to marry me as I am right now. What do you mean? You'll have him wait? Han asked, confused. Hina shook her head, looking at him again now. I mean, as untainted as I am right now. Han's eyes widened for a moment, but they narrowed knowingly instants later. A slow smirk spread over his face, now with that latent mischief she had seen in him since the first time he had flirted with her. That confidence that said he knew exactly what kind of effect he had on women, and that he knew just how to exploit it. It took instants for him to stride up to her again, but he stopped by the door first of all, throwing the lock quickly. Hina's eyes widened as she watched him, but her cheeks didn't flush violently until he undid his sash and shrugged off his bathrobe. Her lips were parted by the time Han placed a hand on the wall and leaned closer to her. Here I was starting to worry I'd lost too much practice with women lately, he snickered. Hina seemed to be about to say something, but she couldn't utter a word. Well, then, is this what you wanted, Hina? Just like this? He had half expected her to refuse. Some part of himself would have been amused if so, for she had seemed too nervous about this to genuinely pull through with it. And yet she surprised him by nodding. There was fear in her eyes, but also desire. And above all, the need to be desired by someone else, too. He doesn't deserve all of me, she finished. If just this, I would rather give it to you. And I appreciate the sacrifice quite a bit, Han smirked. First you, now this girl, and soon enough the princess. He'd have quite a lot of virgins in his conquests history if he kept up this pace. You needn't worry, Hina. I'll do a much nicer job of it than that brute ever could, so. And no, she said, clasping his wrist and looking at him in determination. I don't want it nice, smooth, and easy. But you're only starting off, Han chuckled. Believe me. I want the savage you keep buried deep down inside you, she said, eyes glowing with what anyone else might have considered craziness. To Han, it was merely exciting to glimpse such an expression on his newest lover's face. I want you to spare nothing. I want you to go all out on me. If it hurts, then I'll endure it. But I see. Well, you don't have to make any excuses or offer more explanations, Han laughed, smirking as he lifted Hina's chin. Your wish is my command, my lady. The words made her legs weak again, but nothing prepared her for the kiss he moved in for. Merely moments later. Her first kiss, and her first time, all would belong to Han now. Perhaps one day she would feel guilty about this, about having been unfaithful to the Blue Wolf, but if he wasn't truly loyal to her, could he truly expect any better from her? Especially when this would be Han's last night in her house. No, there was no point in dwelling on it. The Blue Wolf deserved none of her pity or her concern right now. Hina intended to make every second with Han count, and no thoughts of the warrior she had admired for years would stop her. Good luck today, Song told Sokka, as he slung his sword over his back in the living room. He smiled proudly and nodded in her direction. No need to worry, Song. The one thing we can be sure of today is that I'm taking down that jackass, and that Hina will leave us well enough alone after I do, he said, smirking. That's only if you do your job right, Angela said, standing near the back door, her eyebrows raised, and this time you have to put on quite a performance too, it's not just a common fight. Yeah, well, seeing as it's Han I'm going to be dealing with, I'm pretty sure I'll do just fine, Sokka said, smirking. Angela sighed. I should hope so. Just make sure to keep in mind that it won't be too much help for me to get rid of Han if Hina keeps pestering you, she said. Still, who knows? Perhaps after spending a week together, her so very deep feelings for you might have shifted towards him. What? As if getting over me was that easy. Sokka scowled. Angela smirked. Well, you do have a point, she said, but if I read Hina right, she's just interested in water tribesmen for her own gross reasons. Yep, said Sokka, nodding. Either way, if I were to fail with my performance. Oh, please don't start with that again, Angela said, rolling her eyes. Sokka smiled, despite himself. Then Song and I would have to move someplace else, he said, and it could be fun going house hunting again, you know. Maybe we could live somewhere closer to the palace now. I'd sooner you don't, Angela said, shaking her head and moving to the backyard. I feel safer the further away you are from there. But that way we could meet up more easily, Sokka exclaimed, following her out of the building. Grass was finally growing out again in the backyard, long after Topha's destruction of the terrain when she had stayed in their house. Xian Long had taken to exploring the area, rather than only chasing down bugs. He scrambled off to the bathroom at first, but now he was sniffing something behind it. Angela tracked him down without much trouble, only to find him with his head inside Sokka's deflated hot air balloons basket. And what exactly are you trying to do there? Angela smirked. Xian Long lifted his head out quickly, as a child who had just been scolded for misbehaving. He trotted back to Angela's side, gazing about himself with feigned innocence while Angela smiled and shook her head in his direction. Sokka as well seemed confused by Xian Long's interest in his seldom-used means of transportation. You know, I did say, before all that mess happened in the brawl, that we ought to take a trip on the balloon someday, Sokka remembered, tapping his chin. Angela raised an eyebrow as she stood by Xian Long's saddle. Well, you did, but surely you don't mean we should go to the fight on that instead, or do you? She asked. Oh, no, not at all, Sokka said, with a chuckle. Xian Long's bound to be faster. But I'm just saying, you know, as a reward for a job well done right after we're finished. That's a thought, said Angela, climbing on the saddle. Sokka followed quickly. I think it bears mentioning that the balloon won't be too upset if we're not completely appropriate while we ride it, he smirked. Angela smiled too. I like the sound of that, she said, glancing back at him. Sokka snickered. It had been a while since Sokka had last implied any interest in sexual activities. The Hina situation had only made matters worse, for he seemed to have spent most his nights on the couch instead of his bed, even after doing away with the sheets. It was apparent he'd be getting another mattress soon, and even then, there was a chance he wouldn't sleep on it easily for a while, too. He could hardly be there without wondering if Hina had gone through his things, aside from the foul acts she quite possibly committed in his bed. So perhaps a change of venue was the better solution, Angela guessed. They hadn't been intimate since before the brawl, and while she hadn't pressed him for it and never would, she missed it quite dearly, if just because she'd feel safer once she had spent a few hours in his arms, with no pressing matters to deal with. The dragon sped away to the Grand Royal Dome, which was emptier today than ever before. It was a good thing to see just how vacant it would look on its day off. It told Angela that, as bad as things were right now in the gladiator business, the smaller flow of people these days at least showed a fair share of the capital's populace still had interest in it. Hopefully, everyone would return soon. The lack of disappearances lately had eased the fears of most people in the city. Angela sighed at the thought, hoping Cephas wouldn't be lying dormant somewhere, waiting for Oze's next command. A quick resonance told her he wasn't nearby, and she decided to hold on to that for the time being. All right, let's do this, Sokka said, breathing deeply and cracking his knuckles as Xian Long descended on the curb. It's certainly not every day that I allow you to beat up people you actually want to beat up, Angela smiled at him, as she climbed off the saddle, "You'd better make the most of it." "I assure you, I will," Sokka smirked, jumping off the saddle too as continued to stretch his body. Azula exerted more willpower than she expected to need by tearing her gaze away from his tensing muscles. Upon turning towards the doors she found they were wide open, and that they were being watched by two people who stood by them. She breathed deeply, climbing the stairs up to the dome's entrance. "Well, I certainly can't claim you're not punctual, if anything," she said, leering menacingly at Hina. The girl glared back, but there was something strange about her semblance right now. Something dark, perhaps, on her face, something that made her look miserable, rather than hopeful. There was no doubt she and Sokka had indulged in the thoughts that Hina might permanently change the object of her affections from Sokka to Han, but was that what her current expression meant? "You gave us a time and place, and we honored the agreement as expected," Han said, smirking. "Are you and your gladiator ready, then?" "Quite," Sokka growled, glaring at Han. Han only smirked. "Good. Shall we?" Hina didn't speak, let alone did she seem to swoon over Sokka as she would have been expected to. Instead she followed Han inside the dome, leaving behind a very confused pair of gladiator and sponsor. "You think he did something to her?" Azula asked, looking at Sokka with uncertainty. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "What, like whatever he did to Zhao's maid?" he said. Azula grimaced. "As disgusting as she may be, if he forced himself on her." "What makes you think she wouldn't have forced herself on him?" "He seems awfully happy," Azula said, eyeing Han with suspicion. "I wouldn't expect him to be in such a good mood if she'd made any unwanted moves on him." "Maybe he did want it, then," said Sokka. "And why would she be so miserable, if so?" Azula asked, skeptical. Sokka smirked. "Must be he's just that bad at it," he chuckled. Azula rolled her eyes but smiled. "If that's how it is, I'll never forgive you if I end up having to marry him," she said. Sokka snorted and laughed. "I mean it. I won't force you to endure that downgrade, I promise," he chuckled. Azula smiled proudly at him. Hina and Han had approached Shoji, and Han had spoken to the young man, who was tasked with organizing this fight, to let him know everything was ready. Hina glanced back upon hearing the sound of laughter, and her blood seemed to slow when she saw how unexpectedly happy the blue wolf looked, standing beside his sponsor. The mischievous smirk on her face said she had been mocking something. Most likely, Han and Hina herself were the objects of her mockery. But that he'd laugh along with her? Her fists tightened, as she tried to calm herself. No, she was losing her mind. She was thinking too much of this. Perhaps he was simply happy he'd be rid of her, and the princess was pleased to take Han for a husband. Perhaps. She would be a fool not to be pleased for that, and Hina knew as much now. Her legs still trembled a little after last night, and no doubt some of the pain lingered, as did all the marks he had left on her body. Some part of her, the weak part, had wanted him to slow down, and yet the strongest part of her was proud of having taken him fully as he was. Of having experienced the savagery of a water tribesman who had made her feel desired, wanted, for the first time in her life. But now he stood there, talking with the dome's staff member, smirking proudly at the thought that he would soon marry the princess and finally fulfill his dreams of living in peaceful circumstances. He had been in a remarkably good mood, and Hina had wanted to think it was, if just partly, because of her, but... "Princess, Blue Wolf," Shoji said, smiling weakly at them as the pair finally reached his counter. "I'm glad to see you well." "I'm sorry we ruined your day off," Azula said, nodding in Shoji's direction. Shoji shook his head. "No need to worry," he said. "I'm glad I can help you, as always." "Well, then, is everything ready to begin?" Azula asked. Shoji nodded. "It should be," he said. "I cleaned up the sand early this morning, hopefully everything is in order. I'll stay here, I still have to finish updating the ranking, but if I have time." "It's fine. We'll be done pretty quick," said Sokka, matter-of-factly. Han nodded. "I'm certain of that," Han declared. Sokka eyed him skeptically. "All right, hold back all the hostility for the ring, if you'd be so kind," Azula said, closing her eyes and leading the way to the stairs. "The sooner we're through with this, the better." Han and Hina followed, but Han was surprised to see the princess heading downstairs with the gladiator. Hina as well stopped at the stairs that led upwards, aware of the princess's habit of accompanying the blue wolf to the standby room. Some part of her didn't want to follow her example, if just by principle, but this was the last time she'd have an opportunity of privacy with Han, wasn't it? "Do you mind if I accompany you first?" she asked. Han raised his eyebrows. Well, I'd rather not go wait in that balcony all by myself." "Scaredy cat, are you?" Han teased her, smirking. "If only I could head up there to protect you from any possible dangers, huh?" "Why yes, well," said Hina. Han chuckled, leading the way. "Come along then." "It's fine by me," he said. He knew just what Hina had in mind, after all. The grids by the standby rooms were already open, in virtue of today's fight being a private one, with no need for the usual introductions with grandeur. Sokka glanced out at the sand and scowled, thumbing his knife already as he wondered just how far he'd have to go to perform as Azula had advised him to. All right. I love it when you're so intense and serious, but you can lighten up." Azula smiled, wrapping her arms around his waist. Sokka smiled, turning in her arms and raising an eyebrow. "That's part of the plan, right?" he said. Azula nodded. "Quite so. Today you'll show your, true self. And I will be very proud of you for it," she said, patting his chest gently. "And if you do everything right, as you have lately, then we can indeed celebrate on that balloon of yours. Should be lots of fun." "I have no doubts it will be," he said, caressing her face. "We'll survive this ridiculousness today, Azula. I promise. I know we will. I look forward to it, even," she said, smirking. "We're unstoppable, Sokka. We both know that." "That's right," he smirked too, before leaning in for a passionate kiss. The opposite standby room was far away, and even if Hina had squinted and struggled to watch, she wouldn't have seen what was happening at the other end of the arena. The darkness in the standby rooms contrasted with the brightness of the sand, and it was difficult to see the other fighter until he stepped out into the fighting area. "Frankly, this looks so dull," Han sighed, shaking his head as he finished cladding himself with the armor that Hina's family had rented for him for today. "What exactly is so entertaining about watching a couple of people beating each other up in a scheduled fight? The Fire Nation has some really ridiculous customs." "Yeah, it does," said Hina, biting her lip. "You'll, well, win out there, right?" "That's what I'm here for," said Han, looking at Hina with uncertainty before smirking. "Well, I can understand you're apprehensive now about letting me go. Last night was quite remarkable, I'll say. You're the feistiest virgin I've ever met." Well, I'm not one anymore." "Thanks to you," she said, though there was no spite in the words. Han smirked and turned to her. "And I regret none of it. I'm quite sure that bastard wasn't good enough for you, now more than ever," he said. "The princess isn't good enough for you either, though," said Hina. Han shrugged. "I'm aware, but what can I do? She's the one in the best social position, so." "But, well, I understand that she's better off than me, no doubt, but I—" "Oh," Hina said. Han, with a soft chuckle, "I understand you could feel attached to me after last night. I'd be lying if I said I don't feel the same way, but you need to keep your head in the game. Isn't he what you wanted?" "Well, yes," she said, looking into his blue eyes with uncertainty. "Then my last gift to you will be just that," said Han, raising her chin with his fingertips. "As for the previous to last, I suppose." She met him halfway when he leaned to kiss her. After being so confused and uncertain about how to kiss him last night, now she was assertive, wild. Something about her was genuinely appealing for Han, for he was used to submission, to women who simply seemed to wait for him to be done. This one, though, was in touch with her deepest desires. And some foolish, naive part of him seemed fond of that, but he was a man of common sense. He had a goal, and he had to keep to it. Marrying the princess wouldn't be all that easy and fun, but he had no choice as it was. Anything less would leave him without the political power he had coveted to obtain here. Enough political power to rule over both the Fire Nation and the Water Tribes, when the time came. He broke their kiss, noticing Hina's hand on his chest, as though begging him for more. He couldn't help but offer her a sad smile. As much as he didn't appreciate clingy lovers, he had grown fond of Hina, somewhat. "If he's a disappointment to you, you'll know where to find me, he said. Hina's eyes widened. Why you mean? Well, if you're right to say that the princess is a monster, can't say I'm interested in remaining faithful to her, said Han, chuckling. Hina smiled for once, pleased by Han's coldness towards Azula now. Run along, Hina. This fight can't start until you're up there, or whatever ridiculous rules this stupid system has. Yeah, well, good luck, Han, she said, smiling. Even if things don't go as planned, you can always come back to me. Good to know I have another offer, said Han, winking at her again. She giggled before turning and leaving, mostly so she could avoid embarrassing herself too much in front of him. His unabashed flirting set her heart on fire. By the time she got upstairs she found the princess was already there, and her judgmental glare fell upon Hina immediately. Hina was still flustered, and her attempt to return Azula's glare backfired. Where were you? Azula asked. Hina huffed. You always go to the standby room with the blue wolf, why couldn't I do the same? Ah. Imitating me, are you? Azula asked, with amusement. Hina froze, nearly tasting bile at the mere notion that she would be following the princess's example in any regards. Well, that's flattering, I suppose. Here I thought you despised me. I didn't imitate you, why you? You don't hold some sort of monopoly over being the only one who can accompany a gladiator to the standby room. Hina squealed. Might as well, nobody else does it, Azula laughed. But have it your way. Sokka. As the dome was empty, Azula only had to raise her voice slightly for the echo of her call to reach her gladiator. He looked out through the door, raising his eyes in her direction. We ready now? He called back. Azula nodded. Get started, both of you. The sooner this is done, the better, she declared. Sokka gave her a thumbs up. You got it, princess. He answered, walking to the center of the ring. Before long, Han had done the same thing. Well, then, finally we're allowed to come to blows, said Han, smirking as he twirled a spear in his hand. I must say, I looked forward to this. So did I, though. I admit, I must have really overestimated you, Sokka sighed, grimacing. I mean, I'd hoped perhaps we could have a full-blown, violent, bloody fight, but, I'll probably snap your neck before you can so much as touch me. And don't you think that's just plain boring? Trash talk is a very disgraceful tactic, said Han, pointing the spear at Sokka. Sokka only raised an eyebrow. Oh, boo-hoo. Seems like you prissy northerners have your heads stuck so far up your asses you can't take a single insult, Han's frown deepened, and his hold on his spear tightened. Sokka only smirked as he waited for Han to break. You know, I've told Hina all along she deserves better than you, Han growled, but I don't think I need to say much else. You're proving just how lowly and pathetic you are right now. That's funny, Sokka said, smirking. You think she's the one who deserves better? Hina's eyes widened. Azula relaxed on her chair, although she watched Sokka with uncertainty. The conversation held by the gladiators was quite easily heard this time, echoing through the empty stands as it was. What do you? Said Han, frowning. Sokka laughed. Have you had a good look at her? She's so plain, he said, rolling his eyes. Honestly, she's so flat in the chest department she might as well be a boy. Hell, maybe she is. How dare you say something so? Said Han, eyes wide. Sokka snorted. Wait a second, you're taking offense to that? Sokka asked, amused. Oh, wow. You have a crush on her now? Damn, Azula. Get a load of this guy. Well, that's certainly fun. Marrying a man who has feelings for some low-ranked noblewoman with nothing to offer but her underwear. Azula chuckled, shaking her head. Sokka, please, put an end to this. I think we've made it increasingly clear that we both have higher standards than this, right? That we do, said Sokka, nodding and closing his eyes. Han took that sign as the opportunity to strike. His rage had been stirred enough, and the gladiator was stupid to the point of closing his eyes when threatened by a spear. But to his surprise, the blue wolf leapt to the side and withdrew his sword. The black blade glinted under the sunlight as it swung down over the tip of the spear, slicing it off cleanly with a single attempt. Han's surprise was apparent, but only for an instant. Only until Sokka's fist crashed into his face, breaking his nose with a loud cracking sound. Han collapsed, clutching his face as he writhed in pain. Sokka, though, only hooted in celebration and glanced up at the balcony. "Did you see that, Azula? Look at him, he's bawling like a baby." He laughed, pointing at Han with amusement. Azula blinked blankly and grimaced. "Oh, sorry, I got a little distracted," she smiled guiltily. "Care to do it again?" "Huh? Oh, come on. I'm showing off here just for your viewing pleasure, and you get distracted." Sokka pouted. Azula sighed. "I'm sorry," she said. "Come on, you can do it again, right?" Well, only because you asked nicely," said Sokka, solemnly at first. But mere moments afterwards he smirked and kicked Han again, just as the man was about to stand up. Han rolled back on the sand, the burst of pain blinding him. Hina, next to Azula, jumped to her feet and clutched at the balcony's railing. On some level Azula understood her pain. What Sokka was doing to Han wasn't so far from what Toph had done to him on their first fight, after all. "Stop it!" Hina yelled. Sokka scoffed and looked at her with derision. "Oh, yeah? Why should I stop?" he said. "Just because you said so, you boring bitch." Azula's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Sokka to go that far, but she guessed he was more than ready to rid himself of Hina for good, and going by the girl's indignation at such insult, he really was likely to do away with the problem she posed. "You know, if you were pretty, maybe I'd think about it," he said, smirking but seriously. "You can't be the best I can do, I mean, look at me. I'm hot as hell, aren't I, Azula?" "Oh, come on," Azula said, rolling her eyes. Sokka snickered. "You know it's true. Everyone here knows it. That's why everyone loves me. They all want a piece of me, and the fun of it is to never give it to them," he said, extending a hand towards the non-existent crowd arrogantly. "If I wanted a girl, I could just get whichever I want, whenever I want her. Why the hell would it have to be you, huh? Give me a break." "Why you?" Han hissed, surprising Sokka. "Eh? Still alive? Maybe you're not that brittle, huh?" Sokka sneered. "Shut up, you piece of shit," Han said. Sokka laughed mockingly. "Oh. Look at that, he's got a mouth on him after all," he said, glancing at Azula. "Okay, I know you said I shouldn't go too far, but I'm guessing I could, I don't know, cut off his tongue, maybe a few of his limbs. I'm not sure, what do you think?" "Well, as far as I'm concerned, you should have just knocked him out so we could get out of here already. I know you're having the time of your life, with so little pressures now that you don't have to offer one of your heroic grand performances for your fans," Azula said, leaning over the balcony, "but I do have better things to do." "I know, Azula, I know, but I always did want to break Han's bones," said Sokka, sighing. "I mean, really, this dude expects to be Fire Lord through you, without learning a single Fire Nation precept." "Shut up, I said," Han roared, lunging at Sokka, but Sokka clasped Han's fists with his hands and swung him into the air. Han flew for a moment before crashing chaotically into the sand again. Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Shut up, he says, true warriors don't have to tell others what to do, they just make them, you know," said Sokka, shaking his head. "You're really not cut out for this world, Han. And I don't mean the gladiatorial world, but the Fire Nation itself. Violence, danger, the survival of the fittest, that's all part of it. But you? You just want to play at who marries the woman with the most money. And damn, if that's not pathetic. As if you were any better," Han roared, pushing himself up. "You'd be lucky to marry Hina. But no. You're so sure you should stay as the princess's gladiator, all because she gives you anything you'd want." "Well, yeah. Exactly," said Sokka, nodding. "You're the real opportunist here," Han growled, glaring at him. Blood coated his face, his broken nose looked terrible by now. "You're the one who's just looking to advance himself. And yet that's what you all judged me for." "Of course," said Sokka, with a skeptical smile. "See, why should a weakling like yourself advance anywhere? I think it speaks for itself why none of us, me, or Admiral Zhao or Azula or even the Fire Lord think you're worth anything. But you know, beat me now and maybe we'll backtrack on that. You son of a bitch. Han yelled, jumping forward. Sokka frowned. Well, now, that's more than I'm willing to tolerate. He grumbled. It was a generic insult, he knew as much, but his mother did not deserve to be trashed by Han. It wasn't as though Sokka needed more reasons to beat up Han, but Han had generously supplied him with one more excuse. And so, Sokka rushed forward and avoided Han's fists before striking his stomach with his own. Han attempted another punch, but Sokka dodged it and aimed for Han's chin. The blow was bad enough that Han fell backwards now, on his back, staring at the glowing dome ceiling while the world seemed to spin around him. What on earth was happening? What was going on? He hadn't underestimated the Gladiator, there was no way a Southerner could be this strong. No, he had to get up. He had to fight, he had to. Suddenly, he lost all feeling in his legs. The Gladiator had punched them quickly, right before sliding his sword across them in a quick swing. Stop. Hina's desperate plea came as soon as she saw blood oozing out of Han's legs. Han couldn't feel them, and was too disoriented to understand. Had Sokka cut off his legs? Had he actually used that demon sword of his to do something so cruel, so harsh? Oh, come on, you whiny little brat. Sokka growled, rolling his eyes and glaring at her in the sponsor's balcony. You really are full of yourself, aren't you? Pretending to marry a guy like me, then telling me what to do. What did you think gladiator fights are for, making friends? Seriously, you've never had to use that brain of yours for once in your entire lifetime, have you? Stop it! Hina screamed, her face covered with tears. Now leave him alone. Why you guys win, just leave him alone. Oh, please, said Sokka, smiling and shaking his head. So now we won, she says. We've won, Azula. Do you think Mr. Legolas here would accept that? I'm not sure he would, but I personally don't care to marry anyone without legs. I'd rather have a man I can look up at, Azula said, brightly. Sokka snickered and nodded. I know you would, that's why I've cut down all these losers for you, he said, bowing towards her. If they can't prove themselves on my level, they sure as hell will never be on yours. Ah, such flattery, Gladiator, Azula smiled fondly at him. Why exactly do you feel the need to butter me up like that, if I may ask? I mean, it's quite clear you're going to stay as my gladiator as it is, so. Well, perhaps I'm just in a good mood, Sokka said, shrugging before walking towards Han again. Seeing as I've finally destroyed this northern piece of shit. I'm so sure your family would thank me for this, Han. Don't talk about my family. Han growled, breathless and wounded badly enough that he could barely finish a sentence. Sokka smiled. Who'll stop me? He asked, leaning closer. A petty, sad northern warrior who bit off more than he could chew? Not bloody likely. Han growled, the only thing he could do right now that didn't require more efforts than he could spend. Sokka snorted and shook his head. I really had hoped you'd do better than this, he said, quietly now. No longer could Hina and Azula hear him. All that talk about how great you were, no surprise Zhao had no trouble dealing with you in the north. His words were accompanied by raising his sword dangerously, aiming towards his neck. Han's breathing accelerated, fearing the gladiator would actually go that far. Would he dare? That was unthinkable. Didn't Hina say this bastard was kind, saving the lives of even his enemies? Was it all really just a front to gain the audience's love? No. No. Hina exclaimed, before running out of the sponsor's balcony in a hurry. Azula watched her go before standing up. She moved a hand horizontally, a wordless signal for Sokka to cut it out already. Sokka caught her gesture from the corner of his eye and lowered his sword. Han frowned, confused by what Sokka had done, before the hilt of Space Sword struck him hard on the side of his head. Sokka stood up again, cleaning the tip of his blade from the earlier cuts he'd done to Han's legs. The scars would be unsightly for a man as vain as Han seemed to be, as would be the broken nose, but Sokka doubted he would suffer much over that. Especially once the final stage of Azula's plan took place. Well, that's that, said Sokka, glancing up at the princess, who nodded. I hope you are very proud, Angela. You did right by the both of us. I am eternally grateful, she said, bowing her head ceremoniously. Sokka smiled more earnestly now, but only until he heard Hina rushing into the sandpit through Han's standby room. Stay away from him. Leave him alone. Oh, sure, leave him alone. Sokka said, raising the sword and aiming it at Hina, who stopped cold upon being threatened by Sokka. Here I thought you liked savages. That was too savage for you, though, wasn't it? You're something, really, Hina. And I don't mean it as a compliment. Please. She said, the tears rushing down her face. Why? You were never like this. You were never. Oh, I was never an asshole, never did anything I shouldn't have, never taunted my enemies, never beat anyone to the point of near killing them. Sokka asked, amused. You really have blinded yourself to most of me, just pretending I was some sort of, what, exotic prince to make your dreams come true? You're naive, Hina, and frankly pretty stupid. I'm not the princess's sorry slave, I'm her partner, through and through. We're in this together, because we're a lot more alike than you could ever realize. He smiled as he finished those words, the tip of his sword near Hina's cheek by now. She stumbled back as he chuckled. Frankly, why would I ever even look at you? He said, scoffing in her direction. Run along home now, you sorry excuse for a noblewoman. You're an eyesore. Hina didn't seem likely to obey at first, for she glanced at Han's limp body with nervousness. Sokka scowled. Didn't you hear me? He growled. Is he alive? She asked. Sokka huffed. Is he alive? Please, I'll leave you alone, please, just tell me. He is. But he won't be for long, said Sokka, lowering his sword. Not if I have any say upon the... Sokka. Angela's voice brought him out of his dark monologue. He frowned and glanced up at the princess in the balcony, finding her commanding attitude slightly affronting. What? He said, nearly pouting. We have an agreement, she said. I said, you're free to beat him up to your liking, but I need him later on anyways. You agreed. So? Oh, come on, whatever could you need a broken useless northerner for? Sokka complained. Let me finish him off and... No, I said. Angela repeated. Sokka huffed, again behaving like a child throwing a tantrum. You know full well that there's a better punishment for Han's insolence than plain death, after all. Oh. Right, said Sokka, before smiling in realization. Well, I admit, if I don't get to run him through, at least knowing he'll die as a slave is good enough for me. Slave? Hina asked. Sokka shrugged. He's a foreigner. He'll fetch a decent price in the market, said Sokka, as an explanation. So please, Sokka, bring him back inside so we can go ahead with the plan and... Wait. Sokka frowned when Hina screamed now. She wasn't just pleading suddenly, even if she still looked desperate. But whatever she had to say, Angela seemed intrigued by it. Yes. Said Angela. Hina stumbled towards the balcony, looking at her with desperation. Knowing now that pleading with the blue wolf was impossible. But the one person he'd listened to was up in that balcony. And if Hina could get her to muster any compassion, maybe, just maybe, she'd be able to save Han's life. His head felt heavy when he came to his senses. Han's eyes opened, and he found himself in a foreign, but luxurious place. Much more luxurious than anything in Hina's house. The palace, then. His body felt even heavier than his head. One glance down told him he had been covered with a blanket, but he couldn't see what was underneath. Why, though, was he so desperate to see the full state of his body? What on earth had happened? He couldn't remember anything. Ah, finally back with the living, are we? The voice was unwelcome. Han's eyes widened as he glanced to his right, finding Admiral Zhao sitting beside him. The man's brown eyes were trained on Han, who couldn't have felt more nervous right now, despite hardly understanding why. You got beaten up quite badly. Here I thought you were a proud warrior who wouldn't fall against the princess's gladiator. Zhao sneered. Funny how that turned out. I know it wasn't as I'd planned, but... said Han, grimacing as the events of earlier that day returned to him. I didn't deserve all that, did I? All this. I think you certainly did, Han, Zhao said. I found Rei, you see. Han's eyes widened. Zhao sighed. She'd ran off to a safe place, ran away from you indeed. Not because you'd laid a hand on her yet, but because you had threatened to do so. Because you took her rejections as challenges rather than as the obvious refusals they were. And you thought it was funny that she'd be so embarrassed, so ashamed, when she ran away. You thought it wasn't your fault because you hadn't done anything to her. You just had played a game, and she had been unwilling to play along, so. I didn't touch her. Han said, grimacing. Zhao chuckled. I know, I said. But I hardly care, said Zhao, looking at him with amusement. You're still getting what's coming. Because as you must realize now, your attempt at courting the princess ended in a miserable failure. And now, well, now you're lost. And hopeless. What do you think is going to happen to you now, Han? I don't know, but, please, I have information, he said. Zhao laughed. Again, that old trick. It's not going to save you anymore, Han, said Zhao. No, not after all this. The princess has made up her mind about what to do with you, and I can't find any reason to contradict her. You, Han, are to be shipped off to a slave market as soon as... No. Han exclaimed, pushing himself up despite the pain in his face and body. He sat where he was, looking at Zhao desperately. Why you can't do this? You can't. The gladiator cut off my legs at the fight. I can't be a slave, Well, he sure did a poor job of that, didn't he? Zhao said, frowning before lifting the blanket to show Han his own legs. Han's eyes widened. They were bandaged, but fine. What on earth had happened? There had been blood, the sword had cut through his skin, he hadn't felt them anymore. You seem to only need a little healing before you can spend the rest of your life learning your rightful place, said Zhao, and that place is by serving others who are much worthier than you. So, as you're awake now, I'll send for the soldiers to... No, please. Han said, his eyes wide in desperation. Why you can't do this to me? I can't become a slave. I can't. It's as good as done, Han. I have no reason to ask the princess to change her mind, said Zhao, shaking his head. And no, please, I could, if I tell you, said Han, his eyes gleaming now. If I tell you, Admiral, if I tell you the truth now, what I'm hiding, you can convince her not to make me a slave? Please. Oh. Said Zhao, raising his eyebrows. Well, now, is that information truly so valuable it could buy you out of a lifetime of slavery? Yes, it is. Han pleaded. Please, Admiral, the spirits are the least of it, Admiral. That oasis, it hides greater power than you can imagine. That water, the sacred water, it can heal the worst of the wounds. It can. It saved soldiers, it has saved our waterbenders before, and... If it's in your control, in Fire Nation control, you and the Fire Lord and the Princess and everyone valuable. Why you could all live forever. You could just, use that water, you could use it, and live forever. Why you'd fight death itself with it. Death itself. Said Zhao, surprised. Han nodded. Believe me, it saved my wife, he said, eyes wide. She was born dead. But with the water, and the spirits, she came back to life. If any of you were to die, then, you could be saved with it. Immortality, at your grasp. I swear it's true. Zhao frowned and eyed Han with uncertainty. Han's chest heaved as he watched Zhao push himself up to his feet. Immortality. He repeated, before scoffing. I'm sure if that were true, I would have read as much in the spirit library. What? But it is true. It is. Admiral. Enough of your nonsense, fool, said Zhao, shaking his head. I, for one, am glad I'll be seeing the last of you. Zhao moved to the door, leaving Han behind with wide eyes. The man was hyperventilating by now, fear gnawing away at him in the worst way it ever had. He had dreamt of living in greatness, of the highest honor in the Fire Nation, of becoming Fire Lord, and now he was going to be a slave. A slave, of all things. Him, Prince of the North, a slave. Ah, here you were, said Zhao, to a pair of soldiers waiting by the door. I believe the princess was expecting Han, yes? Feel free to take him to her now. It's time for him to start his new life. No, don't do this, please. The soldiers, Imperial guards, entered the room and picked up Han forcefully. Han struggled weakly, too hurt to fight back effectively as they pulled him through the corridors of the palace, and led him into a small room. A room he'd already been in before. A room where Hina and her father were sitting in, once again. You're awake. Hina exclaimed, rushing to hug him when she saw him. He cringed at her touch when she brushed his bruises with her hands, and she inched away as sorry. Hina. Gao growled, behave yourself. Sorry. But I just. She said, nervously, before looking at the princess. Angela stared at Han, who seemed confused over Hina's presence in the room, as well as Gao's. One glance at Zhao, though, told her he'd already succeeded at his endeavor. He nodded in her direction as he stood behind Han, his arms folded over his chest. Angela breathed deeply and glanced at Han. As you may have been informed, Han, your fate was to become a slave, she said. Han looked at her in sheer terror. That is, indeed, what I found most fitting, but, someone has vouched for you. Someone who's determined to save your life, at any cost. I have no idea why her father is agreeing to this arrangement, but I'm so sick of this matter I would see it finished already. Be it however it may, Gao growled. Angela smiled. You and me both, she said, before glancing at Han again. Congratulations, Han. You're engaged. Han blinked blankly for a moment, before noticing the way Hina was looking at him. The girl's unexpected joy could only mean one thing. Wait, marry you? He said. Yes. This is certainly for the best, she said. The right outcome, for the both of us. Han's jaw dropped, but he said nothing. Sure, this wasn't what he had wanted, but after nearly being sold to slavery, suddenly marrying into a smaller nobility family looked like a God-sent gift. Suddenly, Hina's clingy nature, her obsessive behavior, her fetish for water tribesmen, had become so very valuable in Han's eyes. Somehow, that girl had managed to convince the princess to spare his life. And if that meant he had to marry her, he would accept it, gladly. Well, that is, unless he prefers slavery, Angela blurted out, to test Han's resolve. Hina shot her a dirty glare, but before she could say anything, Han spoke. I don't, please, let me marry Hina. Please, he said. Angela smiled proudly and breathed out in relief. She gave Gao an apologetic smile, for the man merely seemed defeated. He shook his head and got on his feet, asking the soldiers who were holding Han to please help with bringing him all the way to his family's carriage. Hina's relief as well was palpable, and she even boldly kissed Han's lips in front of everyone, even if Han groaned in pain over it. His broken nose definitely hadn't healed enough for kissing to be pleasant just yet. Sorry. Hina, stop that shameless behavior of yours. Gao growled, curses, the kind of child I'm stuck with, what on earth did I do to deserve this? The words seemed a little harsh to Angela's ears, namely because she suspected Hina's behavior surely had some sort of relation to her upbringing, as it ever did, but she kept her silence all the same. No one had told her mother to shut up whenever she had said similar things about her, after all. Zhao waited until the soldiers, the newly engaged couple and the frustrated father had walked away before approaching Angela. He seemed rather pleased with himself, as did the princess. And that is why your father holds you in such high esteem, he said, chuckling. That was quite a clever plan, princess. Every step of the way, perfectly executed. I'm impressed. Well, that's only because my partner in crime did his duty just the way he was expected to, Angela smiled, glancing at the door. Now that Hina was on her way out, Sokka had appeared at the room's threshold. He didn't seem as pleased with himself as Angela was, but his relief was still apparent. You didn't have to hide from her that much, Angela said. Sokka huffed. And risk her changing her mind and deciding she wants a psychopath for a husband after all? No, thanks, said Sokka, grimacing. But you were so entertaining in the ring today. I was quite impressed by your performance, said Angela. Sokka snorted. Yeah, well, It's probably the first time I've put on a believable act, he said. I'm surprised he was that weak, though. Fighters in the last leg of the ranking would have had an easy win against him. Nobody ever complimented Han on his competence other than Han himself, said Zhao, to which Azula and Sokka chuckled. Yes, that's true, said Azula, and admittedly, you did hold back a lot, Sokka. A broken nose, a couple of punches to the stomach. Chi blocked his legs and then slashed them superficially with my sword to trick him and Hina into thinking I'd cut them off, said Sokka, with a guilty grin. Ah, no wonder he was so sure he'd lost them, Zhao smirked. That was clever. Cruel, but clever. You two are truly terrifying. I genuinely hope I never anger either of you again. There's no need to worry, Admiral, said Azula, smiling. As long as you behave yourself, you have nothing to fear from either of us. I suppose he doesn't. Though we may have something to fear from Hina, said Sokka, gulping. You think rumors of the fight will spread? You think they won't be easily dispelled? Azula said, smirking. There were only 4 witnesses of that fight. As far as most people are concerned, it never even happened. If Hina tries to discredit us with this, who would listen to her, really? She's fallen out of the Blue Pack's grace since ages ago, so. Fair enough, said Sokka, sighing. I'm just really hoping this won't come back to haunt us in the future. Not likely, said Azula, before looking at Zhao. You nodded, though, so you did what I asked, right? You tricked him into thinking he'd be sold as a slave. It was plain on his face, but, did you get his information? Zhao smiled and nodded. Azula raised an eyebrow, and even Sokka seemed curious about what Zhao had to say. It was indeed every bit as worthless as we knew it would be, he said. Some delusion about the oasis being a source of healing water, as though waterbending healing didn't already exist. Pathetic. He genuinely thought he could trick you with something so stupid? That such basic information deserved to be rewarded through marriage to a crown princess? Azula asked, looking at Zhao skeptically. Zhao laughed. When did anyone say Han was a paragon of intelligence, really? He said. Azula grimaced, conceding Zhao's point. Fair enough, she said, sighing. Well, that's pathetic, no doubt. Here I thought he was hiding something worth my while. Can you imagine how stupid I would have been had I married him just for that? I had no idea waterbending could heal, said Sokka, before grimacing. But you're right. That's about as stupid a reason to marry someone as having a fetish with his culture, perhaps? Azula asked. Sokka's grimace intensified. Yeah. Sounds about right, he said, shaking his head. Is everything all right with your maid now, then? Azula asked Zhao. I had thought you wouldn't return until you found her. I was surprised to find you in the palace today. Not surprised enough to hold back from asking me to partake in your scheme, though, Zhao smirked. It was going to be more impactful, for you to be the one to convey his fate as a slave, after the crap he pulled on you and your maid, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. Indeed. It's why I did it, said Azula, smiling weakly. At any rate, yes. Rei is fine and safe, said Zhao, sighing. She feared Han would go too far with his insinuations, and she had no one to count on who might defend her from him, so, she ran off to her mother's, place. Oh. Said Sokka. Your maid isn't a slave, then? Or is she one of the few slaves with parents? No, not a slave, said Zhao, lowering his gaze. Azula looked at Zhao with a frown. There was something guilty in the man's countenance right now, as though he was ashamed of the truth, but Rei was indeed young. Considerably younger than Azula, even. She was no slave, but had a mother, so. Is she your illegitimate daughter? Zhao cringed, and Sokka's eyes widened. Azula swallowed hard, interpreting the man's reaction as an affirmation. Odd that, for once, Zhao seemed unable to stay level-headed under Azula's scrutiny. That, well, something like that, I suppose, said Zhao. Azula actually smiled. I guess that explains why you were so worried about her, said Azula. Sokka whistled. I didn't imagine you had a kid of your own, he said. Why don't you tell anyone about her? Her mother is, well, far from highborn, even if she's Fire Nation, said Zhao, sighing. Either way, I simply don't tell people about her because I don't want her to be used against me. My father doesn't know either, does he? Angela asked. Zhao shook his head. I've tried to keep the truth from him, though I have no doubts he already suspects of her identity. It's not that I distrust him, but I can understand. Don't fret, said Angela, closing her eyes, my father certainly won't hear it from us either. Your secret is safe. Truly. Zhao said, his eyes wide. Princess. What, you think I'm going to use it to blackmail you somehow? Angela said, smiling a little. I'd like to think I won't need to do that at any point in time, Admiral. I was finally starting to think of you as a relatively reliable ally, after all. That's more than I could have expected, said Zhao, smiling gratefully, though there was guilt in his eyes. Angela frowned. Is something wrong? No. Nothing, he said, shaking his head and bowing his head, thank you. I should go tell Oze the news about Han and about Rei. He'll be happy to know this pointless ordeal is behind us now. Surely, said Angela, and I suppose you ought to hurry home, back to her, right? Quite right, said Zhao, nodding again. Thank you, Princess. It seems you keep handling matters more than deftly on your own terms. At this rate I don't think I'll ever pay back any of the countless favors I owe you. How exaggerated, said Angela, shaking her head as Zhao laughed. I shall see you both later, then. Thank you for everything you did today, he said, before walking past Sokka to leave the room. Sokka sighed and looked at Angela. He seemed exhausted, and it was unsurprising if that was the case. It was already mid-afternoon, and he'd been on edge so far, waiting to see if he would really be rid of Hina. It was possible that, even now, he couldn't quite believe this problem was behind them. Sokka. Angela called him. He bit his lip. Did I go too far? He asked. Angela smiled and approached him. Not really. The physicians who checked him said he'll make a full recovery. Which, considering who we're talking about, is almost a pity. She said, with a sigh. Sokka snorted and gave her a light push. How funny, Princess, he said, as she laughed softly. Well, he sure isn't the nicest guy ever, so maybe I shouldn't worry too much about him, but, damn, I did say some shitty stuff, huh. Not like you had a choice. You played your part to perfection, said Angela, and by doing so, you may just have scared Hina off for good, and that's not something you'll regret, now, is it? Never. Good riddance, he said, nodding, and truthfully, good riddance to Han as well. I didn't really expect them to fall in love, if that's what that was, but maybe they're the only suitable partners for each other. I doubt Han is in love with her. For that matter, Hina has probably idealized Han just as much as she had idealized you, so. I question that's love, too, Angela said, before shrugging. Either way, it's no longer our problem. And I'd say we ought to celebrate, the way you suggested before. Or are you going to withdraw your offer, Gladiator? As if said Sokka, smiling and biting his lip. You sure we can do that, though? It's hardly early, maybe your dad expects you to stay here. As things stand, my father's expectations aren't my priority, Angela said, closing her eyes. He knows as much, too. I think he'll only lose his mind if I appear to stop coming back home again for a long time, and sadly that's not going to happen, so. Sadly, said Sokka. Angela smiled. You have to admit, it's a little annoying for things to be back to the way they used to be, before Cephas, she said, but I suppose we'll do best to stop complaining about it. Are you going to show me how a manly man steers a hot air balloon or not? You needn't ask twice, Princess, said Sokka, smiling and bowing his head gently before leading the way to Xin Long's refuge. A few corridors down, Zhao spoke with Oze. He updated him on the latest happenings, and told him exactly what he had told Angela. Han's information had been completely superfluous, nothing but a waste of time. The Fire Lord seemed displeased, but not overly so. He merely dismissed the Admiral after their conversation was over, and Zhao made his way to his carriage, riding it alone back to his estate. Han's words had been spoken in desperation. His claim seemed so void, so empty, it seemed nonsense that immortality could be found in that oasis, that it would be within the Northern Water Tribe's grasp, and yet they wouldn't have used it to their favor. and yet Zhao's hands were trembling in anticipation. He felt guilty for having lied to Angela and Oze. For having spoken half-truths about Han's words. But it was best not to get their hopes up, of course. Especially with something like this. First, he had to figure out if it was true, and that would only be done once he had a chance to return to the north. Only then would he understand if that oasis water had the remarkable powers Han had said it did. And if it did, Zhao intended to share it with those he deemed worthy of said gift. Yes, why wouldn't he? Oze would be thrilled, Fire Lord, for all of eternity. With Zhao as his loyal, eternal advisor, too. Up in the sky, in the outskirts of the Fire Nation mainland, floated a red balloon, soaring gently amid air currents at dusk. Its engine grumbled steadily as Sokka checked on the fire within it, ensuring it was the right amount of heat before sitting down again, right next to his sponsor. She smiled, her head against the basket's wall, her hand reaching for his from under the blanket that protected her very naked body from the night's chill. Sokka smiled as he lifted the blanket too, though he only used it to cover his lower body. As ever, he enjoyed the rare moments where the Fire Nation's weather wasn't as annoyingly hot as it often was. You look so very pleased, Princess, Sokka taunted her. She laughed. I admit, playing around so high above ground is surprisingly satisfactory, she said, glancing at him with a proud smile. We ought to do this more often. I agree, said Sokka, leaning in to kiss her cheek. You certainly moan much more earnestly up here since you're sure no one will hear you. Well, really, who would? Angela smiled, fisting his hair and kissing his lips. Sokka groaned, brushing her lips slowly. She forgot all about their conversation topic as she melted into the kiss, finding her lover as tender and passionate as he ever was. For quite a while she had feared things wouldn't go back to normal, but she wasn't sure they were, even now. The latest events had shaken up the two of them, and Angela wasn't sure there was any going back from that, just as they were never going to fully recover from what Zhang Zhang had done, and many incidents they dealt with before that. But whatever had changed, their feelings remained the same. Their intimacy, their teamwork, all of it was still there. And she hoped it always would be. A sudden screeching noise surprised them out of their kiss though. Her eyes widened at the sound, but it wasn't long before she realized what it was. Xian Long innocently rose higher in the air, smiling mischievously at them as he flew beside the balloon. Oh, you wretched dragon, Angela said, looking at him skeptically. Here we are, trying to avoid annoying you, and yet you decide to interfere. Xian Long laughed audibly, and Sokka joined in before standing up and reaching out to stroke Xian Long's mane. Xian Long rubbed his head against Sokka's hand, as the gladiator smiled at Angela gently. I think he doesn't want to fly all by himself, he said. Angela smiled. You're getting better at reading that troublemaker, huh? She asked. Sokka shrugged and Xian Long nodded proudly. Feels like we're really a three-way partnership now. As we always should have been, right, Xian? Sokka said. Xian made to lick him for a moment, but then recoiled and shook his head. Sokka scowled. Well, what's that for? Well, I guess you don't understand that much, huh? It's because he knows what we were doing and isn't going to lick you after your face was, well, where it was. Angela smiled. Sokka snorted and Xian Long laughed too. The dragon and his two riders were all laughing together before long, floating easily in the sky together as the moon rose in the sky. Sokka swept Angela into his arms soon enough for more kisses, to enjoy as much of her as he could before they had to part ways for the day. Xian Long flew around them, as good as celebrating with them that, in spite of how catastrophic the past few months had been, the hardships were finally falling out of view, allowing them to finally catch their breath before looking forward to whatever their future would bring them next. Chapter 173, The Mad Alchemist 1. He was fast, but more than that, he was efficient. His movements were ridiculously quick, his three-pronged spear jabbing at Sokka without any restraint, his shield barring all of the Blue Wolf's attacks when his agility wouldn't do the job for him. The Dark Rook was a blur in the battlefield, his black armor topped by a feathered cape that danced behind him wherever he went. His nimble attacks were intelligent, and blocking them wasn't quite as easy as defending from many other non-bending gladiators. Sokka had always relied on speed and attack to defeat his foes, for he seldom found himself outdone by an enemy in either department. His sword was sharp enough to cut across every material in the world, as far as he knew, and yet the Dark Rook kept dodging him, slipping out of his grasp and constantly leaving him to rearrange his thoughts and reconsider his strategies. Angela watched warily, having expected less from this particular rival. She knew better than to underestimate other fighters, but it hadn't occurred to her that the Dark Rook would outdo Sokka in several areas he had mastered over the years. The man was agile, resourceful, surely with years of experience to back up his talents. A man who had fought over 700 times would be expected to have an edge over Sokka, even if she didn't like accepting that reality. On some level, she hoped Sokka wouldn't win. Over the past months Sokka had already outdone the Clown, the Stealth Cloud, the Silent Knight and Shadow Bolt. The Dark Rook was the only fighter who stood between the Blue Wolf and the top-ranked non-bender, the Mad Alchemist. And as much as the Mad Alchemist had barely just breached the top 50, Angela suspected he would be far from an easy rival, even when Sokka was in the best shape he had ever been in. And yet the Dark Rook wasn't all that daunting for Sokka, going by how confident and steady her Gladiator had been so far. Sokka was testing the waters, it seemed, constantly seeking openings in his opponent's fighting style, openings that didn't seem to exist. Whenever he tried to cut the spear he would fail, and the opposite Gladiator knew better than to let Space Sword touch his shield. He was well aware of how likely Sokka was to cut across strong metal without a hitch. What he wasn't aware of, naturally, was of Sokka's complete and utter recklessness. The Blue Wolf was renowned for his ability to resort to the most unexpected measures to win fights, and that included jumping in the line of danger when any other gladiator would back away from the enemy. Such was what he did when the Dark Rook attempted to stab his face with his spear. Instead of dodging, though, Sokka leapt, and the spear crashed against his armor. Angela frowned, wondering if that had been a bad call or a good one. In anyone's eyes, it looked as though Sokka had made a mistake, but the Dark Rook now stared at Sokka with confusion, his confident stance betraying unease. Sokka moved forward again, and again the spear dashed out to keep him at bay. Sokka ran into it, though, letting the steel crash against his armor before swinging down Space Sword's sharp blade towards the spear's staff. The Dark Rook jumped out of the way quickly, keeping his spear safe when he did. Sokka huffed and twirled his sword in his hand in expectation. The Dark Rook's fuzzy black hair couldn't hide the confusion in his eyes. "What sort of madman walks into a spear?" he asked. "The one you're looking at right now," Sokka replied, with a smirk. That threw him off, enough that when Sokka lunged again, and the Dark Rook raised his shield to defend himself, he forgot that the shield was every bit as breakable as the spear, at least when facing off against the Blue Wolf. The tip of Space Sword left a visible gash on the shield, and the Dark Rook leapt back. Again, he jabbed with the spear quickly, just to put distance between them, but Sokka threatened to grab it. It was a long pursuit, one that pushed the Dark Rook all the way to the border of the ring, where the spikes waited. "You shouldn't keep walking backwards, it's not going to be healthy for you," Sokka shouted, still attempting to cut either the shield or the spear. The Dark Rook roared in frustration and tossed the shield at Sokka in a wild frenzy. Sokka evaded it by twisting his torso out of the way, and the confused stare he was going to direct to his opponent vanished quickly when the butt of the spear slammed straight into Sokka's forehead. The crowd roared, some with concern, others in celebration, but either thing proved premature. Sokka clasped the spear before the Rook could pull it away, and this time he didn't let go until Space Sword had cut the spear in 3 different pieces. The Dark Rook stared at his broken spear in horror before darting off to pick up his shield. Sokka rubbed his forehead with his fingertips, guessing he was going to look like a cheap rendition of Combustion Man now, with a red bruise where the man had his tattooed eye. Why hadn't he used the deadly end of the spear, though? It would have been much more effective, and yet it seemed the Rook was holding back, somehow. Sokka could hear the crowd chanting, and he wasn't sure if it was in his favor or against him. The Dark Rook, unlike many other fighters he had faced, was well known and well loved, so the crowd seemed impossible to predict today. Still, their enthusiasm accompanied the intensifying battle, and as they were louder now, Sokka knew he had to turn around and ready himself for whatever the Dark Rook might. He turned on his heels to find the near-broken shield soaring at full speed in his direction once more. Sokka dodged by instinct, but he didn't stop there. He swung Space Sword fast and hard enough to finish cracking the shield. It broke into halves when it crashed against the wall, right amidst the spikes that lined it. "Whoa," Whoa, said Sokka, smiling a little as he assessed what he'd done well. I guess you can fight with 2 shields now. Or 2 halves, I suppose that's more like it, but still. The Dark Rook didn't seem amused, and he only snarled before tossing something Sokka didn't expect. It was a container not unlike his bombs, and it fell square at his feet. The Blue Wolf knew to be wary of it. The brittle container shattered and a strange dark substance burst from it before he could put enough distance between it and himself. A strange, dark, and sticky substance. Ugh. That's gross. Sokka groaned, as the sludge fell upon his boots. The hell is this? I heard you fight with bombs, it shouldn't be that strange to you. The Dark Rook taunted him, his voice tone betraying he was smiling, although Sokka couldn't see it, busy as he was attempting to stop the gooey mass from reaching any more of his clothes. The sludge was corrosive, he could tell as soon as he laid eyes upon it. It had splattered on his boots, and he could already feel the solace weakening against the power of whatever acid substance this was. Sokka grimaced before withdrawing his boomerang and tossing it. The move distracted the Dark Rook long enough for Sokka to shrug out of his boots and continue fighting barefooted. That can't be good, Azula said, staring at him in chagrin. Not only was he likely to beg her for a new pair of boots, and shopping with him was bound to be a nightmare with how undecisive he could prove to be, but the last thing he needed was exposing any parts of his body to his opponent's acidic attacks. It's fun, though, isn't it? Said the sponsor beside her, smirking. I had wanted to test your Gladiator for quite some time, and indeed, he's proving to be unexpectedly resilient. I can certainly say I hadn't enjoyed myself in a non-bending combat for quite some time. I'm glad it's been entertaining, Azula said, glancing at the man with uncertainty. She was sure she'd seen the black-haired man somewhere before, quite possibly in this very arena, yet she couldn't place him. For some reason, she couldn't figure out why he was familiar at all. Well, the sludge was pretty smart, I'll give you that. Sokka shouted at the Dark Rook, who seemed pleased with himself, but since you've brought up my bombs. The Dark Rook had been preparing for this. He knew a smokescreen would come, and then he'd need to dash out of it as soon as possible, before the bomb was defused, if he could. The Blue Wolf threw the bomb with incredibly good aim, straight at the Dark Rook's head. The Dark Rook was unable to dodge it or do anything about it as it crashed right into him, and its contents were released immediately. He frowned upon noticing there wasn't that much smoke pouring out of the small sphere, but within instants he realized it wasn't just a faulty bomb. The Dark Rook covered his nose and mouth with his hands and rushed away from the stench bomb, completely disgusted and disoriented by the cocktail of disturbing smells mixed in it. Sokka chuckled with malice and ran in the same direction the Dark Rook was running to. Sokka's breathing techniques would spare him from the worst consequences to come from the stench bomb's effects. That's one thing I really do owe Toph, she sure inspired me to improve my bomb game, Sokka snickered, before reaching the confused Dark Rook and punching him without holding back. The Dark Rook stumbled back and fell in the sand. Sokka was only attacking with his free hand, unwilling to use Space Sword when his opponent was already in bad shape. The Dark Rook struggled to find his footing again, and when he did Sokka landed a kick in his chest, launching him back towards one of the wooden furniture structures. He didn't destroy it, fortunately, but he bumped his head against it all the same. Shit. The Dark Rook growled, before pushing himself to his feet and pulling out his last 2 weapons. Sokka raised his eyebrows in surprise upon seeing the Nunchakus. That wasn't something he'd dealt with until now, and that worried him slightly. If the Dark Rook was as fast as he'd been during the start of the fight, chopping up his weapons wouldn't be easy. The time is up. Sokka's eyes widened, as the Dark Rook stared at him in confusion. The crowd seemed disappointed, a feeling Sokka shared completely. Whoa, how is it over so fast? Sokka said, turning and looking up at the judge's balcony. The Dark Rook only blinked blankly and waited for Sokka to finish his piece. Well, this was the time limit as agreed by the sponsors, the megaphone man said, now used to Sokka's tendency of talking to him through the fight, therefore, it's over. Well, damn it, give us 10 more minutes, maybe. A murmur of interest ran through the crowd. The Dark Rook blinked blankly, and the megaphone man stared down at Sokka with confusion. He disappeared after a moment, and Sokka grimaced before glancing at Azula's balcony. Unsurprisingly, she was covering her face with a hand. Sokka couldn't help but smile guiltily at the sight. You want more time? Really? The Dark Rook said, do you think that way you can crush me, or what? Hell no. I'm actually having fun, is all Sokka said, shrugging. The Dark Rook's eyes widened. You're enjoying this? Fighting, barefoot? The Dark Rook asked, pointing at Sokka's feet. Sokka glanced down at them, wiggling his toes in the sand. Well, it's a new experience, he said, with an awkward smile. It's just, you're the best non-bender I've fought, really. I'm not sure I can be satisfied when you were about to show me whatever you can do with those things. With that, Sokka pointed at the Nunchakus. The Dark Rook smiled and nodded. Looks like I wasn't wrong earlier to think you're insane, he said. Only a crazy person would ask for more time in the sand pit when he can finally just pack up and go home. Hey, if you don't want to do it, that's up to you, but I thought it was worth a shot, Sokka said, smiling. The Dark Rook sighed and looked at Sokka dubiously. Angela's fingers had rubbed her forehead as she waited to hear from the staff members. She had no doubt one would come rushing to the sponsor's balcony to ask if extending the fight was alright or not, and she briefly wondered what the opposite sponsor would think. Only briefly, though. As soon as she heard the man laughing beside her, she knew what his opinion would be. Oh, he's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. The man laughed, shaking his head. Angela sighed. There's no denying that anymore, I suppose, she said, as the sponsor wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Here I thought I hadn't underestimated you, princess, but it seems no estimation will ever be accurate when it comes to you and your fighter, he said, laughing still. You're as unpredictable as they come. I suppose it may seem so to you, but truthfully, most the absurd ideas are his doing, not mine, Angela said, with a weak grin. The door to the balcony opened, and as expected, a staff member showed up to ask if the time limit for the fight could be extended. They came to a decision before long, and by the time the staff member had run off to convey it to the judges, Sokka had picked up his boomerang while the Dark Rook looked at his useless shield with set eyes. Did it mean much to you? Sokka asked. The Dark Rook waved a hand carelessly in his direction. Nah, it just cost a lot of money, he said. Sokka sighed. No need to feel bad, I knew you were likely to break my gear. Heard about my antics much? Never heard enough about them to think you'd ask for a time limit extension, though, said the Dark Rook, snickering. Sokka laughed. To be fair, I'd never done that before, he said. The time limit has been extended by 10 more minutes, by mutual agreement between the sponsors. The megaphone man announced, and the crowd cheered wildly. Sokka smiled proudly and looked at the Dark Rook eagerly. All right, then. Bring on the chain sticks. Sokka exclaimed, sounding as excited as a little boy. The Dark Rook snorted and raised his weapons. You're more insane by the minute, Blue Wolf, he yelled, before jumping forward with his Nunchakus. The Dark Rook was a threat again with these new weapons, but Sokka knew they were the last two he had left on him. Once they were out of the way, Sokka would most likely have an easy road to victory, but destroying his opponent's weapons wasn't likely to be as easy this time as it was earlier. The Nunchakus moved at ridiculous speeds, fast enough that Sokka wasn't sure he could keep up with them. From what he could see, the Dark Rook would try to disarm Sokka just as Sokka was trying to disarm him. If neither one gained an advantage, the 10 extra minutes would prove to have been a pointless whim for Sokka. He breathed deeply and focused, watching the pattern of the Nunchakus while walking backwards, ever wary, his weapon in tow. When there was enough distance between them, the Dark Rook would simply swing the Nunchakus circularly, waiting for Sokka to approach. The wooden sticks would no doubt be painful enough to stun Sokka if they reached his body, so he would have to attack from a distance, perhaps, and even that could be a waste. His boomerang would likely just be repelled by the circular swinging Nunchakus, and he wouldn't make any progress if that happened, not even in terms of distracting his opponent. Perhaps that was just an indicator of what his next move should be. Sokka frowned with determination, guessing no tricks would work anymore. Just like tricks weren't what helped him outdo the Millennium Dragon. And so he dashed forward, head on. The Dark Rook stopped swinging the weapons circularly, and he attempted to strike Sokka with the left one just seconds before Sokka fainted back again. Now the right one, and Sokka jumped back before dashing in again. Not once did the sturdy wood reach him, as he waited again for the opening, the one opportunity he'd get to take down his foe. But once it became clear the opportunity wasn't likely to arrive, Sokka released his club. The Dark Rook stared in chagrin as Sokka took aim with the heavy weapon. He clenched his fists around his chain sticks and rushed in, ready to attack Sokka before the Blue Wolf could fling the heavy club against him. No Nunchaku technique would help him fight back against a heavy projectile like that one. He had to take down the Blue Wolf's club. Once he did, he might just have a chance to defeat him. If the Blue Wolf couldn't use his latest weapon, the Dark Rook would have the chance to turn the tides against the princess's Gladiator. And so, he slung the Nunchakus around the club, hoping to yank it out of Sokka's hands. The Dark Rook pulled violently, putting all his might into it, perhaps too much of his might. He suddenly toppled back into the ground, feeling uneasy about how quickly that club had receded out of the Blue Wolf's grasp. The Dark Rook's eyes widened when he saw the second stick of both Nunchakus had been sliced through cleanly. The Blue Wolf had relinquished his club without putting forward any resistance. As soon as the Dark Rook had fallen prey to his own violent pulling, Sokka had taken the opportunity to cut the Rook's weapons. And now the Blue Wolf towered over him, a black sword gleaming under the dome's bright lights. Looks like sometimes you just have to make the openings yourself, huh? Sokka smirked. The Dark Rook sighed. Hey, now, don't look at me like that. You didn't come all this way without knowing how to fight hand-to-hand, or did you? Kind of hard to fight hand-to-hand if you've got a sword, a club, a boomerang, and who knows what else on you, the Dark Rook grumbled. Sokka grimaced before shrugging. What? You know I'm right. I know you're whiny, that I know, said Sokka, smiling suddenly as he sheathed his sword. The Dark Rook stared at him in surprise as Sokka raised his eyebrows and his fists. Come on, then. This fight's been too much fun to give it a boring conclusion, he said. The Dark Rook smiled a little before jumping to his feet and tackling Sokka. The Blue Wolf remained on his feet, wrapping his arms around the enemy. Soon enough he had lifted the Dark Rook and tossed him away from himself, as though he were a potato sack or. The Dark Rook fell on his feet and smirked before attacking again, but this time Sokka met the Dark Rook's assault with one of his own, a strong fist square into his jaw. There was a lot of debate to be had about who was superior in terms of agility, but not in terms of physical strength. Sokka had developed muscles and power that were the envy of many other gladiators in the ring. It had been a long process, but he was more than capable of holding his own against others in terms of physical prowess. More often than not, the sturdy water tribesman would be vastly superior to his enemies in those regards. And he proved as much this time too, although the Dark Rook was considerably resilient, unlike many other gladiators. He endured the attacks and carried on being agile and nimble, regardless of the blows he'd received. Sokka's armor shielded him from most the Dark Rook's attacks, but the Dark Rook's armor wasn't of the same quality as Sokka's, and it scarcely could defend him from Sokka's fierce and strategical blows. The Dark Rook was faltering, swaying in place while Sokka stared at him, chest heaving. This was the way Sokka could exert his choices. He knew as much, by giving a fight his all when he needed to, and by backing off when his opponent was in no shape to continue fighting fairly. You okay? Sokka asked. The Dark Rook coughed, wiping a thread of blood from his lower lip. I'm fine, he said, his eyesight unfocused, his legs shaking. The extended time limit is over. The Dark Rook nearly collapsed in relief. It was over. He was supposed to win against this same gladiator another day. He knew that was what his sponsor had planned, but for now he would be content to go home and rest. Sokka breathed out and smiled at the megaphone man, who offered Sokka a thumbs up. Sokka chuckled and responded to the gesture, leading to a wild cheer from the crowd again. How they loved it when he did that. The stands were completely full again, to his profound relief. It had taken a little over half a year before it could happen, but it finally had, and he was glad for it. People felt safe enough to attend the arena again, and when there was less trouble in the gladiator business, Azula was more likely to be in a better mood. You sure you're fine? Sokka asked the Dark Rook again, glancing at him with uncertainty. The Dark Rook was supporting his weight on his knees, and he raised his head to offer Sokka a dubious grin. You really shouldn't look out for your opponents so much, he said. Feels like you are not taking things seriously. Hey, I can take things seriously while making sure I didn't break your bones or anything of the sort, said Sokka, smiling and stepping towards the man. Sorry about your weapons, though. You're a force to be reckoned with when it comes to those sticks of yours. You're a force to be reckoned with, period, said the Dark Rook, rising to his full height again. Even so, he was around half a head shorter than Sokka. I guess all rumors about you were true. After all, you're just as unpredictable and capable as your sponsor. Oh, now, that's a stretch, said Sokka, eyes wide. The Dark Rook actually laughed. You've never met her, I figure, else you wouldn't say something so controversial. Indeed I haven't, said the Dark Rook, but one hears things. Even when faced with impossible odds, she overcomes every challenge, and you do that in the ring too, don't you? I try, I guess. But it remains to be seen if I can keep doing it. The judges have decided on a winner. The megaphone man called, and Sokka wished he could keep from feeling nervous over an announcement he'd heard as often as this one. After deliberation on the merits of each fighter, we've determined only one gladiator can be victorious, regardless of how outstanding their techniques may be, the head of the judges said into the megaphone. Therefore, today's victory belongs to the Blue Wolf. The cheers in the dome were deafening. Even music accompanied it. Surprising Sokka, had the Blue Pack hired a group of musicians, or had they started a musical group themselves? He laughed in disbelief at the sounds and glanced about himself in amazement. As much as Sokka would never forget the horrors he had seen through his years as a gladiator, sometimes he could appreciate the league for what it was. Sometimes, if just once in a while, it didn't feel like gladiators were just demeaning jobs for warriors fallen from grace. Well, couldn't have been any other way, said the Dark Rook, smiling at Sokka. Congratulations. Thanks, said Sokka, smiling too before offering his hand to the Dark Rook. The man stared at it in confusion. You want a handshake? He asked. I mean, you're sure about that? I was actually going for something like, said Sokka, stepping closer and clasping the other man's forearm. That's a greeting of respect from my tribe. The cheers earlier had seemed to be the expected enthusiasm from the gladiatorial crowds, after Sokka clasped his rival's arm, though, the cheers of the Blue Wolf's supporters were joined by the Dark Rook's fans. Instead of demeaning their hero, the Blue Wolf was choosing to acknowledge him, and that certainly was something worth celebrating. Oh, said the Dark Rook, surprised before smiling and answering by wrapping his fingers around Sokka's armored forearm. Am I really worthy of that? Heh, I'd think so. You were a fun opponent, for sure. Sokka laughed. Thanks for the fight. Right. Thank you for, well, whatever this is, he smiled, as the staff members reached them. The crowd had only grown wilder after the final exchange, and it continued to roar as Sokka and the Dark Rook left the fighting area. Azula smiled and shook her head, wondering how had Sokka become so talented at riling up the crowd, both deliberately and accidentally. Well, I must say that Gladiator of yours is indeed something surprising, said the Dark Rook's sponsor. Somehow, he still appeared satisfied as he offered the bag of winnings to Azula, betraying no unease about parting with the money. Who'd ever heard of such cordiality between fighters? He's the type to make friends wherever he goes, Azula said. He uses it to his advantage in the ring often, feels like. A clever man then, said the sponsor, smirking. Taking advantage of other people's weaknesses, whatever they may be, is the mark of the ambitious, of the ones with the drive and power to achieve whatever they set their minds on. Well, yes. I guess that goes without saying, Azula said, shrugging off the man's attempt to dispense wisdom. He seemed to notice her dismissiveness, though, and smiled awkwardly. Either way, I'm sure we'll meet again, Princess, he said, perhaps under different circumstances, but nonetheless. I'm sure this won't be the last time our gladiators clash. I hope the next one ends in my favor just the same, then, Azula said, smiling sarcastically. The Dark Rook's sponsor laughed his way out of the balcony, leaving Azula behind with an unpleasant, uneasy feeling twisting inside her. The man had all the makings of a noble, though he certainly wasn't one that her father held close to him. Else she would have placed him right away, surely, but somehow, as he walked away, he hardly seemed defeated. It was almost as though he had expected, or even wanted, his fighter to fall against Sokka. Pushing aside her thoughts of the strange man as she made her way downstairs, Angela smirked as she pocketed the money. Sokka had outdone himself, if that was even a fair term to describe him anymore. Every single time Angela thought he was in a pickle he couldn't escape from, he would come up with an unforeseen idea to break himself out of trouble. She had scolded him in the past for not planning things beforehand, but his improvisation was one of the many sources of his strength as a fighter, and she had grown to appreciate it for what it was. There wasn't bound to be much for the physicians to do with Sokka this time, but they were checking on him and his forehead bruise nonetheless. By the time Angela entered the waiting room she found him tying his belt around his shirt again, chuckling at a comment from one of the physicians about his forehead wound. "Here you are. Yet another one in the bag, huh?" Angela asked, smiling. Sokka snickered and threw his fists into the air. "I'm, unofficially, the second best non-bending gladiator in the league," he declared. Angela laughed as he celebrated briefly. "Goodness, it's hard to wrap my head around it. I mean, really, we've come a long way since that first fight in Ember Island, huh? And yet there's much left before us too," Angela said, nodding as the physicians stepped out of the room and closed the door for them. "The Mad Alchemist is next, as you well know, and underestimating him isn't going to end well for us." "Oh, don't fret, I'm not underestimating anyone," Sokka chuckled. "If he's mad for real, I'll have to be extra careful around him." "Really, now?" she asked, smirking. "Here I thought you'd get along with him just fine, seeing as you're crazy enough to walk into a spear these days." "Hey now, I knew the armor would hold," Sokka laughed, especially at that proximity, and with how little power he put into that thrust. "So, yeah, maybe I walked into it, but the spear wasn't exactly at its most threatening. And yet I worry," Angela sighed dramatically, stepping towards him and placing a hand on his chest. "Where did it hit you, exactly?" A little more to the here, perhaps?" she asked, biting her lip as she moved her hands to his abs. Sokka snorted, rolling his eyes as Angela touched his ribs. "Now, or was it over here?" "No, surely higher." "You sure are worried, probing my body like that," he smirked. Angela raised her eyebrows with her characteristic determination. "Why, I must make sure you're fine, it's obvious," she said. Sokka laughed as she opened his shirt, undoing his belt again. She assessed his body with a frown before groping him again, to which he had no protests. Well, the muscles are still firm and strong and delectable, and I guess I'll just keep doing this until you say it hurts, huh? And I never will, just so you keep doing it," Sokka snickered. Angela laughed and leaned close to kiss his lips. "All right, let's save the proper bodily examination for later, if you like," she said. Sokka smirked. "We need to check on the ranking after all." "Bummer, here I was thinking we'd have our way with each other before that," Sokka sighed dramatically. "You know, these rooms really do suit that kind of nefarious purpose." "I know, right?" Angela said, smirking. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think the chairman wants sponsors and gladiators to get frisky on these couches before and after the battles." "Well, I wouldn't mind doing that, if that's how my sponsor wants it." Sokka snickered, wrapping an arm around Angela's waist. She laughed and pressed her face to his bare chest. "Be that as it may, you did a great job today," she said, looking at him with a gentle smile. "I'm proud of you." "Ah, curses." Sokka smiled, cupping her face between his hands. "How's a common guy supposed to not melt into a puddle of giddiness when the most amazing woman in the world says something like that to him, huh? I suppose the best solution for that would be for me to literally hold you together. Maybe that'll keep you from melting." Angela smirked. Sokka laughed and kissed her lips softly. "I love you," he said, "and I'm very proud of you too." "So, we're proud of us." "That's a good thing, I suppose," Angela finished, chuckling before closing his shirt and tying his sash properly around his waist. Sokka smiled as his fingertips glided over her cheek, wishing already that they could be all by themselves somewhere, alone, and free to act on their feelings without fearing anyone might burst into the room at any given moment. But it was time to consult Shoji, and this time around Sokka was rather eager to hear what their friend would have to say. For, if their calculations had been correct, Shoji would only have good news for them today. The crowd was eager to see them, many of them waiting by the corridors to clap as they treaded towards the stairs. Down at the vestibule, the line at the bets counter was quite long. The bright faces revealed all those people were more than pleased that Sokka had been victorious today. Congratulations reached them from everywhere, and they accepted them as graciously as possible, or at least, Azula did. Sokka mostly smiled, laughed, and offered thumbs up to people. The last gesture usually sent them in a frenzy, something Sokka was starting to find quite amusing. Finally, the counter was there. And finally, Shoji was ready to reveal the big news they'd been waiting for. "Princess, Blue Wolf," said Shoji, beaming brightly as they approached him, "you're officially in the top 100. Azula's euphoria at the news only manifested itself through a proud, and relieved, smile. Naturally, Sokka failed at being as reserved and stoic as his sponsor. His eyes widened, his face broke into a joyous grin, and before Azula knew it, she was swept into his familiar embrace, in the middle of the vestibule, no less. "What are you? Get off!" she exclaimed, blushing despite she would have gladly returned the hug, in different circumstances. "Ack, screw your boring protocol." Sokka laughed, lifting her slightly before setting her down again. Azula gave him a meaningful and pointed glare, to which he only responded with laughter as he released her. "If you ever do that again," she said, threateningly, but Sokka merely laughed it off and bounded around the counter. "Sokka, I'm talking to you." "I know, but I'm happy, I want to hug someone and you're being a jerk." He laughed still, pulling Shoji into the hug instead. The young man's eyes were wide too, and his cheeks were flushed. No doubt, he wasn't hugged often, let alone by gladiators better now. "You're just unruly to the point of stupidity," Azula growled, rolling her eyes, but despite herself she smiled again while Sokka laughed and hoisted Shoji up without a care in the world. "The top 100, though, we've really made it, huh?" "Why yeah. Not by a ton of points, but you're in the right range by now," said Shoji, with an awkward grin as Sokka finally set him down. "See, considering the dropouts and the points from the fighters at the 100th position, the Blue Wolf should be the 98th fighter right now." "Unbelievable," said Azula, smiling. Sokka, at the other side of the counter, stared at the ranking with amazement. A rebellious fool like that one, rising so high in the ranking. "Oh, you knew I was incorrigible since the moment you hired me. Don't pretend otherwise now," Sokka smirked. "If you actually had it in your head that I'd change, well, you have to wonder who the fool really was, eh?" "Did you just?" Azula asked, raising her eyebrows dangerously. Sokka bit his lower lip and bounced back and forth on his heels where he was, a guilty smile on his face. "Well, now, that's fascinating. You finally make good progress in the ranking, after fighting over 15 times in the last 6 months, and your best idea to celebrate is to piss me off." "No one said I had good sense in this head of mine," Sokka chuckled. Azula smiled and shook her head. "And at this rate, no one ever will," she said. He laughed anyways, returning to her side despite that meant risking her wrath would be more violent now. Still, Azula seemed too happy to punish Sokka's insolence properly right now. "Then I guess we've truly reached the final stretch, huh? Going by what people always say, this is the toughest part, right?" said Sokka. Azula shrugged. "In some ways, but we have our own challenge to deal with," she said. "Rising through the ranking may be difficult, but you have a first goal to achieve, and the opportunity to do so is right before us." "Proving I'm the best non-bender, huh?" Sokka said, biting his lip again. "You want to go for the Mad Alchemist right away? I suppose we could have more fights with firebenders and earthbenders in between, that way you won't forget how to fight them," Azula taunted him. "But yes, I think it's time to try, at least." "The Mad Alchemist, then," said Shoji, swallowing hard. "I do advise you challenge other people as well, yeah. He's strong, but also evasive, I'd say. He's a weird fellow." "Really?" said Sokka. "Would he leave us waiting? I mean, this is the princess, wouldn't his sponsor think that's not the kind of challenge to delay responding to?" "I don't know for sure, maybe," said Shoji, with a weak grin, "but he's always been, well, weird. They're both pretty weird, Gladiator and sponsor. So they're like us," Sokka declared, beaming at Azula. She glared at him again. "Speak for yourself." "I don't hug people willy-nilly," she grumbled. Sokka huffed. "And that's exactly what makes you weird, princess. She rolled her eyes but smiled, before focusing on Shoji again. Sokka's enthusiasm was annoyingly contagious. Anyways, cutting to the chase, Azula said, "Do you have any advice on how to deal with the Mad Alchemist?" That's tough to say," said Shoji, grimacing. He's usually said to not win the same way twice. That's his, catchphrase? I guess. Oh? Then. I just have to corner him into only being able to win in the same ways he's won before," said Sokka, smirking. Azula raised her eyebrows. "It's obvious, right? If his only way to win is something he's already done, he'll lose on purpose to keep the catchphrase alive. I wouldn't bet on it, but hopefully you're right about that simple trick winning the day," Azula said. "What sorts of weapons does he use, then?" "That's also hard to say," said Shoji, biting his lip. "Every now and then his sponsor shows up and brings a new list of weapons for his gladiator. It's not something outlawed by the chairman, so he's always allowed to do that, but every time it's something different. The last change was..." Shoji withdrew some of his files from a cabinet, and while he scrolled through them, Sokka continued to smile foolishly next to Azula. She continued to warn him to stop acting like that through glares, but he remained impassive, giggling foolishly and smiling at his fans, as they squealed at the sight of him. "You're having way too much fun," Azula grumbled. Sokka chuckled. "You've said I had to cheer up over all these months. Now that I'm finally in a better mood, you want to shut me down? That doesn't make sense, princess," he said, proudly. Azula rolled her eyes and smiled. "Hold back slightly, at least." "It's getting ridiculous," she said. He wasn't wrong to say she was pleased to see him in such a better mood, though it scared her that his behavior might make their bond all the more apparent in the eyes of the common public. "Oh, please, princess. I've always been ridiculous," Sokka said, proudly. She couldn't help but laugh. "That's the first sensible thing you've said ever since you came out of that fight," she said. Sokka snickered. "You know that's how I brighten your day, though. The silliness is needed in this nasty world of ours. Okay, so, for the last fights he's used, an array of projectile weapons, some strange bows and arrows, darts, throwing stars, knives, and also different assortments of bombs, whether volatile or acidic ones," Shoji said, licking his lips. "Before that he'd used some strange blade contraption called the multi-blade. I think he plucked out his enemy's eyeball with it, but cut himself a whole bunch of times too while he used it, so." "Ew," said Sokka, grimacing. "Does he hurt himself often?" "More than most gladiators do, I'll say," Shoji admitted, with an awkward grin. "He's a very chaotic gladiator, not very constant. Beating him can prove a very easy feat, or a completely impossible one. Depends on what kind of day he's having, I guess." "That is simultaneously helpful and useless, I guess," said Azula, sighing. "But we shouldn't expect you to have all the answers so easily all the time, huh?" "I'll just say, he's very unpredictable," Shoji said, looking at Azula meaningfully. "He has a tendency to slide between the cracks of the rules, you know? If he can bring 5 weapons, then the weapons will have multiple uses even if they only count as one. Somehow, the chairman and board have always allowed him to do that, so it's not outlawed even if some people think it should be. He also, uses substances, in fights. Once he used one to make an opponent fall asleep. He won by a countdown within moments of starting his fight. And all that stuff is legal, huh?" said Sokka, grimacing. If his bombs were legal, he guessed the Mad Alchemist's creations weren't outlawed either, but that warning about weapons with multiple uses seemed ominous. "Well, yeah. Like I said, there are no regulations against it," Shoji admitted. Azula rubbed the bridge of her nose carefully. "Any other crazy techniques worth preparing for?" Azula asked. Shoji bit his lip before shrugging. "I don't know, really. But I guess you should prepare for acids, for sensory overload through his substances, for poison, all those things. He's called the Mad Alchemist. His strength as a fighter is found in whatever he does outside the ring to concoct his weapons. Meaning, the League is just a place for him to test his products," Sokka concluded. Shoji nodded. "Well, that's just weird. Messed up, and weird." "Indeed it is," Azula said, breathing deeply. "See? There are much weirder things in this league than either you or I." "That's for sure," said Sokka, with a chuckle. Angela nodded towards Shoji. We'll prepare for the risks, if it comes to that, she said. I'll challenge 2 more fighters aside from him, I'll leave our fight with him for last. As you wish, Princess, said Shoji, as Angela picked up the ranking to select the 2 other fighters, a firebender and an earthbender. Sokka waited patiently while Angela finished filing their challenges, smiling to himself as he thought about their progress. His eyes kept drifting towards his sponsor, guessing she really had to be proud of him, going by how she hadn't even scolded him all that harshly after all his risky behavior from earlier. All right, 1 for Warrior of the Gale, 1 for Gold Spear and 1 for the Mad Alchemist, Shoji said, smiling. Good. I guess this is it for today, then. Thanks for your help, Shoji, she said. He smiled and nodded. Congratulations again, he said. If I know of a duo of Gladiator and sponsor who deserve rising this fast, it's you two. Heh, it's only taken us 3 years, I don't know about how fast that is, Sokka chuckled. 3 years, 72 fights, and over 28,000 points. Said Shoji, smiling in disbelief. The only other gladiator to achieve the same feat is, well, the blind bandit, Angela answered, immediately. Shoji smiled and nodded. The slate keeps her ahead of you guys, he admitted. Angela smiled too and shook her head. She won again there only a couple of months ago. We'll catch up to her eventually. No need to worry about that right now, she said, before turning towards Sokka. Ready to stop making a fool of yourself in front of your crowd, then? Oh, sure thing. I'm ready to go make a fool of myself wherever we may go next. He declared. Angela laughed. The market, then. You need new boots, she said, glancing at his feet with a smirk. Sokka bit his lip as he wiggled his toes. Then you're going to buy me a new pair? Just like that? Wow, you're generous today. Push your luck by taunting me and I might change my mind all over again, she said. Sokka snorted and threw an arm around her shoulders. She tensed up immediately at his touch. No need to worry, I'll. And that's exactly what I meant. Forget it. No new boots now. She interrupted, shoving him off before making her way to the door. Sokka squeaked. Hey. I was just messing around. You don't mean that. Shoji chuckled and watched them vanish through the gates. They had been moodier for a time, for understandable reasons, but they were back to normal by now. Or, well, whatever counted as normal for the princess and her gladiator. They had never been ordinary, that wasn't a word Shoji would ever consider using to describe the pair. They were something else entirely, and he'd known as much ever since he'd first met them. By now, it was clear to him that their bond was complex, deep, perhaps even to a dangerous extent, and it was the most fascinating thing he had ever witnessed ever since he started working in the Gladiator League. That something so beautiful could be born within such a violent system was certainly one of the finest ironies life had ever shown him. Buying the boots was, as expected, a long and arduous process. Angela dismissed most of Sokka's favored models, for she found them crude and plain, while Sokka said they were manly and sturdy. In the end he found a pair similar enough to the ones he'd lost in the fight, thick enough to protect him from being stomped on by playful dragons and, hopefully, strong enough to keep his feet safe from acidic attacks by his enemies. I still think it's a waste that you basically bought the same thing you've been wearing for the better part of 3 years, Angela said, shaking her head as she steered Xian Long to Sokka's house after their shopping trip was over. Seriously, you have the opportunity to upgrade your gear and you waste it like this. You have different priorities than mine, Angela, Sokka snickered, his hands moving over her flanks. You'd go for something stylish, no doubt, pointy boots with all sorts of Fire Nation colors. I didn't say you had to go for that too, you know. But my priority, princess, is comfort and safety. And as ugly as you may find these boots, they're pretty good in those areas. In fact, I have no idea what's so ugly about them in the first place. Angela glanced down at his feet, an eyebrow raised. Sokka looked at her questioningly. Well, I don't see how something so plain and meek can look appealing to you, but I suppose your standards for clothes aren't as good as your standards for women. Oh, really now? Sokka smirked, looking at her with amusement. She couldn't help but smile too as she shrugged. Same as with food, and with art, and with so many other things where you settle for nonsense. Heck, come to think of it, if you hadn't ended up with me, you really might have settled for someone as nasty as Hina, for all I know. You're seriously accusing me of having low standards, princess? For real? He said, as Xian Long touched down on the backyard. I'm only saying, when a man has only eaten hare his entire life, he has no idea there are so many better kinds of meats that are, hey. Sokka's arms had wrapped around her body and he hoisted them both off Xian Long's saddle with a heave. As ever, he fell on the ground first, cushioning Azula's fall with his own body, but as they weren't so high, it wasn't particularly painful, especially with his armor to protect him. Sokka! Azula yelled, laughing despite herself as he did his best to tickle her under her own golden armor. You wicked princess, pretending I wouldn't know any better. You know just as well as I do that you're my one true and only love, dang it. She laughed as they rolled over the grass, ever the victim of Sokka's tickling sprees. As much as she often struggled and pushed him off, at other times she simply relished in letting him find her weak spots as he would. Sometimes she merely enjoyed being vulnerable for him, because she knew he would never use that vulnerability to hurt her. 3 years had passed indeed since their rencounter and since they'd struck their deal, lying in the grass beside him, her dragon lounging near them too, as Sokka smirked teasingly at her, was enough to assuage her many concerns and fears and dismiss her original anxieties about letting someone see her for who she was. One day I'll get you a nicer pair of boots, Azula assured him once he stopped tickling her. Sokka smirked and rolled his eyes. Not just comfortable and strong, but nice to look at too. It's not fitting for the princess's gladiator to dress below his station, you see. I like dressing below my station, mind you, he said, pulling her closer and kissing her brow. That way your people can see you've given a chance to a nobody like me, and that's why they trust you and believe in you as much as they do. Oh, really, now? It's because of you? She asked, smirking. Sokka bit his lip and shrugged. Well, admittedly, it is. I definitely wouldn't have come this far in society without you. Huh? Come on, I was just messing with you. Sokka chuckled. Azula smiled and prodded his nose with hers. Well, you were on point this time around. Congratulations, she said. He kissed her lips softly before sighing and rolling on his back. He lay splayed on the grass, staring at the darkening skies with a sense of wonder in his eyes. Azula watched him, on her side as she was, knowing he was only withdrawn momentarily, suspecting he would share his thoughts with her soon enough. Knowing, just as well, to give him his space while he decided to do so. Xian Long was rolling back and forth in the backyard, as though trying to shrug off the saddle, when Sokka spoke. Azula had been about to tell Xian Long to stop being so frisky, for he might damage the saddle by acting that way, but her attention was drawn by Sokka again as he placed his hands under his head. Can you really believe we've come this far? He said. She stared at him intently, uncertain if she should answer his question yet. I mean, it's been hard, and it's taken us a while, but Shoji is right to say we're pretty lucky to have come this far in only 3 years, huh? Things suddenly seem more real than they used to, don't they? Azula asked, stroking his hair gently. Sokka smiled at her. I guess so, he said. When we first agreed to do this, you said you wanted me to be the top gladiator in the league, and sure, I'm not there yet, but I never really thought it'd be possible, you know. Is that so? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows skeptically. So, you strung me along for nothing, you jerk. Something like that, he admitted, laughing while she was the one tickling him this time, reaching for his armpits. Okay, I'm sorry. You'd better be, she declared, straddling his hips as he laughed heartily. She smiled at the sight of him, ever cherishing his genuine happiness after having seen him quite miserable throughout the last 6 months. It had taken him a while to finally recover fully from what he'd done to the Millennium Dragon, if he was fully recovered by now, that was. The Millennium Dragon was still in the ranking, and still fighting. But he had been out of the fighting pits for longer than usual, surely because Aona wanted to ensure his safe recovery before sending him into dangerous combats once more. The distance between the powerful firebender and the light-bearer, the third best gladiator and his closest challenger, was growing smaller every day, it seemed. It wouldn't be long before Renzi dropped to the 3rd place, for the first time in his career. Angela hadn't disclosed any of that to Sokka, though, knowing better than to worry him. He had taken a long time to come to terms with what he'd done, and the consequences of his actions were sure to wipe his careless smile from his face immediately. If Angela's hopes came true, by the time Sokka and Renzi crossed paths again, the firebender would have recovered enough to put plenty of distance between himself and the light-bearer once again. Okay, geez, I surrender. I was wrong, you were right, you're the greatest sponsor in history. Sokka laughed, as Angela pinned his wrists down on the ground seriously. I think I even asked if you were crazy back then, right? How didn't that give away that I had absolutely no confidence in my abilities, princess? Admittedly, it did, but I thought you'd be more ambitious than that, Angela said, smirking. All things considered, you've worked very hard and given your very best efforts to come to where you are now. It only seems fitting that your opinion about how impossible our mission was would change over time. But going by your current claims, you didn't really believe it was possible until just now. Well, not until just now, but you know. Sokka said, as Angela released his wrists and relaxed atop him, propped on his armored chest. It's as if someone told you your dad's going to abdicate and you'll be Fire Lord starting tomorrow. Wouldn't you be blown away because, while it's something you've been aiming for, it's happening a bit faster than you expected it to? I guess, Angela admitted, nodding, and yet I'd be ecstatic about it. Because I'd finally be able to make a certain twitchy gladiator happy by fulfilling his most outrageous demands. Such as letting him get massages at the royal spa, allowing him to eat his fill of royal banquets every day, giving him his own room at the palace. Those are my most outrageous demands. Sokka asked, smirking. What about ending the war? Finishing off slavery? Marrying you? What, those? Those are perfectly reasonable demands, mind you, Angela said, proudly. Sokka laughed and pushed himself up to kiss her still. I understand you'd be overwhelmed. I would be, too. It feels like we're in the last legs of a very long journey, but I'd think it's been worth it. Wouldn't you say so too? Yeah. Definitely, said Sokka, stroking her cheek. No doubt there's a lot I would like to change, especially mistakes to take back and bad things I've done that I shouldn't have, but I'm glad we're here now. I just hope I'm really good enough to be the best non-bender. Otherwise, all this talk will feel pretty pointless, huh? Not really. I don't think it'd be so bad if you lost. You've won so many times by now I'm scared, even said Angela, smirking. Sokka laughed. Are you suddenly invulnerable, by any chance, Gladiator? Is it impossible to defeat you? I'm pretty sure there's one person I'll only ever lose to, and she's straddling me right now, he said. Hard to keep up a perfect record when your sponsor could make you drop all weapons with just one word. Oh? What word is that? She asked, leaning closer. Sokka bit his lip. You tell me, he said. Angela smirked as she hovered right above his lips briefly, only to move towards his left ear instead. Surrender, she whispered softly. Sokka groaned and wrapped his arms around her, kissing her fiercely. Even if he claimed he would give up against her, he was doing so as rebelliously as he could, his lips overtaking hers, hands reaching through her hair and clothes to hold her body against his. He could say she would only ever defeat him, that he couldn't stand a chance against her, but Angela knew the truth. His soul was that of a fighter, of a man who never settled for anything below what was right and true. That rebelliousness she had found so unnerving back when their partnership began had also been the most attractive element about Sokka, something she was drawn to without any control. Even when he gave up, he continued rebelling. Even when he lost, he was still willing to fight in hopes to win again in the future. He was akin to fire in ways many firebenders couldn't hope to be, resilient, adaptable, and capable of coming back to his full strength even after being reduced to a few cinders. Sokka wasn't capable of true surrender, Angela hoped he never would be. They spent a few leisure hours in the backyard, as good as playing together in the grass. By the time dusk arrived, Angela returned to the palace, as ever checking for Cephas's presence, and as ever, relieved to find no trace of the man upon resonating. She supposed Oze was merely meeting with him elsewhere, or whenever Angela wasn't nearby. Either way, she found a familiar source of wildfire standing in one of the palace's corridors, near Angela's own room. Zhao had been waiting for her, from the looks of it. What for? It had been a while since they'd last talked properly, exchanging nothing but common pleasantries whenever they met over the past months, since they were both quite busy. What could have changed today? She schooled her expression into a smile, pleased to have used her resonance to figure out the man was nearby. This way she would surprise him, and not the other way around. "Admiral, I wasn't expecting you," she startled him visibly by approaching from behind. Zhao turned quickly and grinned at her, bowing his head graciously. "I suppose not, but I thought I'd come visit you." "I watched your fight today," he said. Angela raised her eyebrows, instantly wary of what he might have seen in the vestibule afterwards. "And?" she said. Zhao laughed. "I was impressed, as were the chairman and the board. He said I had hoped to catch up with you before you left, but you were gone by the time I made it through the crowds. Sokka wasn't badly wounded, I assume?" "No, his old boots got the worst of it," said Angela, with a small smile. "I bought him new ones, but they're nothing noteworthy anyhow, even if I was offering to pay for an improvement." "He's probably being gallant, rejecting your generosity just to remain humble," said Zhao. Angela snorted. "No, he's being a stubborn idiot, that's what," she said. Zhao laughed. "Now either way, you were here to congratulate me for our success in today's fight? Or? Well, yes, but that's not all I wanted to do," he said. "I am quite interested in helping you prove that you sponsor the greatest non-bender in the Gladiator League. It's an appreciation I have had since the brawl, and one I still stand by. Many of my peers seemed disbelieving of it the last time I spoke of my convictions, but after today you must have silenced them all." "I suppose that's good news," said Angela, eyeing him with uncertainty. "Which peers are we talking about, though? Military peers, or sponsors, of course," said Zhao, smirking. "The high tier, as they like to call themselves." "Huh," said Angela, with a smile of her own. "The sponsors of the top fighters, I presume?" "That's correct. The group has existed ever since the league's structure became more apparent," said Zhao naturally. "In the first months everything was chaotic, all those fighters struggling to prove themselves superior to each other, but after a while, it was clear that some of us had taken over the top positions and the rest of the ranking settled down little by little. Once things calmed down enough, the high tier was established. Not by me, of course, but by noble sponsors who wanted to take advantage of this new system to defy each other. I was invited to their parties until I had to travel north, by then Zhen would go in my stead. And today, Princess." Zhao smirked, looking at her with pride. Angela raised an eyebrow slowly at his pause. "Today I shall, hopefully, make amends for some of my countless mistakes towards you," he said, "and I shall do so by inviting you to the upcoming meeting of the high tier." Angela remained silent for a moment, and she inched away a little as her confused stare changed into distrust. Zhao, though, wasn't deterred. "Can you just invite someone to these meetings?" she asked. "Didn't you say it was an exclusive thing, for top sponsors only?" "The high tier is comprised by sponsors in the top 100 positions, Princess," said Zhao, proudly. Angela's eyes widened. "We're usually the ones who have a different kind of competition taking place in each fight. Our gladiators aren't merely here for entertainment, but to settle disputes, to prove points and superiority. They're fighting for more than just the crowd's acclaim, more than just to satisfy the wishes of carnage from so many spectators. And as far as I can see, you more than qualify within these requirements. I would have invited you sooner, but I thought I'd wait until you reached the top 100. When I found out you had done it with this fight, I figured I'd go ahead and make my offer right away." "Huh," said Angela, frowning a little as she considered Zhao's words. "Well, for me, the Gladiator League has always been about much more than enjoying any carnage, but I wonder if these people will actually hold any respect for me if I attend their meeting without being invited by, I don't know, whoever's hosting it. Unless that's you." "It's not," Zhao admitted, with a smile. "Flameheart's sponsor is the one hosting it this time. You may be familiar with him, he's the head of an old noble family." "I suppose there might be a few familiar faces in the rankings high tier," Angela admitted, grimacing. "Not many I'll be happy to greet outside of balls and feasts, though." Naturally Zhao smiled. "But you are smart enough to understand that this is the way important challenges are issued in these levels of the ranking. Many sponsors like playing aloof, ignoring challenges by dangerous rivals. Cornering a sponsor in one of these meetings is the ideal way to settle on a challenge by mutual agreement." And, well, I figure you'll be challenging the Med Alchemist soon, right? Right, said Angela, I already sent one. You'll be interested in this meeting, then, said Zhao, because the alchemist isn't the only one who's mad, if you understand what I'm trying to say. The sponsor is just as unreasonable and unpredictable as the gladiator, then. Angela asked. Zhao nodded. Shoji warned us that the sponsor was weird too, but he didn't specify how. They're partners in, well, the development of whatever weapons they craft, said Zhao. Oze had hoped they could be of some use in developing new weapons for the army, but they're not exactly trustworthy in those regards. Their weapons are strange, difficult to build and use, confusing. It's like they're playing at being scientists rather than genuinely wanting to fight in the league. My gladiator theorized that they were testing their products through the fights. Is that what they do? Angela asked. Zhao shrugged. Feels like it, at least. The Med Alchemist is like no other gladiator, that's for sure. But if you want to fight him, you should attend this meeting with me, said Zhao. If I'm right, and I suspect I am, his sponsor will be there. As soon as I spot him, you can corner him and obtain your chance to prove yourself the superior sponsor of the superior non-bender. Are you really doing this out of the goodwill of your heart? Angela asked, with amusement. I mean, I appreciate it if that's so, but, do you have anything to gain from this? Merely paying you back for one of the countless favors I owe you, Zhao chuckled. Other than that? The enjoyment that will come from watching you tear down all those noblemen's pride with your words, no doubt. You'll be the first woman to attend these meetings as a sponsor rather than a date. Wait, are we supposed to bring dates? Angela asked, looking at Zhao with confusion and disgust. Zhao laughed. No, we're not. Some of them do it regardless, though. Generally to flaunt their newest conquests and such, said Zhao. No one will expect you to bring any marriage prospects with you, if that's what you feared. Good, said Angela, nodding. No dates, then. I assumed it's a sponsors only event, so it felt a little strange that there would be dates. I mean, I doubt even the gladiators attend these things, or do they? No, of course not, said Zhao, smiling and shaking his head. The fights we lead as sponsors are generally none of their business, so they'd only be in the way. It's just one of the typical gatherings for the high class, surely nothing you're not used to. I understand, said Angela, breathing deeply. When will this take place, then? The upcoming meeting is in 5 days, Zhao said. You are free to attend by yourself, but as you've extended the courtesy of letting me travel with you before, I figured I'd offer to do it for you this time. Yen's estate isn't too far, but I suppose you've never been there. I haven't, it's true, Angela said. Going with Zhao would certainly be inconvenient, since she'd have no choice but to stay until Zhao decided he wanted to leave, well, unless she summoned Xin Long. She might as well do as much. If things dragged on so much she couldn't stand it anymore. I suppose I'll take you up on this offer, if just this one time. If the high tier decides I'm up to their level, I may attend again when it suits me. It's only reasonable, said Zhao, nodding. A lot of sponsors don't attend these meetings, no matter if they've been invited or not. As you may imagine, Aona refuses to attend. Unsurprising, Angela said, nodding. It's better that way for me, anyhow. I doubt I'll want to deal with his bitterness over how things went down at the brawl. Understandably so, Aona is well known for holding grudges, said Zhao, and as it is, we're the two sponsors he resents most. He attended the first few meetings, surprising as it may seem. I guess the sneering and superior attitude of the others drove him to despise the high tier altogether. If only he hadn't realized it wasn't personal, that's what nobles are like, simply. Some find it more offensive than others, Angela said, shrugging. Either way, his absence is bound to be for the best, as far as I'm concerned. I guess I'll see you in 5 days. Indeed, said Zhao, bowing towards Angela again and smiling proudly. Hopefully this way the Med Alchemist's sponsor won't dodge your challenge by making up ridiculous excuses. Hopefully, said Angela, smiling too. Have a good evening, Admiral. Likewise, Princess. Angela watched Zhao walk away, her brow furrowed slightly. What Zhao was offering now was an opportunity, it would be up to her to make the most of it. For all this time she had sought acknowledgement, and the high tier represented the last group of people within the league that she had yet to face directly. Sokka's victories over the other non-benders, and most of all, his defeats of the Millennium Dragon, already earned him important merits than the high tiers members couldn't deny. And yet earning their full acknowledgement would likely be no easy feat. She didn't expect to make any friends, and seeing how these nobles behaved all the time, they weren't bound to think much of her either, even if they pretended otherwise. Yet if she played her cards right, if she turned matters to her favor, they would have no other choice but to admit the princess was more than just her father's daughter. And then they would admire her, or resent her, or fear her, or seek to make an ally out of her. Regardless of their many possible reactions, her goal would be achieved. They wouldn't be able to deny she had earned her place in the Gladiator League in virtue of her powerful partnership with Sokka. Within 5 days, she would step into an encounter with the nobility without her father's influence to shield her from their worst. And she had every intention to prove herself up to this challenge, as Sokka always was up to the challenges she had set up for him so far. The time had come to face off against the high tier. Chapter 174, The Mad Alchemist 2. Zhao had been punctual on the appointed day for the high tier's reunion. Angela had waited patiently for most the day, holding back from visiting Sokka despite she would have rather spent her day with him instead. She had told him about the meeting, and although he hadn't been pleased to hear they would be apart for one day, he had admitted eventually that it was for the best. Too often it warmed Angela's heart to see him as eager to help her obtain acknowledgement as she was. They had both fought to fulfill each other's dreams, whether consciously or not. She had never expected to have a partnership of the sort with anyone, but now that she did, she treasured it with all her heart. The strength their bond provided her with would help her endure the worst of the noblemen today, she knew as much. Her eyes fell upon the carriage at the palace gates as soon as it came into view, and she nodded in Zhao's direction once his driver opened the door for her. Zhao seemed amused by her choice in clothing. "Fully armored, are you?" he asked her. Angela raised her eyebrows as she climbed opposite to him. "You're one to talk," she said. Zhao chuckled, crossing his arms over his breastplate. "Even in my father's most formal events you continue to wear that armor. I honestly wonder if you simply have no other available clothes." "I suppose we both feel most comfortable when we're ready for anything," Zhao said. "That's why it's funny to see you in armor too. We're likely to be the only ones in such a get-up at the meeting." "Hopefully that shall daunt the most arrogant and obnoxious of them," Angela said, sighing. The carriage was in motion shortly, and Angela lifted the curtains to gaze out through the windows. Zhao remained silent while they made their way out of the city, and it wasn't until Angela glanced at him again that she found him with his eyes closed, resting against the carriage wall. Her stomach churned, and it took her a moment to realize what the true source of her anxiety was. She had been comfortable, dozing off in a carriage once before, disregarding all vigilance as the wheels brought her closer and closer to a White Lotus ambush. It was foolish to be so nervous while in the Fire Nation, of course it was, and yet she couldn't help it. She couldn't relax, no matter if she knew her destination wasn't going to be anywhere near as grim as the clearing where Sokka had nearly died. She needed to think of something else, fast. She had evoked that moment more often than she intended to in recent times, for she didn't want to evoke it at all. She cleared her throat, startling Zhao out of his attempted nap. "Yes," said Zhao. "Is there any further preparation I'll need for this?" Angela asked, trying to sound as casual as possible. "Any sponsors to talk to, any to avoid?" Well, you must speak to Yen, of course, as he's the host this evening," said Zhao, "but I recommend that you don't give him too much attention. He's ever eager to be in the spotlight and very irritating whenever he thinks he's in it. As for other sponsors you could meet, the Light Bearers is sure to be there. He lives in Fire Fountain City, but he's been in the capital for a few weeks, no doubt to attend this event, though. Wait, you already know him?" "Do I?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. "Well, I think I saw him arguing with Shoji once, but..." She frowned, the memory of the man suddenly bringing her to make a connection that had eluded her before. "Wait, that's why he was familiar," she said, eyes wide. "He's the Dark Rook's sponsor too." "That's one nasty story, princess," said Zhao, sighing. "I'd do best to tell you myself, then you can avoid having Koshing boasting about it for hours on end." "All right," said Angela, raising an eyebrow. "The Dark Rook is the Light Bearer's twin, a non-bending twin to a fire-bending one," Zhao explained. "They aren't slaves, not officially, but their father, a mid-ranked nobleman from Fire Fountain City, caught a very serious disease he's still not fully recovered from. Most his family's funds were invested into healing him, to the point where they even sold their estate, and I believe that's where Koshing took advantage of the situation. He offered to help the whole family by sponsoring the twins in the Gladiator League, agreeing on a deal where a share of the money would be invested in continuing the medical care for their father. You'd think that's quite selfless, but as the pair was so successful, Koshing made more than enough money to buy back their estate without telling them about it. The father has improved under Koshing's care, but he's as good as holding him hostage by now. The Light-Bearer and Dark-Rook must continue to work and win for him or he'll cut off the medical care for their father. And he takes pride in this? Angela asked, looking at Zhao with judgmental eyes. Unsurprising, coming from a nobleman, and yet. He takes a lot of pride in it, yes, said Zhao. As far as he can see, his simple scheme to gain a bit more money at the boy's expense has thrown him into stardom. He's particularly hard on the Light-Bearer. He's the one with the better chance at dethroning Combustion Man, and yet he stands no chance at all. I have no idea if he ever plans on letting go of those two, but he's corralled them into needing him, all for his own gain. I suppose the high tier is full of such stories, huh? Angela said. Zhao shrugged. Not everyone is as straightforward as I was, it's true, he said. Angela raised her eyebrows. You simply hired a former assassin, that was that? She asked. Zhao smiled. He knew it was a better deal than being a killer for hire. Especially when his skills are completely unsuited for stealth. He's tall, burly, heavy, his metal limbs and tattoo make him stand out in any crowd, and his fighting style couldn't go unnoticed no matter how hard he tries, so, a life as a gladiator suits him better, said Angela. Being flashy, messy, and well known is much more advantageous when combustion bending comprises the bulk of his skill set. Indeed. He's not a slave, either, said Zhao. Simply a man for whom our partnership would be very convenient. Are there less slave gladiators than non-slave gladiators in the high tier? Angela asked. It seems fitting. Access to better bending and weapons masters is generally reserved for the upper class. That's so, and you're right to guess as much, said Zhao. But there are still several slave gladiators in the high tier, official slaves, not like the Light-Bearer or the Dark-Rook. I believe, well, Writhing Rat is a slave, have no doubts about it. Writhing Rat, Angela repeated, grimacing. I think I read the name a few times. If you already think poorly of Koshing, well, Cheng-Li's is far worse than him, said Zhao. Writhing Rat is an earthbender. Cheng-Li keeps him leashed and in deplorable conditions. He keeps advising everyone to be harsher to their slaves, because it's the only way to keep them on their best behavior. That's bound to be rich, Angela said, sighing and shaking her head. Is Cheng-Li an up-and-coming nobleman, or from the outer islands? I can't remember hearing about him before. A merchant, actually, said Zhao. He's made a lot of money in the colonies, he's in the pottery business. I believe he resides in Omashu, if I'm not mistaken, but has made more than enough money by torturing the slave earthbenders at his service. He singled out the gladiator amongst the many earthbenders in his custody upon identifying he would be useful as a fighter, and that's his story, I suppose. And I assume they all love to ramble about who they are and what they do, huh? Angela asked. I doubt you'd remember all their stories so well after all these years unless that were the case. Indeed, I've only been to a few meetings since I came back, but they're all happy to regale newcomers with the tales all over again, said Zhao. There's still quite a bit of journey to go, though. I guess I can try to summarize the rest of them as fast as I can for you, that way you can shut them down if they try to use their life stories to impress you. Sounds like a plan, said Angela, smirking a little. Not that I'll enjoy most these stories, I'm sure, but being one step ahead of them could be a useful tool. No doubt, said Zhao, smirking too before carrying on with the next worrisome sponsor, this time Salamander Fires. They reached Yen's estate by sunset. The enclosure of the large territory was a lavish white wall with the classic Fire Nation red-tiled roof. The building at the center could have been imposing and impressive to anyone who wasn't used to luxuries, but for the princess's standards, the nobleman's house didn't stand out from the rest of the estates she had visited through her lifetime. Many carriages were lined up near the building, indicating several guests were already here. Once she climbed off her own vehicle, Angela counted at least 15 carriages. She doubted every sponsor from the top 100 would attend these events, so she didn't expect the final number of guests to increase much. Are you ready? Zhao asked Angela. She breathed deeply and shrugged. It's not bound to be too different from what I'm used to, she said. At any rate, point the Med Alchemist's sponsor out to me as soon as you see him. I'd rather be done with that matter as soon as I have a chance. I doubt he's here yet, Zhao said, but don't worry, I'll make sure to let you know when he arrives. And of course, feel free to let me know whenever you've had enough, Princess. If I did, we'd probably only spend 5 minutes in this meeting, Angela smiled. Zhao laughed. That's fair. Then, let me know when you decide it's appropriate for us to take our leave, he said, guiding the way to the building's entrance. There was no herald nor servants nearby to guide them to wherever the gathering was being held, but Zhao seemed to expect this. He knew his way through the mansion's corridors just fine, and Angela followed cautiously until they reached an open courtyard. Lamps lit the small garden and its many tables. Going by the splendid food plates on each table, it seemed the meeting was also a feast. Servants scurried around through the room quickly, all to cater to the group of men sitting at the tables, especially at the largest of them. One glance at the loudly laughing man with the puffy beard was enough for Angela to single him out as Yen. He sat at the center of the biggest table, and he seemed to take up more space than he really did merely with his large presence and rambunctious laughter. Around him sat many more sponsors, some young, some old, some disturbingly thin, others quite fat. All the kinds of noblemen Angela had grown accustomed to through her teenage years seemed to be here. Not only were they unnecessarily overdressed, but attention in the atmosphere evidenced this was no casual encounter between good friends, despite it was poorly masqueraded as such. This was a silent war, not too different from what had happened in Gladiator Brawl, merely fought with fancy words and pretenses of civility instead of bare fists. Zhao schooled his face into what Angela recognized immediately as his business facade. He smiled smugly, approaching the crowded table with his head held high. She followed, trying to betray no uncertainty, but keeping her distance all the same. Eyes followed Zhao from other tables, but soon they fell upon her instead. Mutters began to spread behind her, and the change in the mood brought to attention that a newcomer had arrived. "Oh, Yen, look who's here," said the man sitting beside the gathering's host. Angela didn't recognize him. "Admiral Zhao," Yen said, laughing as he pushed himself up from his seat. "Here I was starting to wonder if you weren't." Yen fell silent suddenly, eyes wide when he caught sight of the young woman behind Zhao. She didn't smile, her golden eyes analyzing the room and its occupants carefully. Yen blinked a couple of times before smiling awkwardly at Zhao. "Admiral Zhao. I'm sorry for my tardiness, though I was sure it wasn't all that late." Zhao smiled, shaking his head. "Well, that'll be my bad, if it's so. I had to take a short detour before coming here. There's a new member for us to introduce to this merry group." Some looked confused, others seemed outright scared. A few looked irritated, but to Angela's surprise, it wasn't many of them. One man stood up too and smiled, looking at her with smug amusement. This time she identified him immediately. "We meet again, and not too long since our last encounter," said Koshing, bowing his head towards her, "though I don't believe any of us expected you to be amongst us this soon." "To be quite fair, I didn't expect to be either," Angela said, with a dry smile. "I assume the Dark Rook has recovered well after his last fight." "Oh, perhaps. Truth be told, I don't make it my business to ensure he's healed fully," said Koshing, dismissively. Angela arched an eyebrow. "If he gets himself killed in battle, that's his problem. I suspect you don't quite feel the same way about your favorite gladiator, though," Angela said. Koshing smirked. "Ah, well. He's a different story," he said. "Still, I'm hardly watching over SEI all the time either. I have more than enough things to do rather than busying myself over those two. The gladiator business is just a source of entertainment, after all," Angela said, nodding. Koshing smirked. "Quite so. And it is entertaining, but it should be no one's priority," he said. Angela smiled. "What is your priority, then, if I may ask?" She said. "I fear I hear very little of whatever happens in Fire Fountain City these days. What other activities occupy that much of your time, if I can inquire?" "Why, I'm in the transportation business," said Koshing, proudly. "I have quite a fleet, you see." "Koshing, why are you talking to the princess like that, without introducing any of us?" Yen scolded Koshing, with a playful smile. Koshing frowned as soon as Angela's eyes drifted away from him and to the head of the house. "Well, I'd expect you'd be perfectly capable of introducing yourself without Koshing's involvement, right? Angela asked, looking at Yen skeptically. Yen coughed and smiled, nodding promptly. A few of the men at the table smiled at Angela's words. Of course I am, princess, of course, said Yen. I'm Yen, the head of the Zudge household. I was invited to your birthday feast when you were, 16, I believe. Of course, said Angela, with a weak grin. That he hadn't been invited since then could only mean Oze cared little for the man. Knowing as much explained his eagerness to obtain Angela's attention. It's my honor to host you, the first woman to ever join a high-tier meeting. Exclaimed Yen, laughing. Welcome, welcome, take a seat wherever you please. There's plenty of food, if you're hungry, and if you need anything at all don't hesitate to ask. How is it you're here so soon, if I may inquire, Princess Angela? Asked a man suddenly. This one didn't stand up, he was one of the few who had frowned upon seeing her. I can't say I pay much attention to whatever happens below the top 100, but I don't believe you were in a position to join us yet. You don't pay attention to what happens within the top 100 either, from the sounds of it, said Koshing, smirking. Some chuckles were heard in the room, but the man's stern glare proved he found no amusement in the matter. The princess's latest victory awarded her with enough points to rise to the 98th position, was it? Zhao recited. Angela nodded. I've scheduled more fights, too, she said, seeing as my gladiator has been on a victory spree for over a year, I'm quite sure I won't drop off the top 100 anytime soon. Sounds like you're quite certain of that, said the man. Angela smiled. Sounds like you'd like to contest my claims, she said. Is there any need for such hostility? Are you in the 99th position, perhaps, and threatened by my rise in the ranking? Not at all, said the man, shaking his head. My gladiator is Torchlight. I'm 39th, so 60 positions above you. For now, Angela said, with a dry grin. The man's momentary confidence was quickly replaced with indignation, though most the men in the room seemed amused by how she'd shut down Torchlight's sponsor with such ease. Well, I for one am very pleased that you're here, said another man, a younger one, who got up to his feet and bowed to Angela. My name is Li Chen, and I sponsor the Mammoth. He's quite a strong firebender, I'm sure you must have heard of him. Can't say that I have, but I'll take your word for it, said Angela, quickly assessing the man's intentions. He laughed softly. Perhaps you would like for our gladiators to acquaint themselves, then, he said. It would only be fitting, of course, for you to challenge stronger enemies if you wish to continue rising in the ranking. I'm aware, it's why I've done as much, said Angela, nodding. Seeing as my gladiator has already defeated the Millennium Dragon twice, I think we've very much proven we are fit for this high tier of yours, huh? Oh, yes. The Millennium Dragon. Li Chen said, his smile waning now. Angela smiled derisively, having known her words would have the effect she needed them to. Li Chen was within a suitable age range to look for a wife, but he would be quite foolish to expect his gladiator to overcome Sokka when Renzi had failed to do so. Those are some of the fascinating anecdotes you ought to share with us, princess, said Koshing, spreading a hand towards an empty chair nearby. Do regale us with the tales of how your gladiator has triumphed for as long as he has. I have a non-bending prodigy of my own and yet yours defeated him all the same. Is it true your gladiator asked for more time in that fight? Asked a man who had yet to introduce himself. Angela raised her eyebrows and sighed, hands on her hips. Sometimes I think he hates the gladiator business, and sometimes it looks like he's having the time of his life in the arena, she said. After all these years of sponsoring him, I think I still have ways to go before I can truly understand how his mind works. Understanding your gladiator? Who would want to do that? Said a bearded, angry-looking man. Angela raised her eyebrows in his direction next, and he nodded towards her. Chungli. I sponsor the writhing rat. Of course, said Angela, with a dry smile. Well, I'd say understanding your gladiator ought to give you a better opportunity to improve their talents so they can become stronger. I suppose it's not apparent to everyone, but demanding for a starving child to overpower a wild boar is an exercise in futility. If your gladiator is, for instance, failing to defeat firebenders, you ought to figure out why it's happening and how to improve their skills. That, I believe, is the point in understanding a gladiator. Otherwise, rising to these heights in the ranking would take someone, I don't know, Over 500 fights. Her latest comment seared the pride in nearly every man in the room. Nearly, though. Several of them had never been anywhere other than in the top 100, after all. It was easy to tell apart the ones who had never left the top 100 for the smiles on their faces after her words. The rest of them looked as though she'd slammed into them with a train tank. No doubt, reaching the point she had in the ranking without even 100 fights wasn't a feat many of the present sponsors had achieved. Nearly everyone in the high tier had around 600 fights to their names, if not more than that. And that's indeed a lot of wisdom you ought to share with us, Koshing repeated, smirking at the sight of all the indignant sponsors around them. It's quite clear you wouldn't have risen this far if you weren't an accomplished sponsor, so, how did you train your non-bender into even defeating the Millennium Dragon? Angela smiled and decided to comply with the man's insistent questions, even though the more she looked at him, the more she disliked him. She took her seat at the table and explained Sokka's training without going into full details about it, explaining as well how his fights with the Millennium Dragon had unfolded. As far as she remembered, Renzi's only losses had been dealt to him by Combustion Man and Sokka. Surely Koshing wanted advice so he could have his light bearer overpower the Millennium Dragon one day. Transportation, though, the man made a living off a civilian fleet that transported goods, surely, between the Fire Nation and the colonies. If he had many ships then he would have made a lot of money easily, and that would have enabled him to ensnare his two gladiators by as good as buying their father's health as he had. Why did he want gladiators, though? Just to boast, just to take pride in the power he held over others? Something was off about Koshing, about his proud and nonchalant attitude, about his eagerness to watch her tear down others with her words. He reminded her of Zhao, but a lot less subtle about his greed and ambitions. By the time Zhao nudged her, Yen was rambling about all the different kinds of vegetables and fruit his estate produced. Angela glanced over her shoulder to notice a nervous, old man at the door, covered in a black cloak. His hair was white, his nose was unusually large, and he had a walking stick despite he wasn't using it at the moment. Angela raised an eyebrow, regarding the man with curiosity while the others continued speaking at leisure. How should I proceed? She asked Zhao. Would it suffice to bluntly challenge him, or am I expected to be subtle and cautious? I'm not sure, said Zhao, frowning. I suppose the bluntness ought to pay off, or... Ah, Goro is here. Koshing said, at Angela's other side finally. You have business with him? Zhao asked. Koshing smirked. No, I'd rather just help the princess achieve hers, he said, before clearing his throat and calling out, Goro. The old man seemed surprised to hear his name called, but he smiled as he strode towards the main table. Naturally, Yen greeted him rambunctiously, as did many other sponsors, but Koshing merely waited, a knowing, wicked smirk on his lips while Goro smiled politely. It is good to see you all, yes, said the man, with a sibilant voice. May I introduce you to our newest member, Goro? Koshing finally said. Angela raised her head as Goro blinked blankly in Koshing's direction. The Dark Rook's sponsor extended a hand towards Angela, and Goro stared at her cluelessly briefly. It took him longer than most people to recognize the golden armor, and the hairpiece on her head. It's my pleasure to make your acquaintance, Angela finally said, smiling. I take it you sponsor the Mad Alchemist. Oh, that's correct, young lady. Said Goro, beaming, before looking at Koshing inquisitively. Is this, your daughter? That, no. In case you forgot, I have no children, Koshing said, with a skeptical grin while most the onlookers laughed. Angela raised an eyebrow as Goro glanced at her again. Well, I am Goro, yes. Said the man, nodding, and I sponsor the Mad Alchemist indeed, but, who might you be? I'm the Blue Wolf's sponsor, Angela said, curtly. If you're curious about who my father is, well, it's the Fire Lord. Goro stared at her in further confusion, while a few chuckles were heard across the table. She stared back at him nonchalantly, until Goro smiled and nodded. It's a joke. Ha. A joke. Good one, Yen, you got me good this time. You always do this, but I never. Goro said Yen, with a nervous smile, sweat glistening on his forehead. This is indeed who she says she is. It's Princess Angela. Princess? Really, now? Said Goro, looking at her closer now, his jaw dropping as he stared at her. Naturally, Angela inched away from the man by instinct, unwilling to let anyone barge into her personal space as easily as that. Her face was contorted with distaste, something she knew only increased the amusement of the men around this table. "Well, I'll be damned," said the man, finally pulling away and staring at Angela as though she belonged to some sort of foreign species. "The princess, and you sponsor a gladiator. This is the first you hear of it?" Angela asked. Koshing snorted and shook his head. "Not at all, we've discussed you before, but Goro is generally so lost in his own thoughts he forgets everything outside of his workshop fun with his little gladiator," Koshing taunted, his voice mocking. Goro smiled awkwardly and shrugged. "I mean no offense," he said. "It's merely, I had no idea, none at all. What kind of gladiator do you sponsor?" "Currently? The second best non-bender, it would seem," Angela said, bluntly. Goro's eyes widened. "Is that so?" he asked. She nodded promptly. "Of course, I'd like to change that, but I can't unless you accept my challenge," she said, smiling. "I've asked in the Royal Dome for the past few days and you have yet to accept or decline." "Oh, you sent me a challenge?" "Ah. I forgot entirely to check," laughed Goro, shaking his head. "Well, do pardon me, princess. I will give you an answer for sure once I go home and—" "Oh, no, not this time, Goro," Koshing said, shaking his head. "That's what you told me the last time I challenged you, and you kept me waiting for 3 months. Same as when I did, he just dodged me for half a year," said another man at the table. "Is that so?" Angela asked, amused. "Why is that, if I may ask? Are you not so concerned with the healthy competition between sponsors and gladiators?" "Well, that's not exactly it," said Goro, grimacing. Koshing chuckled before Zhao answered. "You see, princess, Goro never really wanted to be as high as he is in the ranking, but his gladiator has been here since the league begun and, for reasons unknown, has always remained within the top 100. Goro here doesn't want to add more losses to his fighter's history, so the higher and more dangerous the rival, the less likely he is to accept their challenges," Koshing finished. "If that's so, a fighter who's only 98th in the ranking should hardly be a cause for concern," Angela said, innocently. Goro swallowed hard. "How long has it taken you to rise this high, if I may?" 3 years, Angela answered, nodding. "Well, around 3 years and 2 months to this day, pretty much." Goro's eyes widened. His bushy eyebrows had generally hidden his small eyes through their conversation until now. Angela looked at him with interest. His reaction brought her to suspect that the man was sharper than many others in this room. The gladiator business meant something different to Goro than it did to everyone else here, Angela could tell easily. As Sokka had suggested, perhaps the Mad Alchemist merely wanted to test his products and inventions, perhaps Goro wanted to protect his partner, and the Mad Alchemist just happened to remain so high in the ranking that, to this day, he was always at risk of being challenged by rivals who wanted to crush him. There was no doubt Koshing wished to have an opportunity to prove the Dark Rook was superior to the Mad Alchemist, for his insistence on forcing Goro to fight Angela hinted at some sort of resentment towards the man. If Sokka defeated the Mad Alchemist, the Blue Wolf would be the superior non-bending gladiator. That would turn Sokka into the target, into the man to defeat, for all non-bending gladiators. It was quite likely that, if Sokka became the known top non-bending gladiator, she'd have to deal with Koshing's attempts to assert his non-bending gladiator as superior to her own. Just for convenience, he wanted Sokka to defeat the Mad Alchemist. The princess was ambitious, it was apparent to anyone, and Goro simply wasn't. He didn't take the Gladiator League seriously, whereas Angela did. It was convenient for Koshing to help her dethrone the Mad Alchemist, even if not in terms of points, since Goro surely had spent ages avoiding fighting him and accepting less dangerous opponents instead. Angela wasn't as likely to do that as he was. Suddenly, his behavior during the Dark Rook's fight against Sokka made a lot more sense than it had that day. "Well, that is extraordinary," said Goro, smiling at Angela and nodding towards her. "I'm sure you've made your father quite proud with your achievements." "Admittedly, he cares little for the league, but he does seem to enjoy hearing I've been successful so far," Angela said, with an earnest grin. Goro laughed and nodded. "Well, that's all good, then. That's all good. Now, if you'll excuse me. I need to visit the restroom, he said, smiling awkwardly at Yen. Yen laughed and nodded. Don't try to escape through the window or so, said Yen. You owe the princess an answer, after all. Right, said Goro, nodding and walking off carefully. Still, he didn't use his cane. Angela couldn't help but wonder if it was a weapon or a mere accessory. Crafty old man, said Koshing, shaking his head once Goro was gone. If he had his way, he'd come to these meetings merely to ask everyone to stop challenging him instead. He really seems quite evasive, Angela commented, sipping her drink. Koshing shook his head. He's a scaredy cat, rather, said Koshing. He only accepts challenges when he needs the money to get by, pretty much, and always avoids anyone who's too high in the ranking. He's only breaching the top 50 these days because he kept accepting safe challenges, never pushing his gladiator into a serious fight. Have your gladiators fought him? Angela asked. Koshing nodded. The light bearer won, he said, smirking proudly, though the smile soured quickly. The dark rook, unsurprisingly, failed. K isn't as sharp as his brother on any day, regrettable as it may be. You managed to challenge him with the light bearer, though, said Zhao, amused. How did you achieve that? Oh, I tricked him into thinking the challenger was the dark rook instead, Koshing said, smirking. That's why he refuses to take any challenges by me lately. Such a shame, at that. So, even if your gladiator were strong enough by now to defeat his, you can't really prove it because he won't even accept your challenges? Zhao asked. Koshing nodded. And isn't that pointless, really? We all want to be the best at what we do, that's human nature, said Koshing, shrugging. As far as I can tell, the Dark Rook is already talented enough to go toe-to-toe with the Mad Alchemist, but perhaps you will be the one who will succeed at beating him. With that, Koshing glanced at Angela. She set down the glass and shrugged. I assume you'll be more than happy to challenge my gladiator again, if he happens to outdo the Mad Alchemist? She asked. Koshing laughed. And this time, I will be sure the Dark Rook is in his very best shape, said Koshing, the best weapons and armor, too. In short, you were counting on him losing the other day, Angela said. Koshing smirked. Sometimes you have to play the long game, princess. A couple of lost fights are meaningless in the face of winning the overarching war. Seeing as your gladiator has lost a few times as well, I'd think you'd understand. I do, completely, said Angela, nodding. You have a curious way of doing things, nonetheless. I'll take that as a compliment, said Koshing, chuckling, and draining his own drink. Now, if you'll excuse me, Angela said, pushing herself up. Where is, indeed, the restroom? I'd like to make sure Goro didn't escape after all. Zhao smiled and answered her with the proper directions. Angela nodded and walked off, breathing deeply as she made her way to where the old sponsor was supposed to be. Winning, losing, everything was a tool for Koshing. His gladiators were merely tiles in his own pie show game, not too differently from how Iroh often seemed to carry himself. Though, admittedly, Iroh seemed to genuinely enjoy a few things in life, and by now Angela guessed he truly cared about Toph. Koshing seemed to care for nothing but himself, his pride, his achievements and successes. A typical nobleman, no doubt. Angela grimaced, wondering if the bastard was even married to begin with. If he wasn't, she wouldn't be shocked if he tried to slip in a marriage proposal while challenging Sokka with either of his gladiators. Albeit to further himself in society, as usual. She found Goro standing alone near a window, not too far from the restroom Zhao had directed her to. The man was staring out through the glass, hugging himself, his walking stick tucked in his elbow. Angela breathed deeply and stepped towards him, making as little noise as she could. Even so, the metal solace of her feet eventually alerted the man of her presence. He looked at her in surprise, as though he wanted to run away. Princess, I was on my way back. I just got distracted with. Angela raised a hand in his direction before glancing out the window as well. She raised her eyebrows upon noticing the night sky was clear, with stars glowing brightly above them. It seemed there was no moon tonight. A remarkable night sky, she said. Goro nodded promptly. And it's barely beginning, too. He said the stars put on quite a spectacle in moonless nights. It's the best way to work on celestial maps, but, well, this meeting was scheduled today. I told Takase to keep track of the stars for me, but heavens know if he'll do as I asked. You're an astronomer? Angela asked. Goro smiled and nodded. That I am. He said, though, well, it's only because my family fortune allowed me to pursue that career for most my life. Koshing implied you'd use your gladiator to avert money problems. Angela said, I suppose now that's not quite right, if your family fortune keeps you afloat. It does, it does. Koshing is a fool, said Goro, shaking his head, a self-obsessed fool, at that. Most people in that room are, that's for sure. I could tell, Angela said, smiling uneasily. Frankly, I've seldom met nobles who behave any differently from this. Well, now you have, said Goro, smiling at her. I'd sooner watch stars than fight for power and wealth. My gladiator and I, well, we work together on his inventions. Whenever he's excited about his latest creations we test them in the ring, and curses, has that been risky, but it's paid off more often than not, too. Still, Takase never intended to become as highly ranked as he is. One day we started receiving so many challenges because the highest non-bender at the time, around 6 years ago, was killed. Until then, we hadn't even noticed we were in the top 100. And I assume that's when this funny lot started hounding you about attending their meetings. Angela asked. Goro sighed and nodded. I only attend them so I won't seem too rude, but... You could drop out from the ranking, Angela smiled. Goro looked at her in surprise. Have your gladiator craft and stock up on new weapons, test them within a year, after you have a chance to return to the league. That way you'll be back in the lower levels of the ranking, and this group will leave you be. And that way, you'll be sponsoring the top non-bender, too. Said Goro. Angela shrugged. Admittedly, I'd rather our gladiators fought each other, she said. I have the feeling it would be a fight for the ages. But I also have the feeling you're quite tired of the gladiator business, or, perhaps, of the high tier. People think you're strange. Most everyone I asked about you said you were. Now I realize you're merely a man for whom the gladiator business is a secondary interest, a nobleman with no aspirations beyond, well, science, looks like. As far as I can tell, it means you're the most interesting member of this whole group. That is quite flattering, said Goro, laughing. A beautiful lady saying I'm interesting, what has the world come to, eh? Angela smiled as Goro chuckled, shaking his head. Breeze picked up through the windows, brushing through Angela's dark hair gently. I can understand if you'd rather protect your gladiator from mine. Frankly, I tend to protect mine quite a lot as well. She said he was, well, quite breakable when our partnership began. And no doubt, he's been through certain ordeals that have left him with some bad wounds, yet I continue to fight, and he continues to fight for me. His resolve is probably stronger than mine in many days, and I'm grateful for it. Why? Asked Goro, raising his eyebrows. Why would he want to fight so badly? Is he one of those violence-loving gladiators, perhaps? Not at all, Angela said, smiling and shaking her head. He is a warrior, that's true enough, but he likes meeting other warriors like himself, looks like. He enjoys fighting to his best, especially against opponents who will respect him for who he is. As for violent, harsh fights, he doesn't enjoy them at all. But just a few days ago he fought the Dark Rook, and, well, he defeated him quite thoroughly, but the Dark Rook proved to be a respectful, inventive, skilled warrior. Talented in ways his sponsor couldn't possibly hope to be. So, my gladiator was pleased enough to even seal the fight with a handshake. It surprised me, but I'm not even sure why it would, at this point. He's always been unpredictable that way. He sounds like the kind of man Takase would like to fight, said Goro, chuckling. Sokka develops weapons of his own, too, Angela said, smiling. Bombs, mainly, but it's still something they'd have in common. If you're afraid Sokka will try to kill your gladiator, well, don't be. He's not going to do something like that unless yours tries to kill him first. That is, indeed, the hazard, said Goro. Angela raised her eyebrows and Goro smiled guiltily. Takase has gone a little too far with his weapons sometimes. He's, well, accidentally killed a few gladiators in the past. Said Angela, frowning. It's generally not his intent, but, some of his developments are too risky and he doesn't test them properly beforehand, said Goro, shaking his head. Your gladiator sounds strong, though, so, if Takase is foolish enough to pose a real threat, I suppose your gladiator might cut him down. Maybe. Though he prefers destroying the enemy's weapons, Angela admitted. Goro chuckled. Then you might as well kill him, he's always devastated when anything happens to his creations, said Goro. Oh, at any rate, it seems our gladiators could give each other the worst fight of their lifetimes, or the best. It's hard to say, If you order your gladiator not to kill mine, I'll gladly do the same, Angela said, smiling. Goro laughed. That, hopefully, will convince Takase to hold back, then, he said, and if you win? If I win, Sokka may finally provide you with some respite, Angela said, even if it won't be official until we surpass you in terms of points, Sokka would become the best non-bender of the league. Are you sure you can put up with Koshing's irritating persistent challenges? Asked Goro, eyeing Angela cautiously and the others, too. He's hardly the only one. No need to worry, Angela said, smiling, and nodding as it is. I trust my gladiator won't falter easily. We haven't come this far without facing serious challenges before. Such as? Asked Goro. Sokka has beaten the Millennium Dragon twice, Angela said. Goro's jaw dropped, and we've also won in the Slate twice, granted, the second wasn't the harshest of fights, but still. That's goodness, said Goro, laughing. Goes to show I ought to pay more attention to the league, Perhaps you only need to read the chronicles more often, Angela suggested, amused. A writer has been hired lately to further promote the league through articles that review the best of the league's weekly fights. Why, I hadn't even heard of that. Said Goro, laughing still. Perhaps the gladiator business is more fun these days than it used to be, Perhaps, said Angela, smiling. Well, then, will you accept my challenge? If you need more time to ponder it, I won't bother you about it. Oh, you sound more sensible and smarter than all these fools would together, said Goro, shaking his head. I may regret this, if you're merely putting up an act. I was putting up a much bigger act in front of them than you, if you must know, Angela said. Goro chuckled. Good. Good, he said then. I'll answer your challenge once I'm home, princess. 3 weeks of preparation should be good, yes. Seems reasonable, Angela agreed, smiling. Thank you. Whatever the outcome, hopefully our gladiators will meet a decent match in each other, Hopefully indeed, said Goro, chuckling. Takase no doubt has wanted a worthy rival for years now. Angela smiled and breathed deeply. This old man was still strange, but not in an unsettling way, at least. Of all her new acquaintances today, he seemed the least dislikable of them all. Quite possibly because he seemed to respect and care about his gladiator rather than merely wanting to use him as a tool to further his social and political agenda. There was nothing as noteworthy for the rest of the evening, as far as Angela could see. She merely sat back at the table and listened to the men argue, laugh, bicker, and taunt each other until she noticed Zhao seemed to have had his fill of the superfluous conflicts. Within less than half an hour since her conversation with Goro, Zhao already excused them both from the meeting and guided her back to his carriage. His driver had been passing the time and boredom with the many other chauffeurs, and he was quick to steer the carriage's moose dragons towards the capital once more. Well, then, was that what you hoped it would be, princess? Zhao asked Angela. He looked far more exhausted than she expected him to. Quite so, said Angela, nodding. It would seem social events are taking a toll on you lately, Admiral. I can't remember you struggling through them in the past. I admit, these meetings are by far the most tedious I've ever had to attend, he said, groaning, and shaking his head. Their usefulness can't be denied, especially if Oze wants me to deal with an unruly sponsor or two, but... Angela's eyes narrowed noticeably. Zhao looked at her with surprise, forgetting his train of thought at her reaction. Are you and Oze still on bad terms, even now? He asked. Angela lowered her gaze. I thought your problems were long over, whatever they were. I wouldn't say we're on bad terms, no, Angela said. I suppose there are just several problems he has handled in ways I can't quite approve of. But that's neither here nor there. I see, said Zhao, blinking blankly. Have you had to do it on many occasions? She asked, executing gladiators by his command, I mean. Oh, well, Not too many, Zhao said, shrugging, but every now and then he does send me a message if he needs me to set someone straight, yes. Hasn't done it in a while, though. Angela nodded, her gaze on her lap. Either her father was trying to restrain himself to avoid antagonizing his daughter, or she was deluding herself and wishing for the impossible. Oze was incorrigible, she knew as much, and in ways far more dangerous than Sokka's own and renowned incorrigibleness. When the Fire Lord had it in his head that he was doing the right thing, there was no changing his mind. She wasn't strong enough, or scary enough, to daunt him into stopping his unlawful, extrajudicial executions. At any rate, you did get what you wanted, didn't you? Zhao asked. You were gone for a while, and so was Goro. Only time will tell, Angela acknowledged, resting against the back of the carriage. I'd like to think I read him right, and posed my challenge so that he would find it agreeable to accept it, but who knows, perhaps I read him wrong and he's a craftier old man than I think. Until I receive confirmation by the dome's staff that he has actually agreed to my challenge, I won't assume I convinced him to accept it. Fair enough, said Zhao, smirking. I hope you succeeded regardless. Goro seemed a lot less stressed out after his visit to the, well, restroom, so. I suppose he was. And if I misread him today, I guess I'll have to analyze him all over again. Angela mused, staring through the windows at the starry sky. Despite she wanted to be prepared for anything, something told her she wasn't wrong about her assessment of Goro. But it was still true that she wouldn't know for sure until later that week, and she would do best to exercise her patience for the time being. Her conversation with Goro had been enlightening in many regards, and she had understood the great risks that could come from obtaining a position like the one they were vying for. It didn't matter if they didn't outdo the Mad Alchemist in the ranking, as long as they outdid him directly in the ring. It was curious to think that she had once dismissed Sokka's notion of defeating Combustion Man as the quickest way to the top. He had suggested the idea casually, carelessly, and she had said that wasn't how it worked, but now she could see, quite clearly, that Sokka had been right. That was exactly how it worked in the high tier. The unspoken, underlying battles mattered much more than points and positions and perfect victory streaks. She wasn't sure what to expect for the next 2 days, and she spent them with Sokka in hopes to quell her uncertainties about whether or not Goro had accepted her challenge. By the 3rd day she decided she'd waited enough. And Shoji greeted her at the Grand Royal Dome with a large grin, the Mad Alchemist's accepted challenge in his hands. Sokka huffed with every movement, sweat dripping down his forehead. His flexed legs were tense, and he gazed up at Angela's eyes every time his body rose to meet hers. She didn't always help him with his crunches, but she offered to do it this morning. She held down his flexed legs in the backyard, keeping him in place so he'd make each movement thoroughly. The chance to watch him working out like this, up close, was something the princess relished in. She was in a good mood, surely because of the big news she'd given him as soon as she had arrived. Sokka was pleased for it too, but all he understood from the developments was that he had to work extra hard for his upcoming challenge. Why, you say, he kills by accident? He asked breathlessly, as he hoisted his torso again, hands behind his head. How does someone even do that? Beats me, but it shows his inventions are far from safe, said Angela. You have to be prepared for anything, and as much as I am enjoying this show of yours, you know that this time it's going to be a battle of wits rather than brawn, right? Not surprising, but glad you're enjoying it indeed, he said, dropping flat on his back before rising one more time to steal a kiss from her lips. Angela smiled. What should I do, then? Feels like I'll have to be sharper than ever once I'm in the ring, but I can't really prepare for that, can I? You could, by doing the same things he does, Angela suggested, placing her head atop her crossed forearms, which rested on his knees. Ponder how to improve your weapons, or your gear. Should I put spikes in my armor, then? He asked, with a mischievous smirk. Angela snorted. Why is that the only idea you come up with whenever someone suggests armor upgrades, Sokka? She asked, looking at him in disbelief. He laughed and dropped on the ground again. Keep it up, though. Those perfect abs of yours won't stay as delectable as they are if you don't exercise. I know of a couple other ways to keep them toned, princess, he said, winking at her. Angela smirked knowingly. Just putting that out there, in case you're interested in testing them. After we come up with solid ideas to deal with your new rival, maybe, she declared. Sokka laughed and placed his hand behind his head once more before pushing himself up. Fine. Then, new bombs. He suggested. Azula nodded. What kind? She asked. Stench and smoke? Seems like the only kinds you know how to craft, so. How about flashy ones? Sokka asked, eyes glowing with interest when he reached Azula, just before dropping on the ground again. I can't really make incendiary explosives, but maybe I could try to blind him. Blind him with a bright enough explosion from the bomb. Azula repeated, with interest. Do you have ideas on how to make that happen? Not a one. Sokka admitted, beaming. Azula rolled her eyes but smiled. Dummy, she said, her hold on his legs tightening. Well, I'd say you should make a full-on cocktail with a bomb, using stench, smoke, and perhaps that blinding idea of yours. It could blind someone at first, then while they're recovering they'll still struggle to see in a cloud of smoke, and the smell. Sounds like a bomb from hell, Sokka laughed, carrying on with his crunches all the same. Azula smiled. It seems only right to fight a crazy alchemist with a crazy weapon, she said. Only problem is, he'll likely bring 5 crazy weapons instead. You'll surely bring your sword, right? Yeah, though, you can keep Wolfsbane, Sokka said, breathlessly under the strain of his latest set of crunches. I don't think it'll be convenient to bring it. That's nice to hear, Azula said, beaming. If he has any acidic attacks like the Darkrook did, I'd rather he melts your sword rather than mine. Hey. Azula laughed and Sokka interrupted his crunches to punish her for being mean in the best way he knew how. Before long they were lying in the grass yet again, as she fell prey to another of his tickle attacks. By now she was used to their fights having such a ridiculous outcome, practically relished in it, and she knew Sokka did too. Sokka, stop. She laughed, as his fingers glided over her flanks recklessly. You're all sweaty, why you'll stain my armor. Sokka. You should have known better than to be so ticklish. Ha. He declared proudly, still unrelenting, making her laugh was ever rewarding. He finally gave up after a while, raising his eyebrows as she breathed in difficulty on the ground. He chuckled and shook his head. You probably got as much abdominal exercise as I did just because I tickled you, he said, smirking. Who's all toned now, huh? Well, you are, though perhaps I am, too, Azula acknowledged, smiling as she gazed up at his shirtless figure. No doubt she'd have her way with him later today, especially when he tempted her in such a shameless way. Sokka smiled and dropped beside her, looking at her with interest. Azula held his gaze, still grinning after his latest tickle attack. How does someone defend from an acid attack, though? Sokka asked, looking at her with interest. Depends on how strong it is, I suppose, Azula said, reaching out to caress his arm. He had already exercised his biceps, leaving her with the opportunity to caress his perfectly firm muscles. To her utmost delight, some metals ought to withstand the worst of it, but I wouldn't suggest you test that theory in the battlegrounds, especially with your unique sword and armor. Yeah, safer not to, Sokka admitted, but perhaps I ought to wear an under armor, or so. Does that make sense? Not sure, but it could be good to have multiple layers of protection, Azula acknowledged. Can't let this ridiculously good-looking body of yours get any holes in it because of acid, now, can we? I'd like to think we can't. Yes, Sokka said, amused. Azula laughed and kissed his cheek. I love it when you're that smug, she said, and his laughter rang in her ears. I'm not even kidding, it's wonderful for you to be so aware of how handsome you are. Well, then, you ought to be equally aware of the fact that you're the most beautiful woman in the entire planet, Sokka declared, draping an arm around her waist. Azula laughed. Do you dare deny it, princess? Well, no, I guess I won't, she said. Sokka snickered and laughed as he kissed her lips. Then, on top of the many reasons we're the perfect match, we also are because we're full of ourselves. Seems perfect, huh? I suppose, but we have good reason to be, if anything. At least we're only so obnoxious about it because it's true, Azula stated proudly. Sokka laughed and pressed his forehead to hers. I love you, he said, beaming. Azula smiled too, kissing him gently once again. And I promise I won't let the alchemist get to me. At least, I'll try not to. You seldom wear a helmet these days, Angela said. Maybe we should get you a new one, give it a proper front cover, you know, just so he can't reach your face so easily either. That's a thought too, Sokka mused. Shoji said something about that multi-blade contraption. It seems it wasn't all that safe for him to use, though, said Angela. Hopefully he won't have that this time around. Maybe he won't, but if he does I need to be ready. Sokka sighed. Projectile weapons too. I'll have to be as fast as ever to dodge them. You're quite fast as you are, but I guess you could use some more training in those regards, said Angela. It may be crazy to hope you'll take him out quickly, but you did it with other fighters in the past. None who were in the top 100, though, said Sokka, with a sad grin. Either way, I'll try to get along with him. That, if anything, could be the best tool to win this fight. I agree. Two crazy gladiators should have it easy to understand each other, Angela said, proudly. Sokka snickered before kissing her again, hard enough that he was soon on top of her. No longer did she seem to care about her armor, for she pulled him closer, eager to embrace his strong and heated body. You like that I'm crazy, he whispered against her lips, the brush of his voice sending shivers down her spine. She moaned softly. I like you, so, yes, I guess I do, she acknowledged. Sokka chuckled. Either way, if you fail this time, we can try again. It's not unthinkable, not impossible. We're not going to falter so easily over one loss, even if it were my first loss in over a year. Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela smiled and shrugged. You really wouldn't mind? I care more about you than about your record. I thought that was clear since, your first fight with Toph, she said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka snorted. What? I did load you onto my palanquin and carried you all the way through the dome, so. True enough, said Sokka, smiling warmly. What on earth were you thinking, princess, helping a complete loser like myself that way? I'd say the best answer to that question is, I wasn't thinking. Not at all, she said. Sokka's laughter was nearly musical now, as he held himself above her while his laughs poured out of him. Well, really, Sokka. Her hands moved to his shoulder, to caress the scar Toph had left him with all those years ago. By now it was faded, even if Angela knew its location by heart. Considering you used to get beaten up to that extreme, and you haven't since then, I'd say you stand a chance against this alchemist. Whether you think so or not. I'd like to agree, said Sokka, smiling a little. We have less than 3 weeks for it, though. Whatever crazy new things we're going to try, we'll have to prepare them by then, right? Angela nodded promptly, her hand now caressing his face. Sokka bit his lip. But, we can start on all that tedious stuff tomorrow, right? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Angela snorted. Procrastinating on preparing for a fight, you really are shameless, she said, though she felt the way his hands moved over her body, his blue eyes now aglow with a different light than before. There are many other things I can be shameless about, no doubt you're aware of it. He teased, leaning closer. Will you humor me for today, princess? She didn't need to be asked twice, her fingers already undoing his wolf's tail even before their lips met in a wilder, passionate kiss. One more day of enjoying each other freely, of basking in intimacy that belonged only to them. And then they would get back to work, harder than ever. They visited the royal blacksmith for the first time in years, and after a few days, Sokka's new, angular, fully wolf-shaped helmet was ready. Sokka looked up how to create a light bomb, hoping to develop an effective enough method to do so, but while some books indicated that there were substances in the world that might just offer him the explosive result he needed, obtaining them was no easy feat. Despite his hopes to build something different, he had to settle for creating an even worse stench cocktail, with a hint of powder just to make the bomb slightly more dangerous, in case his opponent warranted it. His secondary armor wasn't easily acquired, and wearing it underneath his usual armor wasn't exactly comfortable, but the leather and metal lamellar armor offered a new layer of protection in case the main one failed to do its job. His newest training drill consisted in running in it, testing if he could still be as quick with new weight to restrict his movements. Before long, he had adjusted enough to the change that he could offer Angela a pretty good fight. If something indicated he was in shape, it was going toe-to-toe in combat with the princess without catching fire in the process. Their upcoming battle was anticipated, promoted, and it would become the most crowded of all their fights up to date. An article had been featured in the chronicles to spread word of the upcoming combat between the Blue Wolf and the Mad Alchemist, and it seemed more people than expected were stoked about witnessing what could be history in the making. Sokka might rise above and beyond all expectations, and if he succeeded at that, Azula would surely be acclaimed, admired, and feared by all those who still had dared be dismissive of her. Her name could be heard constantly in the dome, the anticipation for this match far more intense than anything Sokka had felt up to date in the league. He defeated the two opponents Azula had challenged before the fight against the Mad Alchemist, further cementing his position in the ranking by doing so. Yet all he could think of was the fight that might finally push him to new heights, if only he proved triumphant. They hadn't headed to the waiting room at all, instead choosing to wait directly in the corridors that led to the standby room while the previous fight unfolded. The vestibule was about as crowded as it had been when they had first watched Combustion Man fighting in the Grand Royal Dome. Avoiding the droves of people would be preferable for Sokka, seeing as he needed to focus right now. Azula hadn't seen him taking a fight so seriously in a very long time. As stern as he had seemed back when he'd had to save her from unwanted engagements, he usually was more talkative than he'd been today. He stood before the gold grid once the previous fight was over, staring at the sand with nothing but determination in his eyes. She kept her silence, even as she waited beside him. She wasn't really sure what they were waiting for at this point, but Azula wasn't eager to interrupt his thoughts, and just so, she didn't want to go back upstairs without speaking to him once more. So all she could do was wait, until he breathed deeply and nodded. All right, I think I can handle this, he said, still looking uncharacteristically tense, still frowning heavily, his helmet under his arm. Should I just leave you to continue focusing, then? Azula asked, with a teasing smile, or would you like your mandatory good luck kiss? Her words seemed to throw off all the seriousness he'd built up for hours now. He smiled too, looking at her warmly. The eyes that had been ice cold as he stared at the sand were completely different when they looked at her. Even now, her heart raced upon being gazed at with such genuine affection. You really expect me to reject that offer, princess? He asked. She smiled and stepped towards him, embracing him tightly. See, this is why you shouldn't have spikes in your armor. If you did, I'd never be able to hug you like this on fight days, she said. Sokka snorted. It's funny how that's your argument, and funnier still how I find it absolutely compelling, he said. Her chuckle only made his smile grow wider. I love you, Azula. And you, she said, reaching up to cup his face and kiss his lips softly, more than anything. Oh? Didn't we agree that we're not allowed to prioritize each other over everything else? Sokka teased her. Azula smiled and nodded. We did. And yet we break our promises all the time except for when they really matter, she said, proudly. Sokka chuckled. I don't need you to win today, Sokka. If you can't, that's fine by me. Just, don't get chopped up into bits or something like that. I have no idea what that man's capable of if you anger him, so try not to do that, and, just be careful, okay? You're beautiful, he said, kissing her brow now. Azula only tightened her grip around him. Thank you for not holding impossible expectations, but I'm still doing my best today, all right? I have no problem with that, she said, smiling warmly. Just come back to me. That's all I ask. In one piece, preferably, Sokka taunted her. Azula grunted softly before giving him a biting kiss. Sokka chuckled through it, holding her closely and basking in the happiness he felt with her. I'm proud of you, Sokka, she whispered, her lips against his, and I will continue to be unless you do something incredibly stupid, so, don't do anything like that. I'll try to avoid it, he said, and you should calm down too, you know. I'm getting the feeling you're more nervous than me, and that won't do. Someone has to be the unreasonable, irrational fool between us both. It's only right that I play that part once in a while, she said, proudly. Sokka laughed and shook his head. Right, he said, caressing her cheek before kissing her again. If we've come this far, it's because you've never given up on us. That the world's wondering if I'm the strongest non-bending gladiator, it's not something that I could achieve all on my own. You're so much stronger than me, too, so I wouldn't be so sure of that anymore, Azula said, smiling warmly at him. Sokka snorted in disbelief. Nonsense, he said, with certainty at any rate. My point is, I've only made it this far because of you, and I hope you're aware of it. Well, I hope you're aware of the fact that, as far as I can tell, this journey isn't over, even now, she said, kissing his cheek and burying her face in his armored neck. We'll make it further yet, Sokka. No one's like us. No, no one is, Sokka agreed, beaming and holding her too, and that's why we'll shoot off to the top for sure, you know? Because we're partners like no one else can be. That's right, said Azula, smiling and pulling away to cup his face. Go make me even prouder, then, my gladiator. I fight for you, my princess, he said, his confident eyes returning, even if without the ice and steel that had been there before, and you know I always will. That I do, she said, her eyes fluttering closed before she kissed him devotedly again and again, as many times as she could before sending him into battle once more. The gates to the sand pit would open soon enough, and a roaring crowd would welcome him. A powerful rival would stand before him, and the scorching sunlight would glow upon that ring one more time, and he would fight, to his very best, with everything he had in him. No longer was he afraid of what he was capable of, and Azula knew as much as well. Perhaps they had rushed through this, all over a challenge by Iroh. Perhaps they shouldn't have taken it to heart so quickly, but this fight was a chance to prove how far they'd come since they had first shaken hands in a standby room like this one. Sokka's courage was perhaps nothing but recklessness, but he was determined to fight for victory with everything he had. In these levels of the ranking, he had no doubts his opponent had every intention of doing the same thing. Chapter 175, The Mad Alchemist 3. The Grand Royal Dome will witness a fight like no other on this day. Our two strongest non-benders will clash in the sand for the first time ever, offering us a spectacle like none we've seen before. Our reigning non-bending champion, the Mad Alchemist, has been the top non-bender of the league for 6 years, no less. So far, he has never fought against a non-bender strong and skilled enough to defeat him, for he is unpredictable and never wins the same way twice. What remarkable weapons and strategies shall we see from this extraordinary genius today? His challenger, of course, is no less than our crown princess' very own Gladiator, the Blue Wolf. After a few bumps in his early career, there has been nothing to slow down his progress as he earns points and shoots for the ranking's highest heights. His versatility and ever-improving skills have turned him into one of the best gladiators to ever join this league. Will the underdog prevail in this legendary fight? Or will the longtime non-bending leader preserve his privileged position? Witness this fight with me, so we may discover together who deserves to be called the strongest non-bender in the superior Gladiator League. Give a loud cheer, now, to welcome the Blue Wolf. Filling his lungs with a deep, calming breath, Sokka stepped out of the standby room. As ever, the golden sand greeted him, as did the loud cheers and hoots from his fans. The rhythm-heavy song his supporters had composed for him could be heard faintly between all the loud voices, and Sokka raised a hand in acknowledgement of all who had attended the fight today to support him. Years ago, he had entered this same arena for the first time to fight another non-bender, the red-striped Hornet. Back then, he would have never expected to feel at home in this city. He wouldn't have ever wanted to embrace the darkest sides of his nature, nor would he have dreamt of striding into the sand with pride rather than shame. On that first fight in the Grand Royal Dome, he had glanced up at the sponsor's balcony only to be greeted by the princess's judgmental glare. Today, he was here to face off against the strongest non-bender, before a crowd that chanted his name and dressed up in his likeness. He had grown to accept himself, to admit the Fire Nation had virtues, despite being far from flawless, and he had learned to regard his opponents with the same respect they were offering him. Most of all, today he could glance up at the balcony to smile, not at a begrudging ally, but at a devoted partner. He could fully cherish the remarkable woman who smiled back at him, gazing upon him with such pride his heart ached wonderfully for it. Perhaps he would lose, there was no telling yet whether he would or wouldn't. But after all these years, he didn't hate himself for being the man he had become, as hard to believe as it was at times. His journey had brought him to the moment of truth, and he was ready to face this new challenge, one of the biggest before him so far. He could allow himself to lose, Azula had made that clear, but he didn't want to. Not when the stakes were this high. Let's welcome now the reigning non-bending champion, the Mad Alchemist. Surprisingly, the cheers weren't anywhere near as loud as they were for Sokka. It was strange that a man who had been fighting for so much longer than the Blue Wolf, and who had been the best non-bender for so long, would have such a small following, but Sokka decided against distracting himself with such thoughts. He only waited as the golden grid rolled upwards, watching intently for the opponent that would stride out into the sand any second now. Sokka blinked a few times, wondering if the man had run away or fallen asleep inside the standby room. No one was coming out yet, which gave rise to mutterings amidst the restless crowd. It nearly took a whole minute of hearing the megaphone man calling for the Mad Alchemist until something finally showed up in the standby room's threshold, and it was a vehicle, to Sokka's utter surprise. Slowly, but surely, the Mad Alchemist entered the stage while riding a strange wooden contraption. He wheeled himself in, surely aided by an engine of some sort, going by the smoke pouring out of the back of the vehicle. The machine was slow, although it progressed across the sand steadily while carrying a man on its back. He was dark-skinned, with messy hair. Sokka wasn't sure why he had expected the man to be younger, but he was bound to be older than 50. His eyes were sunken, and he didn't look well built. Had he ran into him and his weird contraption somewhere in the streets, Sokka would have assumed the man was merely a crazy inventor, and there was no doubt that he was one. Yet, was he any good as a fighter too? Or were his creations so extraordinary that he could easily defeat most his opponents merely through them? The man wheeled himself until reached Sokka. He stopped the machine by pulling several levers. He smiled at the Blue Wolf by then, who was equally puzzled and curious about his strange opponent. "Greetings," said the man, bowing his head towards him. "I am the one they call the Mad Alchemist, though my actual name is Takase." "Good to meet you, youngster." "Youngster," Sokka repeated, smiling a little. "Well, I am the one they call the Blue Wolf, then. My real name is Sokka." Nice. Most gladiators don't like introducing themselves civilly. I have never understood why," Takase declared, shaking his head while tampering with something in his machine. Sokka sighed and nodded in agreement. "That's very much true, I've never understood it either," he said. "It's just so rude, don't you think?" "Very. Utterly rude," said Takase, smiling again. "So, my sponsor says you're here to beat me and prove you're the top non-bender in the league, is it?" Yeah, that's the plan," Sokka nodded. "I hope you're not offended by that, though I'm still really far from you, in terms of points." "That's okay. You'll catch up," said Takase, waving a hand carelessly towards Sokka. "Or at least, I'd like to think so. It's only fair for a truly civilized man like yourself to be the one to beat me." "Does that mean you'll just let me win?" Sokka asked, amused. Takase raised an eyebrow. "Would you be fine with that?" he asked. Sokka sighed and shook his head. "Maybe I would have been, years ago. But nowadays, it'd feel like an undeserved victory," he said. Takase snorted. "Well, that's pushing it," he declared. "Too civilized, too honorable. That kind of behavior isn't suitable for a gladiator, it suits soldiers or—" "Wait, nah, that's not true either, soldiers are more worthless yet." "Oh," said Sokka, blinking blankly as Takase tapped his chin. "Goodness, I can't think of any profession in our day and age that warrants that kind of honorable behavior," Takase declared, biting his lip. "Let me think on this real quick and I'll get back to you in a bit." "Oh, okay," said Sokka, looking at Takase in confusion as the man brought his index fingers to his temples. "For the next 15 minutes, our two fighters are sure to provide us with a combat for the ages," the megaphone man was saying amidst the cheers and chanting. "We'll have history in the making today, everyone. Gladiators, get ready." Sokka smiled awkwardly as he eyed the Mad Alchemist again. The man seemed to be mumbling something to himself, eyes tightly shut. It didn't seem he was listening to the megaphone man at all. There was nothing else to it but to prepare, he concluded, as he put on his new helmet. 3, 2, 1. "Curses, I can't get attack when he's like this, can I?" Sokka groaned, just as the megaphone man shouted. "Start." Sokka raised his eyes towards Takase, wary of his behavior. It could have easily been a trap, a pretense to strike at Sokka when his guard was down, but nothing. The man continued to think hard, if that was what he was doing, and it didn't seem he had any intentions to stop anytime soon. Sokka sighed, shaking his head and crossing his arms as he waited for Takase to finish his thinking. "Hey, Takase," Sokka finally said, startling the man. "I know you're having fun. But, we're supposed to start fighting already." "What, we are? Says who?" Takase asked, frowning. "Says them," Sokka said, pointing at the judge's balcony. The Mad Alchemist raised his eyes to the balcony indeed, frowning as the judges and megaphone man nodded in his direction. He sighed then, shaking his head in disbelief. "Darn it, and now I'm going to spend the whole fight thinking about this. This isn't good," he said, pulling at his machine's levers again. Sokka frowned at that, unsheathing his sword and bracing himself for whatever the Mad Alchemist was going to do. As strange as the man had been so far, his just as strange vehicle surely wasn't harmless. "Anyways, this machine is the wheeler," said Takase, smiling at Sokka and gesturing at the machine with grandeur. "It's one of my 5 weapons. As it only counts as one, its multiple uses are just nifty for a guy like me." "Okay," said Sokka, grimacing. "You're not going to run me over with it, are you?" "Oh, of course not, it's too slow for that kind of thing," said Takase, chuckling. "But it can do other things. For instance." On first sight, the machine seemed so slow and ineffective. Logic dictated it couldn't be that much of a threat. Until a wooden panel at the front of the wheeler slid downwards, and a barrage of knives flew at full speed towards Sokka. Sokka leapt out of the way, but to his surprise, one of the levers Takase had his hand on turned the machine around in its own axis. The compartment from where the knives flew was still open, and still firing at Sokka mercilessly. Sokka continued jumping out of the way, hoping to run in a wide enough circle to avoid the worst of the knives. The Mad Alchemist merely chased after him at first with his knives, but eventually he turned the machine in the opposite direction. Sokka was still running a lap around the arena when he noticed the barrage of blades was in front of him now. He dropped down on the sand, the knives flying above him, grazing his helmet and armor. Even in such danger, Sokka allowed himself to glare at the Mad Alchemist, wondering if this was his way of handling fights. It seemed an absurd and inconvenient weapon to resort to, since any firebender could destroy his wheeler immediately. The machine continued to spin, the momentum forcing it to turn further than its operator had intended, which meant their target was now free from the barrage of knives. Sokka took the chance to draw his boomerang and toss it fast at Takase, but the man saw it coming and dodged. Unlike most fighters, Takase decided to watch the boomerang's flight pattern, ensuring that it wouldn't hit him from behind. Sokka gritted his teeth and jumped forward, away from the compartment that launched the blades, in hopes to cut down the slow machine with his sword. "Not so fast," Takase said, beaming before pulling yet another lever. A different wooden panel dropped off at one side of the machine, the side Sokka had been about to attack him from. And yet more rows of small blades gleamed there, ready to greet Sokka as soon as Takase launched them. "Did I mention I've improved on my multi-blade?" Takase said, smirking. "I couldn't do the same thing with the knife expeller, sadly, but the multi-blade was ever so promising." With that, he pressed a button this time. And the entire wall of blades shot off towards Sokka. The blue wolf grimaced and dropped flat on the ground for the second time. The knives seemed to soar past him, and none found their target, lodging in the arena's wall instead. Yet something was different about these knives indeed, and it took Sokka a moment to notice what it was. There were thin strings above him, tense strings that hadn't been there with the previous attack. "And here's the kicker," Takase yelled, before yanking a new lever. The blades dislodged from the wall, pulled back violently by the retracting strings they were attached to. But as their speed wasn't as fast as when they were released, most knives were dragged over the sand to their destination, and in the process, several of them dragged over Sokka's armored body. Fortunately, both the armors he wore protected him perfectly. The knives all returned to their starting points, and Takase laughed and clapped as they did, until he noticed 2 of the strings had gotten tangled. He huffed with annoyance and leaned over the side of the wheeler, untangling the 2 small blades with difficulty. "Curses, I knew this was going to happen, stupid strings," he grumbled, only noticing from the corner of his eye that Sokka was getting up again. "That's all so crafty," said Sokka, heart racing even if he had escaped injury so far. "That's one heck of a killer machine, Takase." "Thanks. I'm glad you appreciate," Takase exclaimed, beaming. until he noticed Sokka was running towards him. The Mad Alchemist grimaced, turning the machine again so his knife expeller could shoot at Sokka again, but the Blue Wolf wasn't merely testing the waters with the machine anymore. He ran fast, diagonally so he could avoid the weapons, but ever moving forward. "Ah, blast it!" Takase growled, before pressing a new button. Sokka was going too fast to stop by now, but to his surprise, the man released a new contraption. It looked like a horizontal bow, and it seemed more mechanical than any bows he'd seen before. "Have at it!" Takase yelled, yanking at the trigger, and the bolt shot off at Sokka at even higher speeds than the blade expeller. This time, Sokka could barely avoid the bolt. It bounded against the side of his helmet, the ringing sound disorienting him altogether. The bolt had hit him hard, despite it didn't wound him, but it effectively stopped his progress. The Mad Alchemist laughed and whirred around again, aiming the multi-blade at Sokka once more just as the Blue Wolf was gathering himself. Sokka gritted his teeth as the multi-blade fired, the many blades now striking his armor. His main armor was ever sturdy, warding him from the attack, but the under armor was nowhere near as resilient. The small knives carved their ways through the small plates, only cutting at Sokka's skin superficially, but cutting at him indeed. Sokka gritted his teeth before making up his mind to do away with the multi-blade before it could further harm. Takase had been basking in his successful first blood when Sokka leapt and whirled in midair. He waved Space Sword hard across all the thin strings, and quickly enough, the net-like formation of blades had lost its attachment to its source. Takase's jaw dropped as Sokka fell hard on the ground again, yanking out the blades that protruded from his under armor without further ado. The shallow wounds wouldn't stop him. He'd taken much worse injuries than this before. That's rude," Takase squeaked. "I worked hard to spin those thin and strong strings as well as I did." "Well, then, you should have considered you'd be fighting someone with a sword as sharp as mine," Sokka said, smirking under his helmet. "What, you thought I'd just sit back and enjoy getting cut up by your weapons?" "If you must know, yes," said Takase, huffing as he picked up something in his vehicle again. Sokka scowled and readied himself to attack again. The Mad Alchemist raised a new weapon now, though as it wasn't part of the wheeler, Sokka assumed it would count as his third weapon, for the mechanical bow would have been the second one. It looked like a tsunji horn with two openings, one of which was attached to a small container, the other was a mouthpiece. For a moment Sokka wondered if it was meant to deafen him, and out of nothing but curiosity he waited to find out what this weapon's use might be. The last thing he expected was for the tsunji horn to begin roaring fire. Sokka backtracked quickly, eyes wide as he scrambled away from the wild weapon. What on earth were these inventions? The wheeler was already weird enough, but turning a musical instrument into a flamethrower? How on earth was this man doing these things? "You know, it's funny because earthbenders and firebenders can't really fight with weapons like us non-benders," laughed Takase, "but oh, if you're a smart enough non-bender, you can be both a firebender and an earthbender if you wish." Sokka frowned at that claim, eyeing Takase warily. Within moments, the wheeler had turned in Sokka's direction once again, but this time a new side panel was uncovered. With the pull of yet another lever, the machine's engine seemed to start working again, and it was throwing sand at Sokka through a new machine, in ways akin to what earthbenders often did. "Shit!" Sokka growled, shielding himself with an arm from the stream of sand pouring out of the cannon-like weapon. The dim wheeler was a pain, there was no doubt to be had about it. He needed to take it out altogether, at haste, or else. "Oh, but I'm not done. We can even do better than this." Takase laughed. "Watch this, Sokka, watch this. It's genius, I tell you, pure genius." Sokka's eyes widened when the flamethrower's wildfire joined the sand. Once again, Sokka had to evade a wild attack of the sorts of which he hadn't dealt with before. The heating sand was being shot in his direction, keeping him at bay and preventing him from reaching his opponent. Was this really the way this man always fought his battles? It seemed fitting, for it was madness to fight this way, and yet it annoyed Sokka quite a bit. Takase's strength was in his inventions, in his strategies, in his unpredictability, but was he a fighter at all? So far, Sokka wasn't sure of it. The Dark Rook had been a warrior on his own right, but could the same be said about the Mad Alchemist? Whether he could be deemed a warrior or not, at least he was a completely different kind of gladiator from the ones Sokka had met so far. But it was time to act, to stop running hopelessly from an enemy who seemed invulnerable. All he had to do was cut across the distance between himself and his enemy to destroy his wretched wheeler, right? The heating sand was dropping around the ring, the grains melting into shards of glass. Sokka eyed them with uncertainty, wondering if he could use them to his favor eventually. But the first thing he needed. He ran, avoiding sand and blades from the expeller, which the Mad Alchemist activated again once Sokka stood within range. Finally, after avoiding so many dangers, he had a chance to pick up his boomerang. The blue wolf rolled across the ring and raced towards one of the furniture wooden contraptions and climbed atop it without much difficulty. The Mad Alchemist's weapons had their limitations, and Sokka hoped he wouldn't be able to aim them towards an enemy who was standing above him. "Oi, that's awfully clever of you," said Takase, blinking blankly when he noticed what Sokka was up to. "Oh, darn it. And now I guess I have to spend my next weapon, huh?" Sokka gritted his teeth and aimed with his boomerang. All he had to do was figure out a way to trigger a malfunction in the wheeler, anything that would mess up the system. From up his new vantage point he could see the inside of the vehicle, but the engine was still hidden from view, underneath the wooden outer layers. Then something else, anything else. While Sokka continued to scour the wheeler, Takase drew out a new weapon. Sokka frowned as he noticed it was a bomb, not too different from his own, even if it was larger. The Mad Alchemist heaved before tossing it at Sokka, and the Gladiator braced himself for an explosion, or smoke, only for the weapon to release a black, liquid substance. "What the?" said Sokka, frowning at the smell reaching him. It seemed to be oil, right? And yet that smell was so unexpected, so unpleasant. And now, fire! Takase roared. Sokka's eyes widened. Takase aimed the Tsunji horn flamethrower towards the pool of black oil, and within seconds, the entirety of it was on fire. The wooden contraption was caught up in it too, and Sokka gritted his teeth, trapped in flames, with no wolf's bane to help him defend from the fire, for he had assumed he wouldn't need Agil's sword this time. Well, at least that was one less weapon of Takase's to worry about. "Just one left for you," Sokka muttered, scowling at Takase. Whatever that fifth weapon was, he'd find out eventually. But he already knew just what he had to destroy, and he had a pretty good idea on how he'd do that. He put away his boomerang and lifted his own bomb, resorting to his breathing techniques to withhold as much air as he could, and to ignore the smoke that was rising around him. The heat rose too, but he had already fought in the slate before. It was hardly anything he hadn't experienced before. Hopefully, what he'd do next would be something new for Takase. The Mad Alchemist was eyeing Sokka with interest, noticing the blue wolf wasn't panicking as he had expected. It was hard to see him properly through the flames and smoke, but his silhouette was visible, and instead of jumping out of the burning contraption clumsily, he was aiming something upwards. Takase frowned, watching with uncertainty until Sokka tossed his bomb high, so high it nearly touched the dome's ceiling. He knew Takase would focus on following it, just as he had followed the boomerang. That was his chance. Sokka leapt out of the weak wooden furniture, falling just outside the ring of burning oil. Takase turned towards him then, upon catching Sokka's movement from the corner of his eye, but the blue wolf raced off within seconds, dashing away from the sides of the wheeler's sand streamer, the crossbow, the blade expeller, and towards the now useless multi-blade. The only side of the device that wasn't a hazard anymore. "Oh, oh!" Takase exclaimed, turning to look at Sokka in disbelief. Just then, the bomb dropped inside the wheeler. And a thick cloud of smoke poured out of it instantly, carrying the most heinous stench Sokka had been able to concoct so far. The blue wolf closed his eyes away from the thick smoke, for it would easily seep through his helmet. The Mad Alchemist coughed, and the engine of the wheeler started again. It seemed he was trying to move away, and yet it would be impossible for him to flee. The wheeler was too slow, after all. And so, Sokka drew space sword and slashed the wheeler, the wood receding quickly against the power of his sharp blade. He continued to hack at the device until it stopped moving. He could hear strange noises pouring out of it, a burbling liquid. He frowned, wondering if the device was powered by oil too. All the same, he had no time to waste chopping it to bits. He'd had enough of this wretched thing, and it was about time the Mad Alchemist fought for himself rather than hiding inside his grand creation. After a moment, Sokka realized he couldn't hear the mad alchemist anymore. He opened his eyes slightly, the thick smoke barely letting him see anything at all. He stretched out a hand and climbed aboard the wheeler, trying to find the man. Nothing. He was nowhere, it seemed, and as Sokka touched the destroyed vehicle, he noticed the crossbow and Tsunji horn weren't there either. The mad alchemist had escaped. Well, it seemed fitting either way. If the man's talents were to be found in working with substances and the like, he wasn't bound to be considerably hindered by smoke. He gritted his teeth, though, and continued to chop up the wheeler until it was broken up enough. "You done now?" the mad alchemist asked, from behind Sokka. The blue wolf turned and waved his sword to keep the enemy at bay, and he succeeded, for he didn't cut anything by swinging his sword as he had. Yet, a blast of light filtered through the smoke, barely a few meters away from where Sokka stood. The Tsunji horn. Again, Sokka was caught in an inferno, one that smelled bad, was full of smoke, both caused by the Tsunji horn and his own bomb, and with the oil splattered around, the wheeler caught fire at an alarming speed. The blue wolf clenched his weapons and rushed to climb off the wheeler, the flames licking at his armor and heating the under armor badly enough that the metal seemed to burn his skin underneath it. He untangled from the remains of the wheeler before long, and he raced out of the burning site as quickly as he could. The smoke bomb had been a good measure through which he could tear apart the wheeler, but it was backfiring on him now. He dropped to the ground, as close to one of the arena's walls as he could be, and he breathed with difficulty. Even with his helmet protecting him, he was badly affected by the stench. He coughed and breathed in fresh air with desperation, wanting to be ready for whatever else Takase might throw at him. The man was truly a dangerous foe, regardless of whatever could be said for his fighting methods. Sokka pushed himself up with difficulty, knowing he couldn't let his guard down. The smoke was still too thick, for he had gone overboard intentionally with the components of the bomb, but he hadn't thought it would be this much of a hindrance for himself. Just as the Dark Rook had been ridiculously fast, faster than Sokka, the mad alchemist had better resistance for smoke and substances, surely better resistance to stench, or else he wouldn't have spoken while immersed in the smoke cloud. "So, are you done choking on your own smoke yet?" the mad alchemist called out, and Sokka swallowed hard. That's not a good sign for any alchemists, you know? If you can't survive your own substances, you shouldn't use them in battle. "I'm no alchemist," Sokka grumbled as a response, clutching his sword hard. "Must be why I failed, eh? Must be. Shame on you," said Takase. His silhouette was finally visible in the smoke, and he hardly seemed affected by either the smoke or the smell. "Why Yuri, you're crazy," Sokka said, looking at his opponent in disbelief. Takase snorted. "You just noticed now? I thought my gladiator name spoke for itself. How can you talk at leisure when smelling? When smelling all that stuff?" Sokka asked, grimacing and glancing about himself. There had to be an area in the arena somewhere without so much smoke and stench, right? "Oh? Well, I just can't smell a thing. That's my secret," the mad alchemist declared, beaming. "Huh," said Sokka, eyes wide. "You see, I was testing some brews once and, well, they had some unexpected consequences on me," Takase explained. "It's been like 5 years since then. It's sad, I do miss some sense, but hey, it comes in handy in fights like these." "No kidding," said Sokka, swallowing hard. So much for hoping stench would be his trump card once more. "At any rate, even if you're no alchemist, you're certainly a man who appreciates a good invention," said the mad alchemist, finally stepping close enough into view, carrying his crossbow on his back, and the Tsunji horn aimed at Sokka. "And I don't like it when people break mine, you see." Sokka gritted his teeth, but he wasn't scared. No, not at this point. The wheeler was gone, the crossbow would be difficult to use, and the flamethrower wasn't better than the average firebender, as long as it had less fuel to burn than it had before. This was manageable. It had to be. The blast of fire brushed past Sokka, grazing his armor, but the gladiator dashed forward either way. The flames coated him, but after having walked through the Millennium Dragon's fire, this was as good as child's play. Before long he had reached his foe, who stumbled back in hopes to avoid him, but Sokka's sword flashed as he cut across the Tsunji horn's attached container. that had to be the source of its fire. Indeed, the container dropped on the ground to reveal nothing. Nothing but a smelly gas, it seemed to Sokka. He cringed and inched away from it. Volatile gas, turned into a flame-throwing weapon. He had already guessed the device had to be similar to the bombs he had never finished in the Northern Air Temple, but confirming it only worried him more. What on earth was that terrible smell? Hadn't the Mechanist said the gas had no scent? You just can't respect a man's weapons, can you? The Med Alchemist roared now, tossing the broken Tsunji horn at Sokka. It was useless as a weapon now, but as Sokka blocked it, Takase drew out his crossbow again and fired. The main armor held its own against the first bolt, even if it launched Sokka back into the spikes. How long had it been since he had last been hurt by them? He cringed as one of the spikes nearly drove through his head. The helmet protected him, but his under armor didn't do its job remotely as effectively. One of the spikes had broken through it, and Sokka groaned as he pulled back the arm it had pierced. The sight of his blood seemed to thrill the Med Alchemist. The man was either developing bloodlust all of a sudden, or he had been disguising a violence-loving personality behind his inventor persona, or perhaps he was just as much of a lover of his creations as of violence. Perhaps, then, that was why he belonged in a gladiator arena after all. I think I have the right word now for what a man like you should be, Sokka, said Takase, tossing the crossbow aside, drawing out a new weapon, a thin tube, from the protective leathers he wore over his body. Sokka glared at him, switching his sword from his right hand to his left. A legend. Sokka froze, only then remembering they'd had a conversation before the fight began. And yet what sounded like praise couldn't possibly be that, not when his opponent was smirking in such an unpleasant way. But wouldn't you agree, that the best legends are the ones who are already dead? He chuckled, that way, no one can tamper with their legacy. Considering I've already broken most your weapons, and you've only hurt me a handful of times, do you seriously think I'm going to die by your hand? Sokka snapped. You're pretty cool, I won't lie, your inventions are strange, but interesting all the same. And yet you're definitely going down, Takase. It's up to you to decide how you'll fall today. Heh? Is that so? Takase laughed. Then be my guest. Run me through, Blue Wolf, if you know what's good for you. Sokka gritted his teeth, raising his weapon just seconds before Takase sprinted into the dispersing smoke cloud again. Sokka huffed before running after him, holding his breath as best as he could. Without any warning, a solid block of glass shattered against him. Sokka cringed, realizing the Med Alchemist had been counting on his fire and sand mix to provide him with new weapons in the middle of the fight. The bastard was clever like few people Sokka had seen in this arena, there was no doubt about it, if he had ever seen anyone like him. But that couldn't matter, not ultimately. No, because the Med Alchemist was desperate by now. He had tossed away his crossbow, lacking any opportunity to load it again, and whatever that tube was, it couldn't possibly hold anything too dangerous. Or could it? Sokka froze, wondering what on earth that weapon could be. Upon detailing it, it appeared to be some sort of blowpipe, a small one. He gritted his teeth, quickly thinking about what kind of projectile it might launch. The man's joy at Sokka's blood might not have meant he was delighted to see blood at all, it might just have meant he had a place to shoot his projectile into. As soon as he realized this, he turned around just in time to avoid a projectile that whistled just where his right arm had been seconds ago. Sokka roared. Takase had snuck up close enough to fire easily into the under armor's crevice. Which meant he was within range, for the first time in the entire fight. The punch Sokka landed on Takase's face sent the man rolling back through the sand. A trickle of blood dropped from his nose afterwards, and the Med Alchemist merely laughed, as though embarrassed over how easily he had been caught by his opponent. Sokka didn't waste time now, tossing his boomerang hard and hitting Takase on the back of the head with it. The man's face was dunked in the sand again after that attack, but when he rose, he tossed a new fragment of glass at Sokka. The glass shattered against Sokka's armor, its shards dangerous only to his exposed hands. And yet Sokka walked onwards, catching his boomerang and scowling through his helmet. This fight had certainly dragged on long enough, and he was more certain every moment that Takase was no fighter after all. He was a genius, and yet it seemed his techniques and ideas hadn't been as effective against the Blue Wolf as they should have been. Okay, I may have gone overboard. Takase laughed, pushing himself up to his feet as Sokka walked menacingly towards him. But you said it yourself. You have to go all out, else you won't feel like you've won fairly, and that's what I did too. Fairly? Said Sokka, with a disbelieving laugh. You have weapons with multiple uses, with further weapons built into them. You use them to turn the arena itself into other weapons for you to use, and you expect to tell me that's a fair fight? The rules never stated otherwise, said the Mad Alchemist, shrugging. The rules don't state I shouldn't kill you either, said Sokka, with a mad smile of his own, and yet for once I'm consciously, genuinely tempted to try, if nothing else. Oh, come on. We're supposed to be the civilized ones, the smart guys, said Takase, walking back in towards one of the walls. Once he felt spikes against his body he cringed visibly. See? You've backed me against a wall. It's cruel, even. You really expect me to have mercy on you now? After you've spent the entire fight doing as you please. Sokka laughed. You're insane, and that's not a compliment. I have no idea why it wouldn't be, said Takase, biting his lip. I've always taken pride in it, myself. Sokka breathed out and raised his sword again. He had no intentions of really killing Takase, but for once he was ready to do so if the situation pushed him to. For Takase was deadly, even if he was defenseless, he was bound to have another trick up his sleeve, whether with that blowpipe or with something else. And Sokka wasn't about to let him pull another of those on him. That was supposed to be his area of expertise. Fine, then, I surrender. The Mad Alchemist said. You know that's not how it works, said Sokka, stepping closer to him. But I wish it were, really. Seems a lot easier to let someone surrender than to knock them out, huh? Surely, said Takase, beaming. So, you'll let me? Considering everything you've done to me the whole time, gee, I'm not sure the judges will think I won if I just let the remaining time tick by, Sokka said, pretending to be pondering the situation. Therefore, no, I won't. You monster. Takase said, with a pout. Sokka moved in, planning on striking Takase with his hilt, and it was that compassionate move that allowed Takase to jump forward, taking Sokka by surprise as he reached for his wounded arm. Something sharp, small, and deadly was suddenly stuck in Sokka's exposed arm skin. He yelled, despite the sting wasn't too painful. At first, the worst injury had been to his pride. For all this time he'd knocked out his opponents when they were helpless, and not one of them had been able to slip out of his control. But now Takase had taken advantage of his unwillingness to kill. The bastard was far too crafty, too good at reading his opponent, for his own good. But Sokka had yelled because his body seemed to weaken without any control on his part. His right arm felt numb, and suddenly it was burning too. He dropped his sword and reached back to take out whatever Takase had poked him with, and discovered it was the ammunition of his blowpipe, a dart. It looked much like the Dart Slayer's projectiles, from all those years ago in Huai. Only this time, the dart was most certainly coated with poison. Oops, said Takase, with a mischievous grin. I had a few extra darts on me. What? Don't look at me like that. There are no restrictions on how many projectiles you can carry, so, yes. Legend. Sokka, the legend. Dead against the Mad Alchemist's poison, no less. That's one of my best batch, you know? Made from the poison of a two-headed rat viper and spiced with paralysis toxins from a shirshu, this venom is. Sokka didn't hear the rest of the explanation. For once, he wasn't curious about the man's inventions. No, this time he wanted nothing but to silence that man for good. He'd had enough. He tackled Takase to the ground, his arms around the man's lower torso, and the Mad Alchemist let out a yelp of surprise. He kicked away at Sokka, whose body was weakening with every second that went by. All his resilience, and his endurance through the fight, was going to result in nothing if he couldn't win right now. The damned poison was bound to immobilize his entire body before long, and who knew what else it was going to do to him. The poison of a two-headed rat viper, what sort of symptoms did that have? Was it going to kill him? Well, if it would, then he'd have to deal with Takase first. Then, at least, Sokka would die as the top non-bender, and Azula would kill him again for dying on the arena, he supposed. But all things considered, he'd done his best to protect himself and fight back against from everything Takase had up his sleeve. He had made mistakes, but this slip-up, merely done out of mercy for his opponent, would lose him this fight? It was so unfair, too unfair. The entire fight had felt unfair, and he wasn't going to let it slide anymore. It was time to finish this, in whatever way he could. Takase had been kicking away at Sokka, trying to get him off him, when the whalebone knife sank into his thigh. For his own comfort, Takase hadn't worn an actual armor, finding the metal too restrictive of his movements and unnecessary when the wheeler could be counted on to protect him, a big mistake, seeing as the wheeler was gone in flames and he had nothing left to defend himself with. So he screamed, as blood rushed out, coating his leathers and clothes and flowing into the sand. He could only scream again when Sokka stabbed him one more time. The poison was rushing faster through Sokka's bloodstream, and his eyesight was blurry now, but the blue wolf didn't stop regardless. He gritted his teeth and climbed over Takase's body, the bloody knife in his hand. Stop, I'm sorry, please. Takase exclaimed, but Sokka could hardly understand his words by now. No, he had to stay strong, to stay conscious. He punched the Mad Alchemist in the face again, and more blood was sprayed on the sand. But it wasn't enough. Sokka dropped his knife and raised his right hand with difficulty. The numbing feeling was only gone because a scorching pain had been born in its wake. It was so powerful it was countering the numbness completely by now. And as painful as it was, it meant he could use his hand again, but who knew for how long? At least, it had to be long enough to press the Mad Alchemist's temples and make him lose consciousness. It had to be. It had to be. He pressed them, and the man writhed below him, near sobbing now under the pain of his stab wounds. In time, he'd be out of it. He just had to press harder, harder, though the seconds were turning into hours in Sokka's perception. He had no idea if he'd done it, but no, he was still moving, so not yet, not quite. Takase's arm flew out, striking Sokka's head and making his helmet fly off in the process. Sokka lost his bearings briefly, for the world was too confusing and loud, and he had to finish off Takase still. Curses, his right arm was gone again, and the numbing was spreading past his chest now. He gritted his teeth and reached out for Takase's neck with his left hand. And he squeezed, hard, harder, enough that the man could no longer breathe. One way or another, he had to make him lose consciousness. And if choking him was the only option, so be it. It wasn't at all the dignified fight he had hoped for at first. It wasn't the glorious success he had coveted as soon as he'd heard he might become the unofficial best non-bender of the league if he won. But it was all he had. He wasn't going to squander the opportunity to defeat Takase if it might be the only one he'd ever get. He didn't know for how long he'd stayed there, holding down his opponent's neck, pressing it and choking him. The man tried to cough. The unpleasant sounds out his throat might have disturbed Sokka if only his mind had still been working properly. But it wasn't, and he couldn't really see or think or understand anything as he finally let go of the Mad Alchemist, his left arm fully numb by then. He dropped on the sand, feeling his control over his body decay and fade away. The sunlight was still above him, and he would have thought it was burning him, but it wasn't. The fire doing away with him was inside his body, the chemical fire produced by that poisonous dart. He had once experienced fire in his body, when Azula had channeled her power through him. This was nothing like it. Had he been asked what fire-bending felt like before becoming Azula's gladiator, he would have wanted to believe it was as unpleasant as this, all in the hopes that firebenders wouldn't be free to use their powers without suffering for it. And curses, this was certainly the worst physical agony he could remember enduring yet. He breathed agitatedly, but soon enough he soothed his own body. Maybe if he slowed down, the poison wouldn't act so fast. Maybe that way he'd survive, if there was any chance that he might. He truly hoped there would be. Else Azula would never forgive herself, or him. Or Takase. Or Takase's sponsor. Hands on him, suddenly. He cringed, trying to swat them away, but his right arm was gone, and the left was still numb. Takase was back, wasn't he? The bastard hadn't really fallen unconscious, and now he was trying to kill him again. Did he have another dart? Or did he want to kill him by the power of his fists by now, the way Sokka had tried to defeat him, since Sokka was far too weak to fight back? Azula watched Sokka writhing below, eyes wide, as the staff members rushed in to check on both fighters. The Med Alchemist hadn't moved in a while now, and no one could tell yet if Sokka had actually killed the man. Goro, beside her, seemed horrified as well by the outcome of their fight. Two intellectually inclined, strategic gladiators, fighting to the death in such a gruesome, instinctive way as it had been at the end, it was nowhere near as dignified as to serve for the foundations of any legend, despite what Takase had described earlier. "Oh, what a fool, what a fool," Goro was saying, shaking his head as he watched the staff members checking on his gladiator. The people around Takase checked his pulse, and within moments they nodded at the judge's balcony. Goro eyed the megaphone man with desperation until he finally said, "The Med Alchemist is unconscious, but he yet lives." "Oh, for crying out loud," Goro said, dropping against his backrest in relief. Unconscious was much better than dead, which was what the Blue Wolf would be, at this rate. The anxious princess wasn't reassured yet, for she remained pale and wide-eyed still. Was Sokka still alive? What on earth had that poison done to him? This wasn't supposed to happen, not again, never again. Suddenly, one of the staff members near Sokka leapt back. The Blue Wolf had waved his left hand towards him, as though trying to shove him off. "Is that?" "Oh, I think it is. The Blue Wolf, he's moved," the megaphone man cried out. The crowd, silent for now, suddenly released cries of surprise and amazement. "The Blue Wolf, is he conscious? Please, let us know if..." Soon enough, a staff member nodded. And with just that, the crowd went wild, wilder than ever, as the megaphone man announced. "He is conscious. He lives. The Blue Wolf wins this combat." "What?" Angela said, eyes wide still. Who the hell cared whether he had won or lost, when he was poisoned as badly as it seemed? "Princess," said Goro, and she nearly ignored him until he showed her a flask, full with a strange yellow liquid. "This is an antidote to that batch of poison. It's not perfect, but, if he takes this, he should live." Thank you. Thank you," Angela said, grabbing the flask and racing out of the balcony without a second thought. Goro watched her go, breathing out in relief still. She hadn't taken the money he owed her, but he'd give it to her later. If there was common ground between them both, it seemed to exist in terms of being sponsors who were constantly, hopelessly, fighting to save their reckless gladiators. Angela rushed downstairs, fortunate that the crowd was still celebrating Sokka's victory and not yet filling the corridors of the Grand Royal Dome on their way out of the building. She didn't think she'd have to do this sort of thing ever again, not since Toph had first near-killed Sokka all those years ago. Her heart was racing faster than her legs, it seemed, as she sped her way to the standby room, where Sokka was being carried on a stretcher by now. "Sokka!" she exclaimed, and the staff members nodded in her direction. "We're going to treat him, princess, don't war dash. This is, the alchemist's sponsor says it's an antidote," Angela said, entrusting the flask to a staff member who wasn't involved with carrying the stretcher. "Please, just... no need to panic. We'll tend to him," said the man, smiling reassuringly as the group filed onwards, towards the waiting rooms above. Raising suspicions had never worried Angela less. She followed them upstairs, and into the waiting room, and there she remained, listening as they treated Sokka, not only with the antidote but with their own resources, disinfecting his wounds and reeling him back from the gates of death. Very little of their actions were reassuring at first for the princess, but after at least half an hour, the physicians said something promising. "Well, that did seem like seriously dangerous poison, but he's strong," one of them told her. "The antidote's working by now, from the looks of it. The fever's receding." "You're sure?" Angela asked, standing up from the couch she'd chosen as she waited for Sokka to be fully treated. He had been writhing in pain before, by now his face looked much more peaceful. And yet he grimaced again, cringing suddenly. Where am I?" he mumbled, near unintelligibly. Angela sighed and stepped closer, kneeling by his side. "You're in a waiting room, being treated," she said. He coughed. "Zula," he called her, before smiling a little. And not dead?" "No, dummy, you're not dead," she said, smiling warmly, despite her heart pained her upon hearing him asking that question. "You made it. And this time you should survive without needing a palanquin ride, how about that?" "Really?" That's boring, he said, with a cheekier smile. Angela shook her head. You mustn't be feeling so bad after all, if you're saying that kind of stuff already, she said, smiling, and standing up. That being said, spoke the previous physician, he's not going to be fit for fighting all that soon, just saying. From how often we've checked on him lately, you've been fighting pretty much every week, right? Sometimes more often than that, Angela admitted, before nodding no worries. He'll have a break now, until he's all better. Oh. You'll let him heal, then, said the physician, smiling in amazement. Gee, most times when we tell sponsors to be careful with their hurt gladiators, they're just angry about it. Most sponsors have no common sense. I'd like to think I'm an outlier amongst them, Angela said, smiling before her eyes were claimed by a figure by the door. Goro stood there, gazing at her with nervous eyes, his walking stick tucked under one arm. As much as she hardly wished to step away from Sokka's side, she made her way to the old man at the door. He offered her the bag of winnings as soon as she reached him. Here you go. While I'm truly sorry your gladiator is in such shape because of mine, it's admirable that you're more concerned with his treatment than the money, Goro chuckled. That's why I like you, princess. Well, you offered me the antidote to your gladiator's insane poison, and that's why I like you, Angela said, with an awkward grin. Thank you, truly. For a moment, I thought. Yeah, well, that's one of Take's problems. He hates losing, even if it's happened plenty of times by now, said Goro, shaking his head. He'll do whatever he can to win, even if it's not exactly dignified, and yet he's bound to wake up and say that was one of the greatest fights he's ever taken part in. I doubt my gladiator will say the same, said Angela, with an awkward smile. And yet he won, said Goro, smiling. You are, unofficially, the sponsor of the best non-bender of the Superior League. And from what I saw today, you more than deserve to be, princess. The compliment sat well and ill with her at the same time. Acknowledgement certainly pleased her, but it would please her all the more if her gladiator hadn't been all that close to dying once again. Goro seemed to understand her conflict without needing her to speak it aloud, though. He offered her an apologetic grin and a respectful reverence. I'll drop by the palace soon with more of the antidote, he said. That flask should have enough to administer twice a day for the first days, but you'll probably need more than that for a full recovery. Thank you, said Angela, nodding. I'll appreciate any help you can provide, really. The way he described that poison, it sounded. Oh, nightmarish. Yes, said Goro, shaking his head. Take has no common sense with his inventions. Once he has an idea in his head, he stops at nothing to achieve it. Frankly, it speaks well of your gladiator that the wheeler, the crossbow, and even the glass-spitting technique barely hurt him. And I guess your gladiator will want to build a new, more dangerous wheeler after this, huh? Angela said, grimacing. Goro laughed. He's incorrigible, so yes, surely. But after the harm he took today, I suppose it'll be a while before he returns to the workshop, said Goro. Anyways, my best wishes for your gladiator's quick recovery. I'm sure a lot more gladiators will hope to fight him now, and I'm guessing you're not going to leave them waiting as long as I always did. I'll leave them waiting as long as necessary until Sokka has recovered fully, Angela said, smiling, and bowing her head towards Goro. Thank you again. Both for agreeing to this mess of a fight and for helping later, too. Not a problem at all, princess. Be well, both of you, he said, smiling. And now, I take my leave. It'd be best if I'm with Take when he wakes up, of course. Of course, Angela agreed, nodding as Goro walked to the waiting room to their left. Angela bit her lip as she watched the old man go. They had been fortunate that these two had been the top non-bender and sponsor, despite everything. The Mad Alchemist lived up to his name, and she would never stop begrudging him for poisoning Sokka, surely, but if someone like Koshing had been the one to sponsor the Mad Alchemist, Sokka never would have survived. Goro was a good man, with a hopelessly crazy fighter, but a good man nonetheless. She returned to the waiting room and waited beside her convalescing gladiator, hoping he'd feel well enough to walk soon. The physicians treated all his wounds, finding most of them to be superficial save for the poison. He would bear no serious scars from this fight. Surely he would be happy to know that. Once the physicians left, Angela took her seat at the edge of the couch and reached out to clasp Sokka's hand with hers. He didn't respond to it, though he eventually opened his eyes to find her comforting presence close to him. "How are you feeling?" she asked. He groaned. "Like someone set my internal organs on fire." He said, "I really hope you never do that to anyone." "No need to firebend people's insides, princess. I don't fight by using poisons, so I don't think I'll ever do that to anyone," Angela said, with a weak grin. She reached up to stroke his hair. "You really need to stop scaring me like this. You handled that fight so well up until the poison, even though your opponent was so complicated. I was sure you'd win, even if you'd mostly been on the defensive until." "Did I lose, then?" Sokka asked, looking at her remorsefully. "If I did, please tell me I won't. I won't fight this guy again in at least another year. I think I need a nice period of easy fights to get over this mess before I can even think of doing it again." "Well, I won't ask you to do it again at all, if that makes you feel any better," said Angela, smiling warmly at him. "You won, if just because you didn't fall completely unconscious and he did. I don't think you've ever choked anyone like that before, but you weren't pressing hard enough to actually kill him." "I didn't have enough power left for that," said Sokka, with a sad smile. "Not like I wasn't desperate enough to kill, but I could barely move my left arm at that point. Hell, even now. There were Shirshu toxins in that poison, from what he was saying before you attacked him," Angela said. "I guess the pain is because of the viper rat poison, and the paralysis because of the Shirshu. Is this really what you fought against, be back in the forest?" he asked, with a weak grin. Angela blinked a few times before realizing what he meant. "Because, shit, even now I barely feel my limbs." You're amazing. Well, as far as I can tell, this blend of poisons might be doing a worse number on you than what regular Shirshu paralysis could do to anyone," Angela said, biting her lip. "Either way, it might be a good thing that you're not feeling much of anything. It's probably better than overwhelming pain, right?" It hurts still, truth be told, even if my body is so unresponsive," he said, cringing. "It's like bad burning, why inside me, feels awful." "Hell, Sokka," sighed Angela, shaking her head, "I keep saying I'll protect you, but as far as I can tell. Pshhh, you always save me," he said dismissively. "The antidote. I think I heard you bringing it. Right?" "Well, yes, but it's stupid to save you when I'm the entire reason you got hurt in the first place. So, you'd rather just let me die?" he asked, teasingly. Angela scowled. "Of course not, you fool," she growled. "I'd rather not put you in unnecessary danger anymore, that's what." "Right," he said, smiling warmly. "You're the best." "And you're the worst," Angela said, sighing, and shaking her head. She leaned close to him, softly brushing his lips with hers. He responded weakly, but responded nonetheless. Angela grinned at him. "You felt that, then?" she asked. He bit his lip. Not sure. Maybe I need another go, just to be sure," he said, smiling weakly. Angela laughed and kissed his face gently, helping him relax as he closed his eyes. "You won, though. No idea if you heard me earlier, but you did," she said, by his ear. Sokka snorted. "I'm not sure how, but I take your word for it," he chuckled. "But, wait, does that mean?" "Yeah," said Angela, pulling away only to smile warmly at him. "It means we've done it, Sokka." "Hell," he said, before laughing in disbelief. Here I thought I'd walk out so triumphant if I won. I'm not even going to be able to walk, at this rate." Now, you don't have to walk by yourself," Angela said, reaching out to caress his legs gently. Sokka grimaced, but he could feel her touch upon his skin despite it all. "I already carried you out of here once, when you were smashed to pieces by a troublemaker earthbender. Why wouldn't I do the same thing now?" "You're too nice," Sokka said, smiling warmly. "Most sponsors would be pissed to have a gladiator in this shape again, after all those years." "Oh please, not only am I nothing like them, but I know as well as you do that you held your own amazingly for the most part in that fight," said Angela, caressing his cheek frankly. "These rules need to be revised. That wheeler, it was a completely unacceptable weapon." It was interesting at least," said Sokka, chuckling. "You really think I did well, then?" "Sokka, seriously," said Angela, smiling and cupping his face before kissing him once more. I'd already told you I was proud of you, hadn't I? That didn't change because of this fight, you can be sure of that. Well, that's lucky, Sokka said, smiling. It's just hard to feel worthy of your pride if I'm, well, like this. You remained conscious, you were strong enough to fight back against such a powerful poison, and you earned a clean victory in an unfair fight, and you think you don't deserve it? Azula asked, smiling skeptically. You're hopeless, Gladiator. And you're beautiful, Princess, he said, grinning warmly. Do you think you can move? She asked. If I help you up, that is. I can try to help you support your weight, as long as your legs can carry you forward. I could try to have Xian Long meet us at the top of the dome's stairs this time, so you won't have to walk too much. I just always feel better once Song has had a look at you. Yeah, going home sounds good right now, said Sokka, sighing and flexing a leg with difficulty. We can celebrate my big success later, when I'm not in pain, right? Right, said Azula, with a heartfelt grin and kiss. All right. I'll help you up. With one arm around his waist, and his own draped over her shoulders, Azula managed to help Sokka up to his feet. His right arm pained him more than anything, so Azula stood by his left and helped stabilize him, first of all. Sokka breathed out with difficulty, his eyesight less blurry yet still hazy enough that he felt uncomfortable. You sure you can do this? Azula asked, biting her lip. Maybe you should be carried on a stretcher again. All the way home? That'd take forever, Sokka chuckled. Nah, I'll go like this. The sooner we take off, the sooner we'll be there. Right. Right, said Azula, kissing his cheek and holding him close. I love you. And you, Princess, he said, closing his eyes and enjoying the feeling of her brow against his own. Merely walking all the way to the door took longer than Azula had anticipated, but she wasn't desperate to leave either way. They'd take however long Sokka needed them to. It was as simple as that. By the time they were at the threshold, Azula stopped them only to clean Sokka's face properly. He smiled knowingly, as all marks of her kisses were wiped off his face. Can't have people knowing I was nice to you, not even after great achievements like this one, Azula declared, with a smirk. Sokka chuckled. You're nicer than anyone thinks, he said, especially when no one's looking. Precisely because no one's looking, rather, she said, gently caressing his flank. All right, if you need any breaks, let me know. I've already called Xian Long, but he'll stay hovering above the dome for however long he has to before we get to the doors. That's thoughtful of him, said Sokka, breathing deeply. All right. Let's go, Azula. Azula nodded and raised her free hand to open the door. She helped Sokka dutifully through the threshold, focusing so much on him that she hardly registered the voices and sounds outside. Ah, there you are. Congratulations, Princess. She raised her eyes to find, to her astonishment, that many members of the high tier, along with the chairman of the league and other board members, had been waiting for her to leave the waiting room. They all stared at them as though Azula was covered in mud from head to toe, going by their confused and disgusted stares. Sokka flinched under their harsh scrutiny and judgment, yet Azula only stood with certainty where she was. Thank you, Kashing, she said, smiling at the man who had spoken. If you don't mind, my gladiator needs some more assistance, so I'll be taking off now, but your support is most appreciated. Why you? Said Kashing, staring at her in disbelief as the chairman moved towards Azula. Princess. I can call some of the staff to help you with him, there's no need. Oh, I think there's every need, Azula said, with certainty that allowed no room for disagreements. I carried him alone the first time I had to, and I see no reason not to do the same this time around. Either way, thanks for the offer. But. Azula smiled curtly and walked onwards, her hold on Sokka tightening. His teeth were gritted, and for once he felt ashamed, genuinely. He was making her look bad, wasn't he? He was shaming her, and he didn't want to hinder her, not when she sought the acknowledgement of these very people. Why, you really don't have to do this, Azula, he muttered, as the princess moved through the corridor with him. No, I don't. And yet I choose to, she said, her voice steady, betraying no insecurities. I couldn't care less for what they might say. You're my gladiator, and we're partners, no matter what. I'm responsible for you, whether in good circumstances or bad ones. But, hell, you're even more stubborn than I am," he said, smiling weakly. Angela smirked at him. "It was about time you realized that," said Angela, proudly. Sokka chuckled. The high tier stared on after her in disbelief, as did the League's board members. Her strange behavior towards the Gladiator was well known, no one had ever made it a secret, and yet witnessing it firsthand was almost terrifying. Still, one of them could only smile in amused approval, despite his better sense told him that wasn't wise. He had stood back, for caution, and the others had wanted to speak to Angela at once, but Zhao had been there all along. He had watched the fight, and now he watched the two partners walk away, side by side. No doubt, the Gladiator was bound to be stoked by the princess's generosity once he looked back on it in the future. Whatever bond there was between them, it was no doubt tighter than anything he'd witnessed between a gladiator and their sponsor until today. As much as he suspected Oze would be horrified if he knew of this, there was, undoubtedly, something quite intriguing about their relationship in Zhao's eyes, something worth observing for a little longer before acting on it. Angela carried on walking steadily, ever checking on Sokka to make sure the efforts weren't taking too much of a toll on him. He still walked slowly, and each step took a lot of effort from him, it seemed, but he was more resilient than he'd ever known he was. He kept walking onwards, despite most his body still felt as though it was aflame on the inside. "How are we going to go down the stairs?" he asked, as the imminent problem loomed closer with each step they took. "Little by little, ice up dash." Angela started, as they rounded the corner that would lead them into the stairs area again. What she saw silenced her immediately, though. The vestibule was full to the brim, and as soon as the two of them had stepped into view, the massive crowd, filling the stairs and vestibule itself, lashed out in a wild cheer. They had been welcomed by wild clapping, hooting, screaming, and of course, the melody of the song the Blue Pack had composed for Sokka, an enthusiasm far beyond any they had witnessed before in the Grand Royal Dome, had greeted the Blue Wolf and the princess as they stopped cold in the exposed corridor. "Angela. Oh, goodness, Sokka, are you all right?" Ty Lee's voice reached them suddenly. She had been waiting at the top of the stairs with Haru, along with a few other delighted supporters of the Blue Wolf. "Why, you came to watch?" Sokka asked them, eyes wide. Angela as well was stunned to see her friends amidst the sizable crowd. "Of course we did." Ty Lee laughed, as they approached the princess and her gladiator. "We read all those pamphlets, we knew all about this contest about who the best non-bender was, and goodness, that was intense, but you did it, Sokka. You won." "Heh, why yeah, I think so," Sokka said, with an awkward smile. "Would you like help with carrying him?" Haru asked Angela, who shook her head but grinned gratefully. "No need. His other side hurts a lot after that poisonous attack he took, so it's better this way," she said. Ty Lee was near tears as she clapped happily, ever laughing joyfully. Haru as well was grinning, and he bowed his head towards Sokka in a gesture of respect. "Congratulations, then. What you just did, it was amazing," he said. Sokka bit his lip and nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Though I don't feel amazing, but yeah, you should go home quickly." Ty Lee agreed, looking at them worriedly before turning towards Haru. "We should help them navigate the crowd safely." "All right. Let's clear the way," then said Haru, grinning and urging Sokka and Angela to follow them. "There's so many people here," Sokka said, with a small voice. Angela chuckled and urged him to restart walking. "Are you sure they're not just going to squeeze us when we're amongst them? Afraid of your fans, are you?" Angela taunted him. "Come on, Sokka. We'll make it to the door, eventually." "Heh. Eventually," he repeated, smiling at her. Angela laughed and helped him maintain his balance as they made their way to the top of the stairs. "Blue Wolf. Yes. You did it." Another familiar voice called from further down the corridor. Yang was rushing towards them amongst the cheering fans, tears in his eyes as well. "You actually did it. Well, I hope that fight will be worth writing about, Yang." Angela smirked as Yang stopped beside them. He snorted in disbelief and shook his head, beaming brightly. "It was amazing. All of it. Though I wish you hadn't been hurt, but, in a sense, That makes it even more heroic. The underdog wins the day. Yang exclaimed, proudly. Sokka laughed. You're hopeless, Yang, he said. Ever chasing for a good story, looks like, said Azula, smiling. You are our hero, Blue Wolf. Yang called out, as Ty Lee and Haru started paving the way between the thickest areas of the crowd, enabling Azula and Sokka to take their first steps down the stairs. Never forget that. Because we will never forget this. Sokka could only smile awkwardly as Azula helped him down the first step. The endless clapping received him, and he could hardly raise his eyes to look at his countless supporters. Somehow, after all these years, these people had watched him grow into the fighter he was today. They cheered him on, even if his victory hadn't been the most glorious fight they'd witnessed. They seemed to think he was admirable regardless of that, and with every new step he took, he heard more encouraging words, more supporting cries. The music didn't stop, and only became louder as they walked to the building's doors. Once, Azula had carried him just like this, before an entirely confused Grand Royal Dome. Today, it seemed her method of carrying him was more than welcome by the arena-goers. They were stoked by it, looked like, rather than puzzled or outraged. A gladiator, helped by his sponsor this way, was something that seldom happened. Together, the two of them had rewritten the Gladiator League's history. Instead of cheering on violence, cruelty, and death, the Fire Nation was cheering on for a partnership based on equality, trust, and genuine cherishing of each other. No doubt, they had no idea just how deeply their affection ran, but they surely understood their bond was strong, personal, real. No self-serving noble would ever be caught demeaning themselves this way, by carrying a slave, and yet Azula was doing it for the second time before the entire arena. And this time she wouldn't regret it later. This time, she wouldn't fear what people would say about her. This time she held her head high, proud of the man beside her. Proud of everything they had built together through the 3 years of their partnership. Congratulations. You did it. I knew you had it in you. Now off to the top of the league. You can do it, Blue Wolf. Princess. Blue Wolf. Well done. Amid the many cries of congratulations, Shoji's voice barely stood out, and yet Azula turned her head upon noticing it, spotting the young man's counter while still on the final steps of the stairs. She smiled at him and raised her free hand in acknowledgement, and the young man's smile only widened. Again, he'd witnessed their extraordinary bond. Again, he could only think that, through all his years working here, he had never witnessed anything quite as beautiful as that partnership. On and on they went, greeting members of the Blue Pack, the casual public and even a few sponsors they'd fought in the past, all of whom had showed up to watch the Blue Wolf's greatest challenge up to date. Everyone smiled encouragingly, though a few people were stricken upon seeing Sokka's clinging to Azula's shoulders with whatever strength he had left, his face often twisting into grimaces when the burning sensations were too much to handle. They offered Ty Lee and Haru quite a bit of help with clearing the way to the doors, ensuring their admired gladiator would be free to receive further medical treatment as soon as possible. Sokka couldn't help but sigh once they were near the dome's gates, though, and Azula raised an eyebrow. What is it? She asked him. You know, just thinking that, if I gave them the thumbs up now, they'd likely go wild, but... I can't, he laughed. Never mind, it's something really silly. It certainly is, said Azula, smiling before turning slightly, to face the crowd once more. Sokka's eyes widened as she raised her free hand, making his trademark gesture without hesitation. Within moments, the already excited crowd's loud cheers became louder still. The music was revamped, some people jumping in relentless excitement, most people laughing and shouting the Blue Wolf's name in a chant perfectly timed with the drums. Azula only smiled, holding her thumb up and allowing them to rejoice upon the sight of her doing something so mundane, so unlike her, before she dropped her hand and helped Sokka across the threshold, amid further cheers and music. To her surprise, he seemed near tears once they reached Xin Long, who was, as she had asked of him, perched close to the doors. Sokka! She called him, failing to bite back a smile. Why, Yuri, impossible, he said, a soft sob shaking his shoulders. Hell, this is all just... Oh, Sokka! She said, laughing softly as she resisted the urge to embrace him fully. Well, you deserve this, and more. Ty Lee exclaimed, giggling cheerfully at the top steps of the long staircase. Many more people had waited outside for a glimpse of the princess and her gladiator as they took off on their way home. They watched them reverentially. Some had watched the fight and left the crowded vestibule early, some had been too late to find a seat, others had barely just finished their workday and had stopped by the arena to check on the result of the fight. It seemed as though the entire city was rejoicing in their triumph, even if that was, quite likely, a vain notion to even consider, yet never before had such massive crowds of people cheered Sokka on, celebrating his success with such enthusiasm. Angela's gesture, paired with being received by so many proud supporters, had been more than enough to push the gladiator to a surprisingly sweet breaking point, one that hurt much like the fire burning under his skin, but it was a tender pain, one he clung to, one he enjoyed even if it brought him to tears. "You've definitely done more than your share of hard work to earn it," Haru said, gesturing at the crowds, both within the dome and outside it. "You're their hero, looks like. And I'd like to say, you didn't have to die to become a legend in their eyes." Angela huffed proudly, so the mad alchemist was certainly wrong about that part. "I'm not a legend," Sokka said, shaking his head despite he was smiling through tears. I'm just a common guy. I'm not." "You still think you're just a common guy, after all this time?" Angela said, eyes wide in disbelief. Sokka looked at her with gleaming eyes and she smiled, shaking her head. "You're the most extraordinary non-bender there is, that's an undisputed fact by now. Get used to it." "Why, you mean, in the league?" "Because maybe outside the league." "Ugh, stop trying to find loopholes and accept your reality," Angela said, rolling her eyes as she led him to the dragon's saddle. Ty Lee and Haru couldn't seem to hold back their laughter at Angela's exasperation. Sokka chuckled by now as Angela helped him climb onto the secondary seat of the saddle. The cheering crowd at the steps clapped and joined the chant of those within the dome, and Sokka could only smile at them, nodding gently in acknowledgement as Angela climbed in front of him. "Thanks, both of you," said Angela, smiling at Ty Lee and Haru. "I should have thought to invite you to come cheer for him, but it slipped my mind entirely." "Oh, no need to worry, you two must have been too busy getting ready for the fight," said Ty Lee, chuckling. "I hope he gets better soon, though. We absolutely have to celebrate this the proper way." "And what way is that?" Angela asked, with a worried grimace. Ty Lee smirked and Angela rolled her eyes. "You and your gross Beiju." "It doesn't have to be Beiju this time." "Whatever," said Angela, smiling and shaking her head. "I'll catch up with you later this week." "Thanks again." "Goodbye," said Haru, grinning at them both. "Feel better soon, Sokka." "I'll try," Sokka answered, smiling back at him. "Well done." Ty Lee exclaimed. "You two are amazing." "You heard me? Amazing." Angela laughed as she ushered Xian Long to take off. The dragon did as he was told, utterly confused by the situation. Whatever made this occasion so special, really? He didn't understand it, and he didn't think he would. Sokka always fought in that weird sand circle and it was never this big a deal. What was there to celebrate when he could barely walk on his own? Human rituals were weird, it was as simple as that for his draconic mind. The flight was slow and easy, with no crazy tricks from Xian Long this time around. Angela reached back and caressed Sokka's knee gently as they traveled across the city, and he could only watch her helplessly, his arms still too numb to respond to her affection. Her glossy black hair flew in the wind, and that hairpiece crowned it, as ever. Once, this kind of success would have seemed an impossible, unattainable dream. But they had made it a reality today, despite he could barely believe it yet. People had cheered them on, and perhaps it wasn't the kind of heroism he had dreamt of achieving in his childhood, when he had wished for acclaim, for acknowledgement. He had set out to become the best warrior of his tribe so he could stand out, so he could be useful, important for his people. This wasn't the same thing, not by a long shot, and yet he felt he had accomplished something grand all the same. A common gladiator from Huiyi had become the best non-bender in the superior gladiator league today. He dropped carefully against Angela's back, his brow on the back of her neck. Angela's hand rose to caress his face gently, her fingertips touching his tears. Was this what it meant to achieve a dream? Was that what had happened today? It was no longer the same dream he'd had once, and yet it was a dream on its own right. Together they had made it a reality, and his chest kept paining him for reasons completely unrelated to poison by now. They landed slowly on the backyard, and Angela leapt off the saddle first. She offered Sokka her help, and he draped his arm around her shoulder quickly enough before hoisting himself out of the saddle, managing to stand on his own 2 feet despite needing her help with supporting part of his weight. "Here we are. Now you'll get proper rest," Angela said, kissing his cheek again. "We made it." "Yeah," he said, smiling as his arm tightened around her shoulders. "Thanks to you, Sokka," she said, both surprised to find his arm was regaining some sense and by his heartfelt words. Before she knew it, she was hugging him in the backyard, holding him against her shoulder. Her hands caressed his armored back, sometimes sliding into his messy hair. He was breathing deeply, interrupted by sharp intakes of breath that betrayed he was close to tears once more. "Thank you, Angela," he said. Hearing those words from him was hardly a surprise, and yet Angela's chest tightened just as his own did. Her embrace welcomed him fully, as she pressed her face to his neck. That same neck she had scarred, the lines were more faded every day, just as the many scars they'd both acquired over the years. It had taken them 3 years now, and yet all the hard work had paid off. All of it had brought them here and now. The entire crowd acclaimed them, Angela's rivals acknowledged her, and they were at the highest heights they had ever reached. Even in Sokka's frail state, it was impossible for either of them to remain impervious to the enthusiasm rushing in their veins. The powerful sensation of fulfillment was so strong it was almost bringing them both to tears. "I'm not sure I'm the one who needs to be thanked," Angela said, cupping his cheek, gazing into his deep eyes, where so many emotions he could hardly voice nestled. Sokka shook his head. "Why you saw me, and saw something worthwhile in me. Whatever it was, back in Huai, it's the only reason we're here now. And I don't think I'd want to be anywhere else, Angela. I don't think I'd want to be anyone else but who I am now." Her smile warmed as she gazed into his eyes. He ventured a smile of his own as well, his waking arm letting him caress her face gently. "You've believed in me even when I couldn't believe in myself," he said, "and now, I have no idea how, but I've done it, huh? I did it. It paid off, all of it." "Of course it did," said Angela, smiling warmly. "I've told you before, and I'll say it as many times as I need to, whether you believe me or not. You and I, Sokka, we're not just a gladiator and a sponsor. We've always been so much more than that. We're meant for much more than that. And I'd think we proved it to the whole world today." He smiled too and nodded. She laughed and brought him closer, kissing him softly. Song would spot them soon enough, ask them what the fight's outcome had been, perhaps even offer to make dinner for Angela too today. And Sokka would need treatment, for sure, so they'd need to rush inside to take care of that soon. But just for now, they could take a moment of privacy to cherish every decision that had brought them this far. Perhaps once that moment was over, Sokka would finally wrap his head around reality. He'd finally understand his potential to grow and change was greater than he had ever known, but until then, Angela would hold him tightly in a world of their own, reveling over how far they'd come, ever holding on to the promise of walking together into an even brighter future. Check the description for the links to the author.